Are you ready to step into a career that is not just in demand but also offers amazing growth opportunities? Well, you have come to the right place. Welcome to the Certified Business Analysis Professional course by Simplilearn. Now, did you know that business analysts are one of the fastest growing roles in the world? From small businesses to major corporations, they are critical in driving effective strategies and solutions. So whether you're looking to shift your career or level up your skills, this course is your perfect starting point. In this course, we are going to cover everything you need to know to become a certified business analysis professional. So let's dive into what you will learn. First of all, we will introduce you to the role of business analyst and the critical skills you need to thrive in this field. Next, we will explore the CBAP certification process, including eligibility criteria, exam details, and how to prepare effectively. Then, we will dive into the key methodologies like Agile, Scrum, SDLC, and show you how they apply to real-world scenarios. We'll also break down the BABOK framework and see how it serves as a guide for all the business analysts out there. Next, we will share insights on how to leverage your new BA skills to enhance your career, along with tips and tricks for acquiring relevant certifications and landing your dream job. Let's kickstart your journey toward becoming a certified business analysis professional. And by the end of this course, you will have all the tools and knowledge to jump into this exciting and rewarding career. Now, before we get started, here's a quick piece of information. If you are interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. Now, this course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Now, our program is IABA BABOK V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. You'll be also engaging with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn Job Assist program, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the primary role of a business analyst? Your options are to manage project timelines, to identify business problems and propose solutions, to create marketing strategies, or to develop technical code for systems. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
In this training, we'll be walking through introduction to CBAP exam and also practically what a business analyst does in a real life world. Okay, so by the end of this lesson, we have a couple of slides mentioned here. We get an overview of the BABOK guide, which is a body of knowledge. Okay, business analysis body of knowledge to familiarize with the global standards of business analysis. Okay, before we complete this session, I'll walk you through. There are 6 knowledge areas and core concepts in business analysis, which is to analyze and structure business requirements systematically. Okay. We'll also try to understand the CBAP certification process, eligibility exam blueprint to prepare effectively for the certification. Just not CBAP, a couple of people who might not have a number of hours put in each of the knowledge areas. Probably you might be taking other exams like ECBA and CCBA. So yeah, you can refer to the handbook, exam handbook by IABA. IABA first started. Okay, so a real life business analysis scenario is listed here. Okay, perfect. So business analysis plays a crucial role in helping organizations identify business needs and deliver effective solutions that drive success. So do not look at it as a English text, just a dump of ink, right? So try to understand word by word. Right. So take a scenario in a regional bank, okay, a small scenario is given here, was experiencing high churn rate. Okay. Over the past year, 20% of the new customers closed their accounts within the 6 months. Now, this is a business problem, right? So anything starts with a business need, right? So what is the reason why people do stuff? If you all have come to the class today, you might have had some thought process before signing up for this, right? You are investing time and money into this. Why would you do that, right? So there must be a reason, right? So either you are hungry to learn, you're already working somewhere, you have an intention to learn, either to upgrade yourself or to switch careers, right? There are three categories of people: unemployed, underemployed, and second career. Okay, unemployed, someone who is trying to get their foot in as a business analyst. Second, underemployed, someone who is already working, but they feel that they deserve a higher title or designation. Three, second career, someone who has had years of work experience and trying to switch domains. Right, it can be with people with. I have seen people at the age 60, they try to transition into business analyst and they are very successful. Okay, so there is no age related limits for this. So try to grasp it as per your phase of life. Okay, so this specific scenario, the bank lacked insight and customer service feedback was too generic to drive change. The need of the hour was business analysis, right? So there is a problem here. There is another scenario where, for instance, there can be an opportunity, right? Someone I was told this story by my school teacher long time back. Someone went to Africa and they have seen that people were one part of Africa, and they said that nobody is wearing footwear, right? Someone from have you heard this example in the past? I think the company by name Bata Footwear. Okay, there is a company by name Bata from, I think they operated from India. They went to a part of Africa. Okay, yeah, so I say that not many people have heard this. So the real instance is about 30, 40 years back, a representative from a company called Bata, they make footwear. They were sent to a part of Africa to see if there is a market there, right? One person has inspected, saw that nobody wears a footwear at all, and they came back saying there is no scope, there is no market, right? There is another person who went and saw the place. The report was there is 100% scope there because nobody is wearing. It's a huge market, right? So that person saw an opportunity, right? So not just the problem, you should also be able to see the opportunity and grab the opportunity, right? So business analysis comes into play even during those times, right? So I'll try to uh, okay, so strategic role: business analysts analyze the data from surveys, transactions, and support tickets. So they are involved at multiple phases. I'll take the help of whiteboard to give a visual of where they fit in. But before we start with all of these, how many of you are aware of a project management? Have how many of you worked in project-based environment? How many of you worked in a operation-based environment? I just wanna understand, right? So imagine you taking up this CBAP exam training from Simplilearn. This is a project, right? You started on a particular day, you end on a particular day. You'll not leave it forever, right? So this is a project. There is a definite start and there is a definite end. There is a specific goal for attending this training, right? One, you're trying to acquire knowledge. Two, you're trying to clear the exam, right? Even bigger goal might be getting a promotion in your workspace or switching into IT business analysis. Those are the goals that you jotted for yourself, right? Start with the plan, execute. Now, in this project, there are different phases, right? There is a beginning phase where you initiate, you do some kind of a homework. Probably the moment now AI is all over the place, right? So we'll talk a bit more about AI and what are the implications on business analysis. But the moment you say business analysis, you will see an advertisement by Simplilearn on Instagram, YouTube, right? So you might have been talking to your colleague, right? How many of you experience this? Digital marketing. The moment you say something, the very next minute you get to see all those ads, right? Yeah. Correct. So we are all being tracked, guys. So, internet is all over the place. We are all being tracked. So they're trying to learn the psychology of people. Okay, if someone has entered a job at 22, right? So 2 years down the line, they feel the hunger for a career growth, right? Let me push this ad. they're trying to learn. I think the advanced version of AI also deals with hallucinations also. They've stopped it there for good. But we have reached that place where if today you're doing this, what would be your next move? That also can be predicted. What can be sold to you? How much would be your income earning appetite? Right? So what are your inclinations? All these is being tracked, right? So business analyst's job is here to stay. Even if AI is here, there is a wide fears among us, community at large, that many jobs are being taken over. The nature of job would change, but this title is here to stay. Yeah, the number of jobs might reduce because anyone who learns the right tools and techniques would stay. Anyone who is doing manual works like, breaking scope into user stories, those roles might evade with time. Okay, so try to be first in the lot, try to learn the concept and the right tools and techniques to be irreplaceable in your field. All right, makes sense? Good so far? Can can I get a quick pulse check? Good pace. All right, guys. Thanks. I think all of you are charged up energy. Like I said, I'm seeing very good interaction in the chat. Okay, so remember this statement. A business analyst takes care of scope of a project. Okay, in a project, usually there are different facets, right? So top three facets are, in general, what is to be done, in how much time, in how much cost, right? So what is to be done is called as a scope, right? In how much time is schedules or budget schedules, right? Time. How much money is going in there is budget, right? So these are the top three facets of a project. There are other facets of the project like quality, resource management, vendor management, integration management, right? So there are different other facets, but a business analyst usually try to understand how these roles are different, right? Project manager's role is different from business analyst role in a way where business analyst takes care of the scope breakdown precisely. Okay, he or she who is a business analyst is responsible completely to focus on what is to be done, then how is it being done. Okay, you got this statement? Remember this always, because there are hybrid jobs where you might be wearing two hats, right? There is nothing wrong with that, and most of the jobs are like that, are such, unless you're working with the big corporates where there is enough work for the business analyst. Usually it is the scope that you are supposed to break down the scope, right? All the other facets like schedules, costs, quality, all the other facets of the project are taken care by the project manager. Okay, you might do those jobs but know which hat you're wearing. Okay, now imagine, for instance, I'll cite this example multiple times. I'll bring up agile concepts also into this, so that most of the IT world is wanting agile things. So apart from the course curriculum and the CBAP, you should know how a real life corporate looks like, right? So in an agile world, so there are four elements to this. I'll try to take the help of whiteboard. Just a quick sec, please. There were projects existed, project management. I did not get a chance to talk about operations. I've taken a poll, but operations is anything which is regular day-to-day transactions, right? So there is no definite start and an end. Project has a definite start and an end, but in companies it is more perpetual because all the systems need upgrades, right? And people are starting with doing bare minimum to begin with, right? MVP means minimal viable product, where you try to, for instance, you're trying to prepare for CBAP exam. All of it cannot be done at one shot. It's incremental, right? So you start with, out of six knowledge areas, you start with one, right? You give a mock exam. You'll not wait for the mock exam till you prepare for all the 6 knowledge areas. Okay, first knowledge area done. You'll give a mock exam. You will see how much score you got, and then you will go back, correct yourself in case you have made any mistakes. Why the right answer is right, why the wrong answer is wrong. Then go to the second knowledge area. So this is how you try to incrementally do stuff, right? 1,000 years back also, when kings existed, they were building forts, right? So building a fort is a project, right? So it has a definite start and a definite end, right? So those there is a difference between how forts are built and how a software product is built, right? Yeah, so there should be a difference, right? So how is it different? So building a fort is essentially a waterfallish kind of approach where you know uh, there is a set project plan, right? They feel okay. You imagine you're constructing, you have a vacant site, you're trying to construct a 4 floor building. You have 1 year time, you have 1 million budget. Okay, the scope is to build a 4 storied building. You have 1 year, Jan 1st to December 31st, you have 1 million budget. Okay, now with this plan, on 1st of Jan, you're ready with the plan. You will see where the resources are coming from, right? You will not need all the 1 million on day one, right? Down the line, when you lay the foundation, you're trying to dig something. So how much budget is required for that? You will try to allocate those many resources only. You will not hire an interior designer or day one where when you're trying to dig pits, right? Do you do that? Nobody does that, because for 1 year, why would you pay unnecessarily for an interior designer, right? So waterfallish approach is essentially a process where you're trying to, you know, set a plan and fix to that plan. Okay, you're trying to essentially stick to that plan. You will not welcome any kind of changes there. Okay, you will be resistant to change. For instance, you have planned kitchen at one corner, say east corner or whatever corner. In case there is a road widening that happens, or the street is getting widened, you understand what street widening is. Government usually, they'll not have a say, they'll pay you so much, and they try to take a part of your site, right? Exactly at that corner, for instance, you cannot construct a kitchen anymore once the road widening happens. Does that house is the house still livable without a cooking area or a washroom area? It's not livable, right? So that's the reason, they try to push the change back. They want to essentially stick to that approach. Like once they have set a plan, they want to stick to that plan. Second one in the lot is adaptive approach. Okay, so you try to adapt to whatever the environment is. For instance, a couple of countries have 4 seasons. There is spring, there is summer, there is fall, there is winter. Okay, across tropical countries, the climate remains the same pretty much throughout the year. Summers and winters being there is a clear-cut demarcation, but there are a few. So you might be able to relate to this better. Constructions usually happen during the summer time or spring or fall. There cannot be snow. It cannot be snowing while you're constructing, right? Or it cannot rain when you're doing constructions. So that's how you have to be adaptive. And there is iterative way of dealing with things. What is iterative? You're doing it in iterations, basically in cycles. Okay, for instance, I've just mentioned this example of 1 year and one 4 floor building, right? So what you'll essentially do is you'll not wait for 1 year and see if the building is completely done or not, right? So you will try to break it down into say 4 phases, right? 4 quarters. Jan 1st to March 31st is one quarter. April 1st to June 30th is second quarter. July to September 30th, third. October 1st to December 31st, the fourth quarter. Okay. Now, it's easy to monitor work when it is done in phases, right? After phase one, for instance, you should be completely done with basement. Okay. You have to be completely done. laying the foundation stones, digging the pits, like, whatever is needed for the foundation, right? And if you're done with that, it's a success, right? So phase one is complete. Then you flip to phase two where you start constructing the building. Phase two, for example, you plan to do G+1, ground plus first floor, right? Phase three, you try to do three, second, third, fourth. Last phase, you try to do all the last minute plastering work and painting and all that stuff. Okay, the reason why I'm saying building, I'll flip to software in the fourth phase where I'm gonna explain about Agile. Okay, so that's pretty much an iterative approach. Okay, DevOps is now using this boomerang kind of a plan, do, check, act kind of a model. Plan things, do, check, and act. Okay, I'll try to, so do not get overwhelmed with the jargons. If you're hearing this for the first time, we'll talk a bit more. Day one, I'm trying to give an insight of what are we getting into. Just try to understand, get a pulse of how this real life business analysis world looks like. Okay, so that sometimes you have to hear these jargons. You need not understand essentially, but eventually you should start talking in that language. Okay, any language that you learn. So business analysis is a language. Day one, you're hearing these words. Please do not feel overwhelmed. You are good if at all you're hearing for the first time. As you progress into the course, try to talk to your colleagues or try to talk to yourself. Okay, before the session, take half an hour aside or 15 minutes aside, write these keywords, try to use these keywords in your real life, right? Plan, do, check, act. Okay, so even agile is synonymous to change. You can start using these small words to memorize this stuff. Okay, fourth one being agile. Okay, the reason why these many changes were needed in methodologies is there should be a difference between the way building is being constructed and how and software product being built, right? So in a software world, I'll give you a real life example where how many of you know these Nokia phones existed about 20-25 years back? Rohit, I have got your question. I'll answer this after this poll. Have you heard of Nokia phones that existed? Nice. Okay. So late 90s when mobile phones were first introduced to general public, and early in the, I think till 2005-6 time, all those keypad based phones existed, right? 1100s, Nokia, right? Then Sony Ericsson came up with a few new models. It's nostalgia to think of all those days. I feel life should have stopped there. Now there is no limit to, it was very nice to feel the touchpad, right? Back in those days, the nail sound used to evidently be heard because the touch was, yeah, Motorola was really good. BlackBerry was really good, right? Right. So if I wanted to say about Samsung, the reason why do we see Nokia today? Anyone uses a Nokia phone? Not at all, right? Yeah, so none of us use Nokia, but back in those days, when 1 minute was charged like 15 rupees, that's what I paid in the year 2001. I still remember 15 rupees for out of a cellular phone. It was 15 rupees per 1 minute, right? So from that day till today, we have walked a long way, right? Yeah, lava phones were really popular. So I'll take two questions. I got those two questions right after this example. I'll take those questions, guys. Okay, so Nokia does not exist today. Now, most of the Android market is taken over by Samsung, right? Apart from Apple, of course, Apple has become a giant with respect to security and yeah, Carbon, nice. Yeah, Micromax phones are nostalgia too. They used to give a lot of sound output, which is very good for music lovers, right? Back in those days, putting headphone is tough. So just play and keep doing your work. We don't need speakers at all. Sony Ericsson had really good music sense, right? So the beats used to get highlighted. I used to love those phones. Okay, so uh, Agile came into picture because Nokia failed to change. right? So while the world is parallelly building touch phones, they did not focus on change, right? They were trying to come up with new models. Like they had one model called 6600, which is a really good variant. This existed somewhere around 2006 time, right? But by then, Samsung was already investing in all these touch kind of models, right? So imagine a company is building a software, right? They're trying to build a software product. Take phone as an example, which is a good mix of hardware plus software, right? So the device aesthetics, how the device looks like is hardware. Internally, what chips are they using and what technology, 4G, 5G, all that is technology, right? So that is the second technology part of it, right? For instance, you're trying to launch a phone, you're given the whole of 2025 to launch a phone. Jan 1st, you're given a project where you're trying to build a phone. Okay, imagine you're trying to build a phone. Today, you know what models exist in the market. Like you have iPhone 16, 16 Pro Max. Those were the last released models. You take that as the base. You also have Samsung models, right? So all the flip and fold and all those models. Now, with those existing models, you do not want to fall out of the market also, right? Your design has to be relevant to the market. Whatever features already exist should be there in your phone, right? And you should also make sure that you're trying to add some bit of new features into your phone. Otherwise, why would it exist in the market, right? So with this, you started building a phone on 1st of Jan. Okay, down the line, for example, 6 months down the line, some competitor has launched a new feature, say 6G. Okay, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, right? 5G has already existed. Someone has introduced sixth generation of network, right? In case you are not incorporating this particular feature, you are going with your own plan. By end of December, you have a phone, you have 5G, you have all the features that existed 1 year back. You try to launch it in the market. How many of you would be willing to buy this kind of a phone versus the 6G phone, which is much faster? Would you be interested in buying something which is outdated? No, right? So, of course, all of us want to catch up with the next generation, right? So, yeah, so it's very obvious. Why would I feel some model which existed in the past? Yeah, so required more time to use. Yeah, so eh, change is not sudden, right? So it is slowly seeded in, but you need to have that feature. Tomorrow, if the SIM cards itself enable 6G and your phone is not supporting, right? So why would you go for something which is one level lesser or probably 4G, right? So which is where Agile came into play, right? The reason why Agile came into play is to adapt change, to welcome change. Change is the way of life. Every walk of life, take it. Yeah, otherwise it'll end up like Nokia, right? In your professional endeavors or personal endeavors, right? The reason I cannot discuss all of it, what happens in our personal lives, the way we study, right? At the age of 3, people are put into kindergarten. At the age of 24, they come out of masters. Why is this model needed? First of all, okay, world is going up a kind of metamorphosis at this point in time, right? It is going to be a skill-based world. Going forward, it's going to be a skill-based world, right? I have this degree, I have that degree, I have these grades, CGPI, very good. What can you do for me? How can you solve my problem? Right? These are the things which world would be focusing on going forward. So make sure that you're picking the right set of skills than trying to mug up things. Even the way marriages are being done, right? You can't open the book which was written 30 years back or 50 years back, right? So I'll not deep dive into, I'll try to stick to the more of professional side of things, but try to relate. You have to welcome change, guys. Otherwise, you'll feel out of the place, right? Okay. Methodologies is here. Now, in an agile Agile is a very big whiteboard. Yes. Okay. All right. So now I'll try to jot down what are the different methodologies under Agile. Okay. Agile is a very big umbrella. Okay. Imagine a very big umbrella. It's a methodology. So take it like uh, there were a few religions that were propagated about 300 years back, 500 years back, Buddhism, Jainism. There were a few religions that came in. Essentially, they were telling how a lifestyle should be, right? All those were again borrowed from different existing ones itself, right? So, like, take food before, have your food cycle along with the sun cycle. The moment sun rises, you can start eating. The moment sun sets, try to stop eating. Right? All these were taken from existing concepts itself. Similarly, whatever was existent itself, Agile have has actually borrowed those things. Okay. The reason why I gave, imagine Agile as a religion. Okay, bigger religion, and there are smaller religions under this. Okay. So the one of the biggest sub umbrella under Agile is Scrum. Okay, Scrum methodology. I'll try to take a extra session on Scrum. Okay, Scrum is just nothing but a philosophy. Okay, which were taken from our lives itself. Right, there is no hard and fast rule. We should follow this for sure. Those are prescribed guidelines. Guidelines are very different from rules. Right, guideline is some a set of stances where that acts like a guide. It is up to you how you adapt into your real life. Right, rule is something that you should stick to. You cannot deviate from the rule. Right, so guideline and rules are different in that way. Scrum, then there is Kanban, then there is uh, Kaizen. There are different, take a note if at all you want. There are different methodologies. XP programming, then there is dynamic systems development method, dynamic systems development method, and there is crystal programming. So we can keep going like this, guys. Basically, uh, there are different types of methodologies people have come up with. Okay, based on practical. Safe, yeah, safe is one. Right, Sandeep. So Scrum is the most widely used methodology under Agile umbrella. Many people do not know the demarcation. It's not independent, right? So Scrum is Kanban, all these are a part of Agile itself. Okay, Agile is a bigger umbrella, and these are smaller umbrellas. Scrum being the most widely used methodology, right? It's a 17-pager document, Scrum guide. There is something called a Scrum guide. It's a 17-pager document where it lists down what are the roles in a typical Scrum team, right? There is a product owner, there is a Scrum master, and there is a development team. Okay, there is a product owner, there is a Scrum master, and there is a development team. Anyone, when you say development team, they need not be essentially doing coding. Even a business analyst falls under the development team. Remember this. Okay, they'll not call as a Scrum team. Whole of it is called as a Scrum team, right? Including product owner and the Scrum master. The whole team is called as a Scrum team. Okay, Scrum team minus product owner minus Scrum master is called as a development team. Anyone who contributes to development, not essentially the software development. It can be a BA is a part of the uh, development team. QA is a part of development team. Any of the software engineers, solution architect, all of them fall under the development team itself. Got this? What's the difference between Scrum team and a development team, right? Now, the Scrum guide also prescribes, we spoke about roles. It also tells how many ceremonies have to be conducted, right? Basically, it tries to encourage, Agile itself tries to encourage face-to-face collaboration, right? When people are hiding behind, not hiding essentially, they are sitting in their own homes, they are more comfortable, right? I can sit, I can lean on the chair, I can put the leg on the table, on the laptop, on the camera, right? I've seen multiple people have thought that, camera is off and they do anything. You might have seen a lot of Instagram reels or, few reels which went viral, right? So when you are at ease, that's when you are your real self, right? So when there is a face-to-face collaboration, there is a certain level of accountability, right? Scrum essentially prescribes face-to-face collaboration, right? Where you're doing nothing. Every morning you show up at 9 o'clock or 9:30, whatever is your work time. Then you gather for a small 15-minute meeting. They time boxed everything. In waterfallish approach, time used to get extended. For instance, phase one, remember the example that I cited. Phase one, you're supposed to lay foundation stone, right? Or the foundation has to be done in phase one. In case of some eventuality, right, the supplier hasn't provided some stone or concrete, right, the timeline used to get extended, right? Instead of March 31st, like I mentioned, phase one was from 1st Jan to March 31st. The timeline might get extended by 15 more days, which is April 15th, right? But in an agile world, uh, everything is time boxed. Okay, there is something called as sprint, right? Which is a time box of, for example, an year. How many weeks does an year have, guys? In 1 year, how many weeks do we have? Googling, ChatGPT. Okay, more. Just multiply whatever number you told with 365 days in a generic year, 366 days in a leap year. Once in 4 years, we get that. Every year, that 6.5 hours get added to six, yeah, roughly 6 hours get added. And leap year has one more extra day. Otherwise, it's 365 days, right? So sprint breaks down this 52 weeks under, so usually sprint can have anywhere between 1 to 4 weeks. For example, you start building a software program, right? You are building a software product, right? Remember, after this, I'll try to discuss what's the difference between product life cycle and project life cycle. Okay, these two are very different. Product life cycle, because you are a business analyst, you are supposed to know what is a product life cycle also. You are building a product. Any business that you take should have a product, right? Correct. So it can be, it's just not a manufacturing product. It can be a software product also, right? It can be a service-based product also, right? There is a tangible product, right? So those are also built in iterations. So those that specific point is called as a sprint, right? Where Scrum Guide prescribes you can have anywhere between 1 to 4 week sprints. Okay, you understand what the word sprint means? Sprint is essentially a time box. Okay, suppose 1st of Jan you start something. Typically, 99% of the time, people use 2 week sprints. 2 week sprints where you deliver a particular piece of task in those 2 weeks. After the 2 weeks is done, which is essentially 10 working days, right? If you take off the weekend, Saturday, Sunday of both the weeks, 5 working days per week, right? Into 2 weeks, right? So 10 days is what you're working. In those 10 days, whatever work is getting delivered, that is it. That's your deliverable for that sprint. With me so far, am I going fast or slow? I'll try to take a quick poll, guys. Just want to know because I'm going into some technical details. So I just want to check. Okay, so I have launched this poll. Just tell me if you've understood. Okay, Denzel has asked me to repeat. So basically, imagine Agile, then there is Scrum, Under Scrum, we are discussing about Scrum Guide. I'll try to take another session towards the end, after the classes end, so that when you are preparing yourself for the exam, or if you are applying for any jobs, these things should be on the top of your mind, because they talk this language. How much velocity have you delivered in the previous sprints, all of that, right? So you should be familiar with the verbiage. Sprint is essentially a time box. Okay, Jan 1st you start a project, Jan 15th you end sprint 1, Jan 15th you start something, you end on Jan 30th, which is sprint 2, right? Every 14 days is one sprint, or probably Jan 1st to Jan 14th, Jan 15th to Jan 28th is the second sprint. Likewise, you keep going till December 31st, right? Each they will bundle some sprints together also, and that bundling together is called as one iteration, right? Okay, so sprint 1 is, suppose it is termed as A1. Suppose a typical real life world looks like year 2025. You started on 1st of Jan, right? And A1, it is given as A1. Jan 14th it's supposed to end, so 25 A1, right? Jan 15th onwards it is 25 A2. Okay, after 5 iterations, it is 5 sprints. They have bundled, usually companies bundle it as one iteration, right? So after every 5 sprints, they have bundled it under one iteration. This is what my current company follows. The previous company also has followed a similar one. It can be different from company to company. When people are asking you for real life examples, probably you can cite this example. Okay, I'll try to remind these concepts to you towards the end of this program again, just so that you have it on your memory. You are well prepared for any interviews that you may face. Okay, so I'll not get into more details of this, but outline is, you should remember that Agile has different methodologies, just not these 6 that you're seeing on the board. There are 20 different methodologies, 20, more than 20. Try to do this as a homework. Please try to note down what are the different Agile methodologies. Okay, and every methodology teaches something significant, right? Scrum has these things like what are the roles, what are the ceremonies. These are called ceremonies, meaning daily Scrum. Every morning, each sprint has 14 days. That's right. The sprint is fixed for 2 weeks. Each sprint has 14 days. That is right, Nishant. So out of 14 days, weekends are usually gone, right? So Saturday, Sunday, most of the project-based environment people do not work. So Monday to Friday, or some sprints start midweek. Wednesdays they start on Wednesdays, right? It ends not the following Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. So it is essentially 10 working days, Nishant. Okay, so we'll, I think I'll bring this up in greater detail as we progress, but know that Scrum has a Scrum guide. If possible, it's a free download. Try to download it from Google. Okay, it's called Scrum Guide. Okay, I'm just putting it on the chat. If possible, I'll try to drop a link if I can. You can download this from Google. Anyone who cannot access it, just let me know, because I cannot technically post the links here. Just Google Scrum Guide. It should be somewhere around 16, 17 page. It is free of cost. It's provided by Scrum Alliance. Okay, just take a quick glance at it. Okay, it tells about what are the roles, like I mentioned, product owner, Scrum Master, development team. It talks about what are the ceremonies, daily Scrum, there is sprint planning, there is sprint review, there is sprint retrospective. There are 4 types of events that happen in the Scrum based environment. Okay, there is a daily Scrum every morning, 15 minutes. It is time boxed to 15 minutes, right? And how many people should be there in a development team is also prescribed there. Not more than 10 people, not less than 3 people. Okay, that 3 includes product owner, scrum master, and the development team. There should be one more person, right, who is actually doing the work, right? Any questions so far? regarding Scrum. I know it can be overwhelming given the scope of the class. I'll try to discuss this in greater detail in the sessions to come. But just to get a feel of what a real life world looks like, right? There are different Scrum teams, right? Because imagine you are, say, building a car, right? Someone is working on building the engine, someone is working on building the steering wheel, someone the software, right? The navigation maps, all of that is software. Someone is building the seats, right? Aesthetics, how interior should look like. Imagine one Scrum team of 10 is working on building an engine, someone is working on working the the wheels, someone has after a couple of iterations, both have brought their products together to assemble, because without assembling you cannot launch the car in the market, right? So imagine the wheel is of a very small size and the engine is this big. Would that fit into a car? Would it make a car at all? Or imagine a human being with a big head and a small trunk, right? So in your head you are actually building the product, but I'm not able to see the chat. Okay, but you should also know prototyping. Basically, you should also know what is the size of the of the product that you're building, right? Exactly, in software world also the same thing happens. For instance, someone is trying to, I want you to build a horse, okay? And in your head you're thinking it is 30 feet, or it is 20 feet, or it is wooden, or it is made of iron, right? What is the purpose of building that horse? How many of you know this Trojan War, guys? Trojan War, the war was launched. All of the army goes inside the horse, and that's, yeah. So if you can relate to the story, the horse was built to carry the army to the you know enemy's territory, right? So when you're building something there can be a lot of chaos. Right now, I'm trying to take you all holding the hand. All of imagine we're all holding the hand, and I'm having a mental visual that we're all walking together, right? But probably someone is not walking with me, right? They feel that they're walking with me, but they're still behind, or someone is ahead of me, right? So the pacing is important, which is why I'm checking, are you with me? Similarly, a software, while you build a software product also, there is something called as prototyping. That's another technique that we'll be learning in business analysis formally, where I'll try to explain more models. But imagine I wanted to build a Trojan war horse, and you're coming up with a small horse where it looks like this. Can you all see the size of this horse? If I'm building this horse, is it of any use? Right? This is what happened with one of the biggest failures in the globe has seen is Obamacare. Right? There is a healthcare plan that was launched in the US back in, I think, 2013. There was they tried to do a big bang launch after building it for 5 years. Right? 4 or 5 years, relentlessly they tried designing a health insurance plan for all the Americans across the US. Okay, 5 years, very good. A lot of effort put in, millions of dollars, trillions of dollars have gone in. Big bang launch, it failed. It failed. Simple. The portal did not launch, right? So imagine the kind of efforts that went in. They failed at one thing. They were not iterative, right? They followed a waterfallish approach, right? After that, the emphasis towards testing has increased by numerous folds, because unless you are testing each of the fragment, for example, you're building engine, right? You test if it is actually working or not. You are building a wheel, you try to actually do a stress test of whether it can sustain the roads in summer, roads in winter, does it slide? right? You're doing a stress test of all those things, right? Just bringing it, assembling it together, launch, you sell the car, what will happen, right? So you should do a check of each of the activities that you're doing. Okay, so this is how a Scrum philosophy has been coined. A specific methodology has been designed so that people come together while building a product together. Okay, now I'll try to briefly explain how a product life cycle is different from a project life cycle. Okay, so a product life cycle has, say, different phases here. So it starts with idea generation, right? So any product should start with ideation. There should be an idea what product should to be built, right? It starts with that. As soon as we get the idea, what would be the next thing, next logical thing, guys? When you get an idea, take taking this training as an example. Someone told you, or you realize that you should become a business analyst. What did you do? What was the next logical step that you have done? Discovery, planning, how to execute. Nice. Okay. Research. Nice. Research, identification. Very nice. Okay. True. So discovery phase, right? So basically, discovery and invention, you guys are, I'm sure you all know the difference between invention and discovery. Something that did not exist in the past, you are trying to find out is an invention. Something that already exists and you're trying to unleash or unfold is a discovery, like finding uh, Vasco da Gama, discovered uh, India, right? So that's a discovery. So, okay, ideation, going back to the topic, you will do something called as feasibility testing, right? You got an idea, for example, to anything, right? So you want to start a company. Okay, you are right now studying, say, BTech, second year or third year. Can you do it today itself? Or you are, say, right, you cannot do it, right? Or you are a 30-year-old individual married with a small kid. Okay, the kid has to be put in the school, right? You want to start a company leaving your job. Can you do it today? You you are essentially cutting your bread and butter, right? You cannot do it. So you should check your feasibility. For instance, take this as an example. You wanted to pursue this, not practical, as simple as, so feasibility. Before you jump into execution, there should be essentially a feasibility phase. This is really important. Many people they brag, or they say that, at the moment I got that idea, I jumped on it, right? So you should check. Correct, exactly. It's doable or not. Feasibility gives you a pulse of whether something is doable or not, right? Given your resources, time, money, can you pay for the course? Can you take aside 2 hours just for the training? After this training, can you take aside some time to reflect, right? So all of these are essentially important, guys. So we were at feasibility. Development, right? So basically, very good. Thanks for doing the feedback. If you have any scope for improvement, so see, the class has a varied strength here. I'm trying to keep things simple, but in case you want me to increase the pace or decrease the pace, or any specific changes, you're more than welcome to drop it in the feedback, guys. Okay. I can take it at any pace, right? So I can go faster, or I can go slower, or I can give more examples. I can wait, but I'm considering a class at large. Okay, for anyone who feels you have more questions, there are portals where you can post those questions on the Simplilearn platform. You can directly reach out to Amal here itself on the chat, or they'll guide you to the links. He'll post it there. You can leave your comments there. Okay, so going back quickly, in last 15 minutes, I'll try to cover product life cycle and project life cycle. So you get an idea, you do a quick feasibility study, and then you try to actually develop the product, right? Right. So product development is the most important phase in the product development. Many people think life cycle involves only development. No, there is an idea, there is a feasibility, then you actually start developing the product. A software product is slightly different from other products in a way where the development is incremental and iterative. Okay, where you're trying to first develop an MVP only. For example, you're trying to build a you're manufacturing biscuits, okay, bourbon biscuits, right? A small packet, which costs $1 or say 10 rupees in INR, right? So can you build one biscuit and sell it in the market? You cannot do, right? No, you cannot do. So you should say a particular 100 grams of biscuits you have to manufacture, complete the actual surfacing. You should also have graphic logos printed on the wrapper, right? Wrap it properly, package it properly, and then only then you can sell it, right? Versus how many of you know pani puri? Pani puri is a Indian snack savory. Are you guys aware of this dish? Golgappa, right? Right? So I'm sure many of my friends who are girls, usually they prefer this Golgappa in the evenings. My family also keep asking for oh, this is let's go for, boys usually prefer chai, tea, and girls want this pani puri. Okay, so going back, you need not, suppose there are six puris in a plate, you need not essentially serve all the six at once. What will happen if pani is put in each of the puri, right? If all the six is served at once, everything gets soggy, right? By the time you eat the sixth one, what happens? It breaks, isn't it? Can you relate with this, guys? Right? So it doesn't make sense to put, it has to be served one by one, as simple as that. So software product also, MVP is minimal viable product. Remember this jargon, a minimal viable product, right? So do that small minimal thing where you can launch it in the market, right? So agile world, most of the time it operates on this. They try to build a product with small MVP, which means, for example, take the going back to that example where pani puri. I don't know if everyone can relate. Sorry if you cannot relate. I can show some images if you want, where for example, you put some kind of potato, right? You add some onion pieces into it. So you have to prepare yourself enough for the first puri itself, to serve the first puri, then the second one, then the third one. Similarly, in a software world also, MVP can be launched and business can get going, right? There can be bugs that come in, right? So you will try to fix those bugs as you go. Bugs is something which is malfunctioning aspect, right? Something that is not functioning up to the mark, right? So you keep improving those bugs, parallelly build on new incremental features. Okay, that's precisely product development. I'll give you an example of, for example, insurance product. Right. Is it like will be delivered in phases? Yeah, correct. Exactly, Lina. So basically, MVP is the bare minimum product that can be launched, right? For example, the biscuits example that I gave, there can be a pack of biscuits also, right? But MVP is one biscuit packet itself. You can sell it as is. If you want to club five biscuit packets together in a nice bundling, you get for New Year or Christmas or Diwali time, you get a nice gift wrap, right? So that also can be done. But MVP is a complete product which can be launched. You can do some kind of improvements later on, right? Software product is different in that way. Before launching, you should be enough prepared, right? You should release some kind of like whoever is selling it. What about testing? So uh, testing and MVP. So everything has to be done in a software product. MVP is a product itself, right? You are doing development, you are doing testing, you are crossing each of the phase. I'll bring up tomorrow, I'll bring up a software development life cycle. Okay, today I'm discussing product life cycle. I'll also touch upon project life cycle. Tomorrow I'll bring up a slide where does the development start, what would be the next phase of development. Okay, Shweta, we'll talk a bit more. Yes, testing, to answer your question, testing is included. Development, pre-launch, all the people who are selling that product or end users have to be aware that this product is coming through. Suddenly out of the blue, if you push a product onto the end user or the customer, there is a difference between end user and the customer. These two are important, different stakeholders, right? So I'll define what it is as per BABOK, but they all have to be sensitized. They all have to be trained enough to accept the product. Without prior preparedness, if suddenly someone comes from behind and push you, you will find a sudden jerk, right? So to to prepare yourself, a pre-launch training is needed, right? Similarly, you will after all these things, you will launch the product, right? When you launch a product, you should also make sure, for example, Microsoft. How many of you know the products of Microsoft, guys? What products does Microsoft have? Micro Excel, Word, Outlook, Azure, Visio, PowerPoint, right? All these are PowerPoint, right? So all these are products of Microsoft, right? When you actually launch a product, you should also make sure that your own product is not eating away your own product line. For example, Microsoft gets $100 of revenue from different products, say five different products: Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Azure. Okay, these are the five products. 10% comes from Word, 10% Excel, 10% PowerPoint, uh, 10% from sorry, 50% from Azure, and there was one more that I just mentioned, right? So Visio, right? So when revenue is flowing in these particular categories, Visio is nothing but an extension to few existing tools. Visio is a tool which visualizes. Uh, you can do it very well on PPT also, isn't it? Can you do whatever work is being done on Visio to a reasonable extent on PowerPoint? Can you do it? Has anyone tried that? You can actually do stuff on PPT also, but when you're launching a new product, you should make sure that your own product is not eating away your other product. Okay, this is also important. Along with, you should have a vision for cannibalizing the market share. For example, Microsoft has a product called Azure, Amazon has a cloud product called AWS, Google has Google Cloud, there is a Pivotal Cloud by Dell. There are a hell lot of other companies which also provides cloud related services, right? So at one point, AWS was occupying 45% of the market share, and a small portion was Microsoft Azure. After 2020, post pandemic, Microsoft Azure has grown without leaps and bounds because they're already existent in most of the systems, right? All of us mostly use Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Edge, all these things in our real life. So it was very easy for people to adapt the cloud technology, right? So the reason why I'm mentioning this is launch has to be very well planned. Pre-launch, insider, you should do all these things before you actually face the market. Okay. And all right, once you have launched it, very good. Every product dies a natural death, ideally, right? If you're not paying attention, uh, the emphasis shifts on something else, right? And there is a growth phase. Like basically, it's a graph. Visualize a graph where something is raising, it reaches a point of saturation, it will stay there for a while, and then it drops. There is a decline phase also. And then you have to plan the withdrawal of the product from the market also. Okay. So when you write down in your notes, you can write these steps. Product withdrawal. Okay. So many products try to improve itself. So there is no, in software world, there is no legitimate withdrawal, right? But for more tangible products, you get to see this, right? So this is essentially product life cycle. I'll also touch upon, if you have already written these things, I'll try to erase and bring it up here. Or maybe I'll open another board. Project life cycle is nothing but it starts with initiating, right? And then there is initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and controls, closing. These are the essential 5 phases of a project life cycle. Okay. How is this different? So now you have seen what product life cycle is. Every phase can be a project. Ideation itself can be a project. Feasibility testing itself can be a project. Development itself is a very big project. There can be multiple projects within development itself. It's like planets revolving around the sun and each of the planet rotating amongst itself, right? So every phase is a project. Are you with me, guys? Right? So every phase of a product itself is a project. There is an initiating. When you develop a project, when you develop a product, there is an initiating. There is a careful planning that is done. There is, execution when you actually start doing work, right? And then when you're actually doing, you should keep checking, monitoring and controls. You should keep monitoring your work. In a software world, execution is called as development, right? Someone is writing the code, that's execution. Someone who is testing, right, manual or automation, they actually monitor that work. You will not wait for 3 months or 1 year to for the whole code to develop, right? One day, or a certain fragment of a software code is written, the testers do monitor, or developers themselves also monitor, and if there are any bugs they try to fix it. That's called controlling, right? And then once it is all of it is done, they close it and they define a release date. Tomorrow, when I bring up the software development lifecycle, we'll talk a bit more about project lifecycle in detail in software world, right? So this is how essentially a project lifecycle looks like. Closing is also essentially important. Many people leave it abruptly. What tasks are included in closing is something like uh, documentation, right? Repository maintenance. You have done a great job. 2 years, a very big project has been executed, implemented, launched, successful, very nice. But right, this right. So closing should include all those repository building. If you leave to a different company, or if a newcomer is joining the company, would you explain this 2 years work sitting for 2 more years? It's a joke to do that, right? So you should document all of those. You should store it in a specific place where people can access it. You should give access to only those people who has to access it. All those things come under closing, guys. Okay, as a part of project management life cycle, right? So initiating, there is a project chatter that's created. Again, I'm just giving you a outline of things. You are not expected to remember or process logically if it is making sense. This is the lens that you're supposed to look at today. This is a step or a sequence that is provided by project management book of knowledge, body of knowledge, which is a different body. Okay, but essentially these are the things. Project chatter is something, a formal document. All these are free resources, guys. If you want to see how a project chatter looks like, just write down and sample project chatter. Just type this and take a look at it while we are talking, right? This is the kind of homework parallel you can do. It highlights the high level scope of a project. Okay. And it also highlights who are the sponsors for this, who is the business sponsor, who is the IT sponsor. All of that is written along with the timelines, right? It starts, for instance, I'll take the same example, Jan 1st to December 31st. You start a project in Jan, and there are phases, right? Like I mentioned, 4 phases. First phase, what fragment or what feature is getting delivered, what is the release date, all of that is mentioned. There are signatures of sponsors, right? Business sponsor signs, IT sponsor signs. That's how a project charter looks like. Okay, for those who are already working in the capacity of business and as a business analyst, you would know this. Okay, this is like an approval document. Without this getting signed, you cannot start a project. So when I say or write the exact word and do your own homework, because I cannot cover uh, everything in this 36 hours, right? So I'm giving an outline. This is food for thought. Go back and please do your research. Okay, this is more of your homework than I'm just showing you that in this direction you'll have to think. Okay, planning. In planning, there is a project plan. Project charter is like hardly 1 or 2 page document which highlights just the high level details, right? I'll give you an example in an IT world, what sort of projects happen. If you're trying to build a mobile application or trying to add a specific feature to it, you will just highlight the scope, high level scope statement, right? I'll just give you a example. North American side like Denzel or Mohammed, whoever have joined from Western side of the world, you would be knowing there is a feature where you can deposit check from your mobile application, right? In India, as of now, it's not introduced, or in other countries, Middle Eastern countries, I haven't seen that feature yet. But imagine this is the feature banks are trying to uh, build, right? So for that, what do you have to incorporate in your mobile application, right? One, a customer has to log into the mobile banking app. So this is a sequence of activities, right? So you have to enable the login first thing. Once you're logged in, you have to navigate to the right portal where there is an option for mobile check deposit, right? And then you have to add 2 screenshots. I'll take this as a case study and discuss in detail, but I'm just telling you what could be the high level steps that can be included in a project plan, right? Screenshot 1 is the front side of the check. Screenshot 2 is the back side of the check. And then you fill in the amount, check number, and then deposit. The bank verifies with the other bank if it is a legitimate check in 3 days, and it deposits in your bank account. Okay, and the source account is deducted, the beneficiary account is credited. These are the nature of transactions that happen. Along with that, they ask you to preserve the check for a certain period of time, 6 months or so that in case there is an audit that happens, you're supposed to preserve the check. So this is the flow. All of this is a feature in itself. Do you think clicking a photo will suffice for the project? It sounds very simple, but logging into the mobile app and clicking a photograph where in the bank will get thousands of hundreds of thousands or more than that, where would they store all these pictures in JPEG format or wherever? They need to create a cloud platform in the backend, right? So all of these you'll have to be prepared. The bank has to prepare itself to handle all these requests. So all of those are features in itself. All of those are included in the project plan. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to this project plan. Where were we? Where were we? Can you please remind me quickly? We were talking about the check deposit planning, right? So imagine this feature, right? Would it be helpful for you guys? Ideally, if you receive a check, suppose you get your salary as a check every month. Imagine you have to take a half day off to walk into the bank, deposit the check, then wait for 3 days for the credit to reflect, then pay off your rent. How hassle is this? How much hassle is this? Right? So you are trying to reduce the hassle. What is the specific thing called? It's a business problem that you're trying to address, right? So for anyone who is coming from non-IT also, why is this IT platform being built. All of this is being done as a part of business, right? Business comes first. IT, HR, legal, all of these are support functions. The intent or essence of any business is profit making, right? Any business. Can you define what is business, guys? Quick. What do you think is the intent of any business? Nobody has done business here so far. Profit, right? Making profit, growth and profit, right? Revenue generation, correct. One in the previous batches, someone was saying, first let me get a job, then I'll think of business. What are you talking? Right. So yeah, we will reach there. The world is changing big time. Many people prefer a gig-based world now, especially the Gen Z Spocks, right? They don't want a boss. They don't want a 9 to 5 sort of a setup. They feel like they're in a prison. So world is changing big time. In the next 5 years, you'll see many changes to the way we work. So be prepared for anything that comes your way. It is all to ease up. If you have a family function or 1 hour appointment to take your mom to hospital or whatever, remote work does permit. At the same time, gig-based world, if you're getting enough money on your plate, if money is flowing, why would you work under someone, right? So things are changing. Well, I'll not deviate. I'm seeing some comments here. Generate revenue, which is exactly right. So thanks for taking the question. So the intent of any business is profit, generate revenue, increase the revenue, right? As you go down the line. What Nilesh has asked, what is exactly work role of business analyst, and can we think business analyst is analyzed? I'll answer that question. I'll bring up after the break. I'll bring up the definition of business analyst, Nilesh. Okay, Nihal, providing service and earning profit. That's right, Nihal. Building brand. True. Many people today, especially in India, if someone has started working at 22, 23, whenever you graduate from your colleges, there is a fear that can I ever buy land or an apartment starting at this point in time? There were times when land was much affordable. How many of you have this fear? You're working, but can I ever buy a property? Do you all fear this, or are you confident that you have already purchased? Right? So surprisingly, it will take time. Yeah. So we can buy. Basically, cities are expanding, right? Tier one cities are expanding. Unfortunately, tier two cities are also citing the same costs, right? 1 acre is whatever one CR, or 1 CR has become like 10 lakh, right? So even other side of the world right now, recession is in place. Officially, they haven't announced, but whenever there is extra money in the economy, they try to suck money out of economy. That's what it's a corrective measure which is happening now. But all of us are traveling with similar fear. Many people are getting into startups for wealth creation. Like someone has rightly mentioned, uh, I interact with a lot of startup enthusiasts. I was initially thinking they are passionate about what they're doing, right? So I am one such enthusiast. I have spent good number of years in insurance. I wanted to do something in insurance space, insurtech company. I was working on all those models. But many people do it for brand creation, right? If you invest, say, 3 years of your time, say 10 CR of or 10 mil of 10 million money, and someone comes and says, I'll buy it for 300 mil, right? So out in 3 years or 5 years span, exponentially you grow, right? So which is one of the major reasons why people are going for startups. We're in metro cities like Pune, 1 BHK goes, yeah. So back then, these rare prices like Pune, I've known where Koregam Park, Kalyan Nagar, all those were much affordable. Even around Amanora, there was nothing 10 years back, Nilesh, 2014, 15 time. Urban. Yeah. So coming back to the topic, I want to share a lot of insights with you guys. Initial classes, I have this room to discuss a lot of things. You can pick those things which are useful for your interviews. You can cite these examples whenever you're talking to people, right? So you have to make your conversations more interesting when you present yourself. right? So pick these things, pick those specific examples, take a note. You need not write the whole stance, but you can probably write one word. You can use these things in your interviews, right? Why would someone create wealth? Or there were stereotypical questions where where would you foresee yourself in 5 years in interviews? Does the interviewer itself know where does he or she stand in 5 years? Nobody knows. It's just the situation that you have to cross, right? So, be prepared for those answers. I'll go back to the track planning. Project plan uh, lists out all the features in greater detail, right? Phase one, how many people are needed? A solution architect is needed, a project manager is needed. People who execute resources like Lena is a QA tester. So without development, why would a tester be onboarded onto a project, right? So initially you'll onboard development leads who will judge and decide how many developers are needed at what phase of project life cycle. Imagine a number line where Jan 1st to December 31st. On Jan 1st, three people are sitting. Solution architect, who is like the Brahma of the company. I don't know if you know who Brahma is. Basically, they design the architectural structure of anything. If it's a constructing a building, you know who an architect is, right? So they create a blueprint. They create a plan, right? So similarly, software world has someone called a solutions architect creator. That's right, right? So they create this plan ground up, right? And then there is a development lead who actually assists in how many developers are, how much effort is needed at what phase of project life cycle, right? And then there is a project manager, right? So this project manager has set timeline, what is happening, how it is happening. That's right, Rupali. So project manager knows how many phases this project is being delivered. Do we have all the approvals in place, right? Like I mentioned yesterday, scope will be taken care by the business analyst, all the requirement gathering, all of those. Anything else apart from the scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource management, vendor management, integration management, all of those are taken care by the project manager, right? So he or she has to ensure that all the approvals are in place. If you are sticking to the schedule, any slightest deviation, you should raise a red flag, right? Red, amber, green kind of reporting is to be done to the senior leadership. If something, suppose we try to wind up this topic by 8 o'clock, if we are crossing it, that means it is a red, right? Or 5 minutes before it, if it is likely to be completed or not, we'll know. If it is not likely to be completed, it is amber. Amber is yellow, right? So those kind of color coding is given when you are tracking projects. Okay, that's how a real life project environment looks like. Okay, now going back, Gantt chart is a timeline of things. Okay, so Jan 1st to December 31st, like what is to be delivered in the first month, first 15 days, who is needed, what fragment of the project is being targeted in the first 15 days, next 15 days. When I say 15 days, sprint wise also. Okay, and then the scope and the budget, as I mentioned, the what is to be done is the scope of the project, right? In how much time it has to be done and how much money it has to be done. They haven't mentioned about the time here. Time is a critical component, right? Communication, of course, you will not communicate the same piece of information exactly the same with everyone, right? There is a world above you, there is a world below you, there is a world at par with you, right? The world above you is one level up is your manager, multiple levels up is senior leadership. For instance, someone asks you to give a report, who is a vice president or senior vice president at a very high level, and there is a team under you, right, who should know what's happening because everyone is working. You, as a senior business analyst or a project manager, is trying to cascade some information, whatever has happened. What changes? How are these two different? A report to vice president, can it be the same as a report to people who are under you, meaning whoever are actually doing work, foot soldiers? Can it be the same, guys? No, right? What's the difference? A vice president will not have time, right? Their senior leadership team. Yeah, Lina, go on. Just type your question there. Uh, a vice president has hardly, yeah, so they just need a high level. They might have 30 seconds of time or 1 minute of time, right? So why would they spend an hour or so to read through whatever you have written? So you have to crystallize, give a gist of what happened during that 1 week or what is the traction of the project, right? There are parallel teams that you're working, right? You belong to one team. Within the same team, you might communicate more details. It's like family setup, guys. Basically, you will not tell, for example, you're preparing for CBAP exam, right? Your family members might know, right? Extended relatives, you'll not go and say that I'm preparing for CBAP. I have today's class, this is covered. You'll not say all these details, right? Tomorrow, if you fail, they'll laugh at you, right? So, how many of you have experienced this? You will not communicate the same piece of information exactly the same to everyone. So, I'm getting what's the difference between planning and execution? Both look similarly, and I'll take this question. So, planning and execution, basically, in planning, you're not doing work, right? In planning phase, you're actually planning. For example, you have signed up for this program. You are planning to take aside 2 hours of your life every day for attending this training. That is planning. Executing is actually sitting in the class, right? You're actually doing so. Yeah, so the tasks look similar. Project plan in execution phase, you're actually executing that plan. Okay, in execution, you're actually making that Gantt chart and tracking that Gantt chart. Task dependencies also is similar, right? Like I mentioned, who are the cross-functional teams? Do you understand what a cross-functional team is? Parallelly, there can be, like I mentioned yesterday, Scrum. There are different Scrum teams, right? Under 10, someone is building an engine, someone is building wheels, someone is building interiors, right? So you have to essentially talk to all those guys to understand what is the dependency. Planning is on paper and execution is reality. That's absolutely right, Nilesh. Well put. Collaboration, right? So how frequently do you collaborate? Sometimes, many at times, we feel, suppose 9 hours work day, 1 hour take aside for lunch. In 8 hours, many people sit in meetings for 4 to 6 hours a day. When will you do things then? Right? This is one of the challenges that most of the employees face. If you are repeatedly talking to people constantly, cross-functional teams, alignment, many people end up losing a lot of time in meetings. Okay, telling the same thing to different teams. Racy, we haven't reached there, Sheetal, yet, so I'll discuss. Racy is basically responsible, accountable, consulted, informed, right? So amongst the stakeholders that you have, right? Take example as your own relatives, right? You are a family of suppose four. You have a sibling. There is a family where there is a mother and father. You are not responsible. There are extended relatives and there are friends and others, colleagues, work colleagues, right? So you'll not put everyone under the same zone. Racy is you're responsible for a few people, right? In case your parents grow old, probably you're responsible to take care of their well-being, right? If you have kids, you're responsible to put them to school and see if they're walking in the right direction in terms of ethics, right? What you teach is dharma and what they follow is karma, right? You can't control their karma, but right. So that is being responsible. Accountable is if you are a student, for example, you're pursuing this, your parent has paid for this course. You are accountable, right? You have to go back, say how the classes are going on. There is an interest of the person who is doing this for you. So you're accountable to them. Consulted, there can be someone who is walking ahead of you in this game. Someone who is a senior business analyst 5 years ahead of you or 10 years ahead of you. You will take their inputs. You're consulting them, right? Not essentially that you have to follow what they said. We will talk. I get this a lot of times. Why would you ask for my opinion if you're not implementing it? asking for an opinion is to, we, our human minds can think of only one tangent, right? Like today, probably I'll think only in terms of monetary terms. For example, I'll not think about the timeline. Okay. Someone else, if I'm talking to, probably they'll be mindful about timelines. You want to pursue higher studies in the US, for example. You forget the recession part, you forget the unemployment part, and you're trying making your plans, right? When you talk to someone, you get to hear this, right? So your your mind is actually tapping on other things which you should not miss out on, right? That's the reason you consult. Informed is something where once you get once you clear CBAP, probably there are friends and family members on LinkedIn. You have made a huge professional network. You are just informing them, right? So that's the difference between Sheetal. Did you get an answer for what Tracy matrix is? I didn't intend to take this question, but because you brought it up, I'm just okay. All right. Rupali said, in planning, we decide what task to be done, and in execution, we do the task. Exactly, right. In planning is on the paper, you decide, right? This is to be done, that's to be done. In planning, you'll not do things exactly, but in execution, you're actually doing that thing. Like I mentioned, you're actually attending this class. This is executing, right? Planning is when you decide, I need to attend this training. That is planning. Nilesh, we do many errors and corrections during planning, but in execution, not allow any single error. It's not affordable. That's right, Nilesh. Yeah. In planning, um, there is no way we can do errors because you're not actually executing work. You're doing the feasibility, right? Uh, on the paper itself, you can strike off a lot of things, right? So yeah. So if you call it errors, yeah, corrections, right? So you can correct your plan. All right, going back, I'll try to wind the slide up in the next 15 minutes, and then bring up software development lifecycle also. Project, have you seen the difference between planning and execution now? There is a project plan that is being executed. You're actually doing work, right? Gantt chart also, there is a timeline where you're tracking each of the project activities. Is it as per plan? Green, amber, red is displayed there. You have to actually do that color coding as a project manager. That's actually not the job of a business analyst. I'm just highlighting the difference. If someone says this is your job, you need to know what are your job duties. Okay, it has to be clear. You need to be clear what is the business analyst task and what is the project manager's task. If you are doing it out of the blue, it can be a favor or it can be agreed upon, right? Task dependencies. As I mentioned, there are cross-functional teams who are building on the same project, who are working on the same project on a different feature. Example being someone building engine is different from building the interiors of a car. They need to talk to each other, right? So those are the kind of dependencies. In a software world, if someone is building the check deposit kind of an example, they need to talk to the cloud computing team, release management team, change management team. Reason why they have to do that is they have to make sure that there are no other hiccups from the backend standpoint. Multiple dependencies. Everyone has to be sensitized about what you're doing, right? Because it impacts their work also. Right, we'll talk about synergism, antagonism a bit more because any piece of task that you do would impact your team and cross-functional teams also. There were instances when a code has broken, some intern went to Microsoft and the whole Microsoft did not work for one day. Did you hear this? I think in the last 6 months this has happened, 6 months or 1 year back, right? Yeah. So it's just not you. You need to you need to be cognizant of how your work would impact others. You imagine this is like a extended family, right? You as a family member do something, it would impact your family name also, right? Someone who's your siblings, they would be addressed. Okay, this person, if you're doing really good, that also impacts. If you're doing bad, it'll impact even more, right? Same way as a part of team also, you need to be mindful. If you're building a feature, everyone should know and it should not crack down their code. Or synergism is something where 1 plus 1 is more than 2. It can be 3, it can be 10. Okay, this is often used in pharmaceutical industries. Even pharmaceutical industries, initially they used to do drug trials physically, right? Now in a software itself, they're trying to do a molecular study. Chemical composition is mixed on the software and checking the outcome there itself. Right now, AI is actually enhancing the way things are being done in pharmaceutical space also. Right, that's called synergism. The extended output, people more attracted when you're down. Yeah, exactly. Everyone, I don't know why people are more interested when there is a fight. They stop everything that they do. They're more inquisitive. They go see what's happening there. I don't know what fun they get, but anyways, so it is what it is. Where was I? Synergism, right? So synergism is a thing where it amplifies uh, your energies, right? For instance, in a marriage, if a husband and wife are coming together, their energies have to essentially complement and increase the output, right? In some setups where there are two people, the combined output is less than two, right? Because one person pulls the other person back, right? That's antagonism. Even in teams, that happens. One team is trying to complete the project within time. There are other teams who will come try to drag the project. Both are not wrong. Actually, project is a temporary endeavor, like we mentioned. They have a fear of losing jobs, right? Very often you'll see this. People try to drag projects. They give more estimates than needed. If a piece of task takes 4 hours, they say 8 hours or 6 hours, right? It is okay to keep a buffer because there can be ad hocs that are coming in. So you are pulled into a meeting randomly, or you are documenting something, the quality is taking longer time, right? Uh, there can be reasons like this, but that's how a real life corporate world looks like. So you need to protect your own interests, at the same time perform the role that is given to you, right? You have to justify the role. Okay, collaboration. I think you got a reasonable pulse of what execution is. Monitoring and control. While you're these are not independent activities, guys. If all these are interfabricated, while you're executing, you are supposed to do monitoring and controls also. Okay, you're trying to check your work. I'll bring up the slide of what is this? You are able to see my slide, right? I'm displaying initiating planning. Yeah, okay. Monitoring and control is like executing is like development. Monitoring and control is something a QA does, right? So even a developer does a self check of things, right? So that's sort of controlling. Project stand-up, status reports, KPIs, key performance index. KPI stands for key performance index. There are a few things which are important to you. End of the day, as I mentioned, IT is a part of business, right? Without a business problem or an opportunity or a need, why would you initiate something just for fun? It's not like doing a window shopping, right? A good to have feature or nice to have feature. A few must haves have to be delivered before going to nice to haves, right? If you're applying for a business analyst role, there are five must haves. Must have 3 years of experience, must have a knowledge on building, working on Jira, Confluence. These are must haves. Nice to have says good to have ServiceNow exposure, good to have a CBAP, right? What would you focus on first? Must haves or nice to haves? If there are 5 pointers in must have, right? Yeah. And if there are 5 pointers in nice to haves, of course you will tick in the box all the must haves first. It only makes sense, right? And in those must haves also, what would be the thing which is of the highest value? For example, Scrum related certification takes only 2 days, right? And if it is under must haves, and CBAP training takes 2 months, which one would you pick first? And if the value is the same, I'm just giving a random example. Of course, Scrum, right? Like 2 days, but it is very expensive, $1,500 or $1,000 sort of a thing. It's just like a degree to flaunt. There is nothing much in done in this 2 days. You need to have detailed knowledge of what you're doing when you face real life. Just talking superficially will not fetch a job anymore. Gone are those days, right? So you will do that bare minimum, which gives it's like Pareto. Any 20% of the things add 80% weightage, right? Right, 2 months I prefer if I am a beginner. Yeah, so 2 months. Yeah, so even for experienced people, anything that you want to learn in greater detail, it takes time, right? So, yeah, so this is what it is. I spoke about synergism. I spoke about antagonism. Um, I spoke about KPIs, key performance index. So, from a business standpoint, top line and bottom line are important. Both are equally important. Or some companies, at one point in time, they prioritize top line. What's the difference between top line and bottom line? Top line is the size of the company, right? If you are, say, selling biscuits and chocolates, okay, by selling a biscuit packet you get out of $10, you save, say, $5. Okay, on chocolates you save only $3, right? So you have to sell more of biscuits to be more profitable, which is the bottom line, right? You got this concept, right? To make more profit you have to sell more of biscuits. Okay, you have two products, you're making biscuits, you're making chocolates. Both are priced at, suppose the biscuits are priced at $10 a packet. Chocolates are priced at $15 a packet. Okay, biscuits you get a profit of $5 straight. Out of $10, $5 is your profit. Okay, chocolates you save $3, but the price of chocolate bag or box is $15. Okay, out of 10 you're saving 5, out of 15 you're saving 3. You got a picture? Now you're supposed to control. I'm seeing some questions. So now you have to control what is top line, what is bottom line. Top line is something that increases the size of the company, right? Size of the company will be increased with the ticket size. Ticket size of chocolate is 15, ticket size of biscuit is 10, right? To show that the company is big, what would you sell more? What would you sell more? Chocolates, right? Yeah, to increase the size of the company, because it's also important. You are one of the players, there are 10 different companies, the size of the company has to increase, right? For a brand name or whatever. So you have to sell chocolates to increase the size of the company. Not, you will not make good profit out of it. You are saving only $3 by spending $15, right? Yeah, same way, uh, on biscuits you're saving $5, right? You are spending only $10 and you're saving $5 out of it. You're making profit there, which is bottom line. So it is important for a company to focus on both. At that point in time, what do they want to focus on? If the intent of the company is to showcase a big top line, they would do that. If someone wants to do a bottom line, they do that. Okay, bottom line is profit, top line is size of the company, as simple as that. Now I'm seeing some questions coming up here. Divya says, but what if sale of chocolate is way more than biscuit? That's what you're supposed to control, Divya. You're supposed to carefully monitor. If you are, for instance, raising a kid, you want to love the kid, but at the same time you have to enforce discipline, right? You don't want to make a face, you don't want to make an angry face, still you have to make it. It's as simple as that. Right. General question, how can we get into BA job without 3 years of experience? Nihal, we'll talk about job towards the last classes that we deal with. Okay, we'll definitely look at a sample resume. We'll try to make your job ready. Okay. So if possible, can you please elaborate five must-haves? Rupali, uh, I just gave a random example, right? In case there are 5 must-haves and 5 nice-to-haves, I just gave an example. Take Pareto principle. If some activity would add 80% value to something, you would do that first, right? Why would you pick something which is of lesser value to begin with, right? Starting of the day, your mind is very active. You'll do those things which add more value to your life, right? Why would you do other things which are of lesser value? Actually, sir, profit matters as well as quantity. That's right, Nilesh. Yeah. Uh, that means top line profit intent is less when compared to bottom line. So these are two mutually exclusive things, Narinder. Top line and bottom line are mutually exclusive. Top line is to increase the size of the company, which is important when you're positioned in the market. How much market share are you taking? That's also important, right? Top line is taking the market share. Bottom line is what stays in your pocket. Very good. Outside, you're taking all the market share, but if nothing stays in your pocket, what is the fun? Synergism and antagonism, it's just an example that I gave, Sheetal. Synergism amplifies, uh, 1 plus 1 is more than 2, right? It amplifies each other. When two things, when two tablets are taken, sometimes, or two foods are taken, superfoods, right? The combined effect is much more than that. You get very active, right? Antagonism is where one reduces the pace of the other. They act against each other. The combined output is not even 2. Okay. So with that, I'll try to stop taking leading questions. Okay. Project stand-ups, KPIs I've discussed. Closure and completion. This is also very important because very good, you have done an activity, but you need to learn. There is always a learning, right? There is always a scope for improvement. There is always a scope for improving quality, right? So basically, you need to know, what went wrong, what went right, what changes can you bring in, all these things. For example, in the Scrum based environment, I was mentioning about daily Scrum, sprint planning, sprint retrospective, sprint review. I'll tell you what are the differences between these four. We spoke about daily Scrum. We'll talk about planning, review, and retro. But in retrospective, usually the team sits together and talks about what went well. They'll not talk about the actual work itself. They'll talk about the way work is done. For example, you're giving some feedback, right? In the feedback, probably you're saying that more examples have to be given in closure. Okay, that's a specific feedback talking about the subject itself. Okay, you're talking about the subject. But if you say the trainer's language is not understandable, right? He is talking at a greater pace, or probably you can comment anything about the way. Suppose he's presenting a screen, I'm just seeing that screen for a longer duration of time. I want the screen to change, or the lighting is bleak. All these things are other things which is not exactly the topic that you're talking about, but all the other ancillary things, right? So those things are discussed in retrospective, which is lessons learned. Okay, if you're dealing with a cross-functional team in a real life scenario, if you're dealing with a cross-functional team, there is some tough stakeholder. Okay, they respond after repeated follow-ups. That's a lesson learned. Next time onwards, you'll be more prepared before sending across work to them. There would be subtle nuances like, there is something called as influencing without authority. Okay, these are the days where nobody wants to be bossed over, right? Is someone here who wants a boss? Most of us do not want a boss, right? So you have to be able to influence people without without authority. You are not a boss, but still you have to control things, right? So before actually stepping into I have done this in my past life as a product manager, senior product manager, directly walking into a boardroom, putting across something that I will be discussing in the meeting. they come up with a shock and oh, we didn't know that this change is coming through. We are working on building a platform, and for example, I wanted some more features to it. Okay, this was the exact scenario. We are building a software platform. We walk into the meeting before all the stakeholders. When I'm telling the person to make a change, they get repulsive, right? So I see that, no, we were not expecting this. This will cost way more, whatever. But before walking to the meeting, on a coffee chat before walking into the meeting, I give a informal heads up that, hey, you know what, there is a change that's coming in. Expect a change. We are actually internally dealing with things, calculating if it is good to push this change, or we are evaluating, so that informally they're sensitized. Those informal conversations are really, really important. Many people get promoted because of those informal conversations itself. How many of you agree with me? They say buttering, uh, so in a repo. That's how we survive in this world today, right? I'm doing my work. I'm good at doing my work. I'll keep it to myself. No, it doesn't work. You have to showcase your work. You have to speak about it, right? So all these are lessons learned. As a team, you are supposed to know who is a difficult stakeholder. That is a lesson learned, right? So with this, I'll pause. I'll pause this project management process. I think I've given enough brief and examples. Okay, you have to gather requirements from all the stakeholders. Okay, whatever is needed to build this task. This is in a software world. If you're coming from non-IT environment, eh, I'll take building a car as an example. Okay, or constructing a building, right? So whatever is needed, if you are constructing a building, you need to take all the related approvals before you even start the project, right? There is RERA approval in India. If it is other side of the world, there are municipal approvals that are needed for water backup, sewer pipelines, right? Electricity. All of those have to be taken care of even before starting construction, or when there is a blueprint phase. You have to jot down the blueprint and then go to seek these approvals, which are mandatory, regulatory driven, because we're all operating under regulations, right? Those are external regulations. Internally within the company also, there are a certain set of rules or code of conduct that we operate in, right? So you are supposed to abide by those rules as well. So there are external rules which are regulatory levies. There are internal rules which the company has jotted for themselves, right? There is, for instance, you're supposed to store any file in a specific folder, right? You're supposed to limit access to everyone and provide access to only few people, right? When in the times of audit, you're supposed to expose only few files. These are the set of rules that internally a company jots down for themselves. Okay, so these are the regulatory side of things. Okay, so a business analyst, for instance, he or she walks into a team meeting on Monday. They go to the office. First thing that they do is attending the Scrum meeting. Imagine, for example, Jan 1st is a Monday. There are 4 ceremonies that I defined. Uh, I'm considering that we are working in an agile team. Okay, even if it is a waterfallish kind of a team meet in a meeting called stand up call. Okay, in an agile world, it is called as Scrum meet, daily Scrum. In waterfallish approach, it is called as daily stand up. Okay, so you walk into that meeting. The intent or essence of that meeting is to interact with the other stakeholders and give an update on what you're doing and understand what they're doing. And if there are any things that are road blockers, which is also called as impediments, which is stopping you from doing something. Okay, that is essentially a planning meeting. Sorry, the morning 15-minute time box or a stand up is called daily Scrum. But across the 2 week sprint that you are going to handle if it is a 2-week sprint? Yesterday, I discussed in greater detail about sprint. A planning meeting typically lasts for 2 hours. Okay, you need not go by the book. Some people wind it up in 1 hour or even lesser than that. You essentially discuss what is to be done in that sprint. Okay, in the 2-hour sprint. I'll give you a simile. For example, you as a family, Scrum team, ideally, I'll draw an analogy to a family. You are a family of 4, okay, and you have gone to a friend's buffet, for friend's wedding, where it is a buffet sort of a model. Okay, so all the dishes are displayed here. All the dishes which are to be consumed are displayed here on a big table here. Okay, and then there are tables for tables. Suppose there are 10 tables that are put up for each family. There are 10 families that are invited. Each family can have any number of people. It can be 4, it can be 7, it can be under 10. 10, they'll allocate a different table. Okay, so there are teams like there are round tables like this. In the center of the table, there is a plate. For example, in the center of the table, there is a plate here. Okay, and all the 4 of you are sitting, or all the 4 of you, for example, I'm bad with drawing on virtual mode, but just try to understand the intent. How a sprint works, what is a product backlog, what is a sprint backlog? This is what I'm trying to explain it to you guys. And where does business analyst stand in this whole environment? This is what I'm trying to explain. Okay, you have gone to a friend's wedding, a family invite. As a family of 4, you have gone there. There is a big buffet table where all the food items are served. In the center, there is a plate. So you as a family of 4 will take this plate and go to this buffet table, pick all those things that you want to consume. Okay, you pick salad, you pick desserts, you pick whatever carbs, proteins, whatever you want to pick. You will pick as a family of 4. What can you eat in 2 weeks' time? Okay, I'm just giving a simile, which is why it might sound weird, but whatever you can eat, you will bring it to the table. Okay, which is a central big table, central big plate. And now you have your own individual plates in front of you, and whatever you promise to eat, you will take in your individual plate and start consuming. With me so far, guys? Can you please give a quick yes? All right, perfect. Very good. So I'm just telling you, I'll draw an analogy and you can easily understand what Scrum is. Okay. This is a, okay, so now you have taken whatever you promised to eat and you will consume it. For instance, there are kids who say that I will eat this, but they'll end up not eating. Where will you put that? It'll end up on this plate again, right? Or you will start consuming because your kid has already brought something, right? Or change of mind or whatever, right? So it'll either remain here, then you will start picking those things and you'll try to consume, right? That's what typically happens. Now, in a Scrum based environment, this particular thing is called as a product backlog. Product backlog. Okay. And this plate that you see here is called as a, okay, how best to write this? This is called as a sprint backlog. Okay. If someone wants to take a screenshot of this, you can take, because it's tough to place these things there. I need to familiarize myself with this board. Okay, now I got it. Sprint backlog. What is a sprint backlog? This specific plate in the center is called as sprint backlog. Okay. These people who are sitting here are Scrum team members. Father is like the product owner, mother is like Scrum master, okay? And there are other family members also. It can be kids or it can be brother of the father or siblings of the mother. Whoever it is a part of the Scrum team, right? So anything that is to be done in a company, right, in an agile world, they'll try to stock up task one, two, three, four. All of this is put in a funnel. Okay. And this funnel, for example, you make a to-do list, right? I need to attend the class today in the morning or in the evening. After that, I'm supposed to take some notes for quick 15 minutes. I need to do a recap. Tomorrow morning, I'll have to wake up, freshen up, commute to the office. In the office, I need to carry lunch, so I need to be more prepared. So all the things that is to be done will be listed down here. Okay. And these are day-to-day things that I've mentioned, but for example, you have to pay the rent, you have to pay the EMI, you have to, uh, fix an internet connection to your home. All those to-do things are put up here. Similarly, in a company, for example, I'll give you the software example. A certain component has to be done. For example, the check development example that I gave, you're trying to talk to the cloud providers. You need to shop around for a bid, right? AWS, Amazon Web Services, you'll talk to Microsoft Azure Services, you'll talk to Google, you'll shop around for whatever are your requirements. It's not always the price, right? Sometimes it's also about the working comfort, right? Probably the company has a lot of budget. They want specific things to be done in a specific manner. All those things you will put it on under the backlog. Take bids from each of the cloud provider. Make sure the picture quality of the check is clear, for which you need to talk to the phone companies probably, right? It has to detect the exact barcode that's written on the check. All those are put up on the product backlog, which is put up here, which is the whole work to be done. The entire work to be done is put under product backlog. Okay. Now, you as a Scrum team, for example, you're building a car, all of the car components to be built is here. Okay, the headlights, the engine, the interior software, the seats that is to be, the trunk to be designed, right? The doors, all of that to be done is put up here. You as a family, for example, you're experts in building interiors. Okay, so you go to this product backlog, take whatever you can deliver in 2 weeks time, because you have decided that it is a 2 week sprint. I've told you that 1 to 4 is ideal, but in companies usually 99.99% of the time it is 2 week sprints, right? You bring to the table whatever you can deliver in 2 weeks, whatever work you can do in 2 weeks time during that sprint duration, right? All that work is stocked up here, right? And now there is a product owner, there is a scrum master, there are other development team members who makes the product backlog. It all starts with business need, as I mentioned, right? So this product backlog is ever emerging. Okay. In a bank, there would be deposits, there would be loans. These are the major two kinds of products, right? What is a income to the bank? What is usually the income to the bank? How would banks survive? Major income to the bank. Loans, exactly. Interest on loans. A loan is an asset to the bank because you're lending money and you're getting interest, right? Initial, if someone has taken a home loan so far, 20 years of loan tenure, first, I think 5 to 10 years, most of the money goes towards interest. Your principal, very minimal gets repaid, right? And to give that loan, you're supposed to collect deposits. Deposit is a liability to the bank, right? 50% of the time. Deposit, for example, you have $100. You go to the bank, you deposit that 100. They say we'll pay you 4%. So after 1 year, you will get $104, right? But on a loan, you lend it for a higher interest rate. Suppose 8% is the interest rate. So you borrow 100 for buying a home. You're supposed to pay back 108. And that too, initial days, you're paying only towards the interest component, right? So that is one business feature. For example, you're working on a loan product. And then there is a deposit product. For example, FD or RD, you're making some changes to the portals. Okay. Along with that, there are many other ancillary banking services like they sell insurance, they give letter of credit, they give bank guarantees. Like if there's import export, banks are there in they act as a middleman to give bank guarantees. They earn some commission. You can have a safe to store your locker, security locker, to have your gold or bank documents or whatever you want to save. If you are prone to theft, you can put it in the bank locker, right? So that is one service. You earn some money by renting out those lockers also, right? Multiple services of this sort. Agree with me? Like any other services you have taken from the bank, you can buy insurance, you can buy multiple things, right? So now all these features are put under this product backlog. Okay, you get a request from the loans team to build something, you put it here. You get a request from the deposits team, you put it here. You get a request from the insurance team, right? Someone is selling general insurance or attachment products. There are on the loan, you have to mandatorily have a insurance, right? Unless you have a great guarantee, someone acting as a guarantor. It's a push product. Every loan, you will have to take a mortgage insurance, right? So that is one product, right? There is a bank guarantee, there is, locker. All these features are in the product backlog. Now, what is of the most highest value? If by on a locker, if you're earning say $300 annually, okay, on a loan product you're earning say $30,000 annually, which one would you prioritize working on first? Of course, loans. It's a no-brainer, right? Right. So you will pick. So this backlog is termed as ever emerging. When you say ever emerging, this backlog, you have to prioritize and deprioritize very often. Today probably you're working on the loan product. Tomorrow probably, tomorrow meaning after that fragment is built, something related to deposit. For example, RBI, there are federal banks who control the operations, right? So in the US there is a federal bank. In Canada, I think every province has a different regulator. Financial Services Commission of Ontario, Alberta, there is a different one. British Columbia, there is a different one. Similarly, in India, there is Reserve Bank of India, right? So they control, they come up with some regulations. They say you'll have to maintain a specific log for the deposits. You have to, you have to deposit a certain component with the regulator. You have to show what you're doing with the deposits, because all these banks also rely on investment profit. Okay, probably you're not making good money on loans because the competition is cutthroat. What these guys do is deposits, whatever they collect here, they try to invest somewhere else. There are fund managers, right? There are fund managers who try to deposit these monies in other developing countries or within the other industries, because they can't keep sitting with this deposit money. That's the reason. If there is a fixed log tenure, you get higher interest rate, right? How many of you have taken FDs here? Have you ever used FD? Right? Yeah. So FD, if the tenure is lesser, you get lesser interest rate. 1 year FDs will get lesser interest. 3 year FDs will get higher interest rate, right? If you are just lock-in period of 5 years. So those 5 years, what would they do? Because you're promising that for 5 years you don't want that money anymore, they'll try to invest in industries where, for example, agriculture, there is a lot of profit there. Or there are other countries where it is more developing, growing. You will put your money there carefully so that you earn some investment profit, right? In the meantime, if the regulator is coming up with some rule saying you have to show me the records of where are you investing, because they have all the rights to ask. It is money that's collected from the public, right? Agreed. So if a regulator comes up with something that also goes in this product backlog, right? What would you have to prioritize? Yes, there are features which will give you a lot of money, but you need to be in the business to survive, right? So those regulatory The reason why I'm saying all this is you can cite these examples when you actually walk into an interview in a real life. First 2 to 3 classes I wanted to focus on. Last 1 or 2 classes I'll try to reiterate so that you're better prepared when you finish the curriculum. In between, I'll try to cover all the CBAP concepts, right? Topic by topic. I'll I'll bring up the knowledge areas, I'll bring up the techniques, I'll bring up the tools, right? So yeah, I'm still seeing 1.7 rating. Even if you know 70-80% of what I'm saying, please try to sit here, listen. Okay, anything that you focus on will get improved. All right, Daniel. So all the regulatory items and activities to work with are in the product backlog. That is right, Daniel. Anything that is to be done in the company is in the product backlog. Anything, any sort of work. Okay, I would appreciate more responses. I'm seeing, yeah, please do respond to the poll, guys. If you are before the system, product backlog is kind of master list. Sprint backlog is the task chosen to work in the 2 weeks. That is right, Narendra. I'll come to the sprint backlog thing now. I'm going at a slow pace just to make you understand. See, all of this is taught to you in a weekend workshop, which is typically 16 hours. Okay. They drag these things, they actually bring a product, they'll try to make you build all of those, but we are not in person here. So I'm trying to pictorially depict what it is. Okay, I got good response. I'm ending the poll. Uh, every product backlog. All right. Every product backlog has time frames. Um, there is not essentially there is no time frame for a product backlog. Okay, so okay, I'll go back to this topic. I'll try to cover this at least for today. Product backlog will have everything to be done by the IT team. Okay, and that is prioritized based on business value. Business value. If something business like I mentioned, regulatory thing has no business value, but you will be out of business if you don't abide by the regulation, right? So those things you have to apply mind, right? So you have to logically think through how much time do we have to comply with this regulatory standard. If you have 3 months time, 6 months time, so nobody decides what the product backlog is. There is a business. There are different teams in a company. What are the teams in a company? Walk into any company, there should be a sales team, right? That's the first. Sorry, even before that, there should be a product team. If it's a manufacturing concern, there is a tangible product. If it's a service concern, any IT company or services, that's the product, right? Travel company. Lena has been working with a travel company, so they might have a portal for travel, booking tickets or booking travel insurance. That's the product, right? In a bank, what is the product? Loans and deposits are the products. Yes, you can't touch and feel it, but those are intangible products, right? If it's a car manufacturer, cars are the products. Mobile manufacturer, construction, building is a product, right? So every team would come to you and come up with a request. Those are from the business itself, right? So someone is a core product team building the product itself, right? And then there is a sales team who sells that product, right? And then there is a marketing team who brands that product as per the market standards. Brand marketing, customer marketing also is different. Whether it is a push product or a pull product. Suppose you open a medical shop, you will not go advertising saying that, hey, I sell medicines, please buy it from me, I have an offer for you, 20% off, 30% off. Will you do that? Someone selling, suppose, tablets, and someone selling, say, a perfume bottle. What's the difference between these two? A perfume bottle guy can go back, go to the market, sell, saying, hey, today I'm giving an offer 30% off. They can do that. Medicines is a pull product, right? Only when you are suffering an ailment, you go and buy medicines. Push product is something which is, pushed onto you. It's not mandatory, right? So all those things are put in the product backlog, guys. Okay. I think I've given enough. Yeah, tablets are mandatory. So all those things are put in product backlog. Whatever is of the highest business value, you will pick those things first and bring it to the table and put it under sprint backlog. Okay. And as a team, you will decide what are the components that you can deliver, what are your strengths. If for example, building interiors is your strength, a kid has a thing of good taste for music, what speakers to be put inside the car interiors, he or she has a very good sense of that. Are you using Boss, or are you using Fender? There are different companies that manufacture, right? So given your expertise, you will pick those things and bring it to the table. You are hired based on that, yeah, but based on the business value, you pick things of the highest value and bring it to the table that you can deliver this in 2 weeks time. That's in a sprint. Every sprint you go here and pick up work and bring it here. Okay, this 2 weeks you're supposed to consume everything that you're supposed to consume. That's a sprint. Got it? There is a product owner who faces the business. Okay, who brings the product backlog? That's the answer. Product owner is the, like I mentioned, he or she is the fatherly character of the team, right? They know what is of the highest value in a business, facing the business stakeholders. Okay, this is of the greatest value. They come back to the table. They'll be passively observing. They are not supposed to go into the operational work of the team. How are they being executed? That's micromanagement, right? So if the team is deviating from, suppose if a kid is eating something which is of there are some chips put up there. There is no carbs in the chips, there is no protein, there is no vitamin. How does it benefit him, right? The kid is eating just the chips. It's junk, right? So it is of no value to him, to the kid. So this product owner is supposed to correct that. Okay, focus on those things which give more value. Scrum Master, this role is very important, right? This is basically a facilitation role where it is more or less like a mother's role in a family, where they oversee the operations of the family or the team, right? They oversee the operations of the team. If someone is two stakeholders are quarreling with each other, hey, you agree to deliver this, you agree to deliver this, you're supposed to create a platform where they come up with some consensus, right? You are not supposed to enforce anything onto them. Okay, you're not supposed to dictate terms to them. You're supposed to create a platform where they talk to each other. For example, you brought some salad. Okay, one person said I'll finish it in one day, the other person said I'll finish it in 2 days. Okay, seeing the same half, suppose it's a 500 grams of salad. One person says, you know what, we can finish it in one day. The other person says, no, it's too much for one day, we can finish it in 2 days. They quarrel with each other. Okay, now you as a scrum master, you are supposed to create a platform where they talk to each other. Then you're supposed to facilitate. Your role is, it's called the servant leader role. You are not a servant, but you are a leader. Okay, you're not supposed to boss over someone. That's the reason a scrum master is called as a servant leader. You're supposed to facilitate, where you create a platform. You try to say, okay, last time when did you consume 500 grams of salad? Okay, how many days did you take? How much time did you take? So this plate, okay, you have not eaten 500 grams. Might have eaten, say, 300 grams, or you might have eaten, say, 700 grams, right? How much time did you take to do that? If 300 grams take half a day, 500 grams will be done in one day easily, right? So that's how you're supposed. So those, you will not talk in terms of days or hours. in a work life, in a Scrum kind of an environment, you will talk in story points. How many story points of work did we deliver? Okay, the reason we do this is, again, we are not supposed to boss over. Hours will give a an impression like a labor, right? Even construction labor, we say, okay, how many hours of job is this? A plumbing job or a so in a dignified corporate environment, you don't want to put pressure on the employee saying this work is supposed to be done in 1 hour, 2 hours. So they brought this concept, something called as story points. Lena might be knowing because she's a QA already. So, those story points are a direct reflection of the number of hours, right? So you will say, okay, last time a 300 grams of salad has been consumed. It's one story point. Okay. And now it is 500 grams. How many story points can this be assigned? Roughly two story points, right? You cannot, yeah, roughly two story points, right? So that's how you decide what is the weight of each of the fragment that you are bringing to the plate. Okay. And to do that, this Scrum Master would use something called as Fibonacci series. Fibonacci series. Okay. That includes 0, 1. So the previous number has to be added to give the next number. 0 plus 1 gives 1. So there is 1 again. 1 plus 1 gives 2, right? So you got what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to put a text box here and I'm failing. But 0, 1, 1, 2, right? 3. So 1 plus 2 is 3, right? 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. So that's precisely Fibonacci series. Okay, 3 plus 5 is what? 8. One story point is quantified in what hours or days. You are not supposed to draw parallel to hours or days. In the back of your mind, you can think of it, but in a Scrum-based environment, you are not supposed to talk about hours or days. Okay, you're supposed to look at your own work that was done in the past. A similar piece of work, the example that I gave you, 300 grams of salad you consumed in half a day. Now you brought 500 grams of salad. How long does it take? Roughly 1 day. That's how you're supposed to arrive at story points, and you're supposed to use this Fibonacci series to arrive at the story points. Okay. Yeah, estimation. All these estimates are done in planning, Narendra. I spoke about sprint planning, right? 4 ceremonies: daily scrum, sprint planning, sprint review, sprint retrospective. Planning is done at the beginning of the sprint where you talk about all these things, what fragment to be picked up from the product backlog based on the product, based on the value. Product owner would be a part of that. They would highlight the value of the features that we're picking to be delivered in the sprint. Once you bring it to the table, Scrum Master is controlling or facilitating how the work is being done. Is it as per time, or every morning you meet, right? What have you done in the last 24 hours? What will you do in the next 24 hours? Any blockers that you're facing? Sometimes you might face blockers, right? The system is not behaving as per your whatever is your plan. So whatever you tried doing in this 2 weeks might not be done in the exact 2 weeks. There might be additional thing that you have to write some code or do something extra to do that, right? So those also will be added here. By the end of the sprint, what happens is you are not stretching the 2 week sprint. This is a 2 week, this is to be done in 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. In case you are not able to deliver this in 2 weeks, right? What you do is you will not stretch this 2 weeks. You will put it back to the product backlog and reprioritize. If there is a bug, for example, you see a bug and there is another important feature for the next sprint. There is another sprint that starts after 2 weeks, right? There is another sprint that starts. So this is from Jan 1st to Jan 14th. This is from Jan 15th to 28th. There is something that is left over here. You could not consume that, or you could not deliver that work. You will not outright take it to the next sprint. You will put it to the backlog. You will see uh, if you can deliver. Is it important? Is it on priority to be delivered in the sprint or not? You will see that. Okay. A business analyst is essentially a part of this team as well. Okay. The reason why I'm saying all this is what work is to be done is taken care by the business analyst, right? So essentially, they're a part of the Scrum team. There can be developers, there can be test analysts, there would be a business analyst, right? There are different team members. Sometimes a scrum master can play the role of a business analyst too, because scrum master is just carrying out meetings and all that. Unless the team is really big and complex, the project is very complex. These days, it's a hybrid role. The product owner and business analyst can be the same person, right? Or the scrum master and the business analyst can be the same person. Got it? Clear so far? Narinder, so anything not done in the sprint backlog goes back to the product backlog. That is right. Yeah, Narinder. Product owner, then Scrum Master, then development team. Yeah, Anudeep, that's yesterday we discussed Scrum team. Together, they're called as a Scrum team. Okay. There is a feedback link that is posted, guys. If you can please take that feedback. I'm going at a very slow pace. Yesterday, I got a feedback that I'm going fast. I tried covering the examination requirements in the second half of today, but I did not do that. I wanted you to get a clarity on how a team environment looks like. If you want, you can take a quick screenshot of this, okay? Because it will be clumsy if I, take a screenshot and post it as a file. Take a screenshot and save it for yourself. Okay, tomorrow will I have almost covered the sprint. Tomorrow mostly I'll try to touch up on something else. Okay, I'll say this and before we end. In a sprint review, you will review once in a week. You do that. If it is a 2 week sprint, after 1 week you try to review your work. Right? Are we going as per schedule? We are supposed to complete in 2 weeks. Are we standing at midway, or do we have any blockers that is a showstopper? All those work related things you will discuss in the review at the end of first 1 week, right? And the second 1 week also will do that review. You will talk about the actual work itself there. And at the end of the sprint, you will have a something called as a review. Retrospective. So here there is sprint planning at the beginning of the sprint. There is sprint planning. Okay. And after first 1 week, you will have a sprint review. Okay. Towards the end also, you will have another review of the work before the sprint ends, right? And there is also a sprint retrospective here, where you talk about the lessons learned in that sprint, right? Before you jump to the new sprint, you will discuss as a team, okay, this kid said he will consume this piece of dessert. They did not do that. So next time when you're going back to the product backlog, do not commit or overcommit, or do not undercommit. Suppose you are hungry, you brought lesser than what you can do. You are free for rest of the, suppose you brought lesser work to be done. In 1 week you're done. For the rest of the 1 week you're sitting idle, right? What happens? Can QA play the role of a BA? Many companies do that, especially in small and medium companies. The role of a BA has testing also, right? So that's what, yeah. So they can play, to answer your question. So this is what it is. Sprint retrospective happens here. We'll try to give a quick summary tomorrow. Once again, we are 2 minutes overboard. And how about the session, guys, so far? How are we doing? Quick check. Feedback, I think, have you, so anything less than, so if you're okay, just give it 10, because it's not like the movie rating, like I mentioned. Anything lesser than 10 is seen as something which is missing big time. So just try to uh, keep this mindful. Okay, who is a product owner, who is a scrum master, who is the development team? uh, Development team doesn't essentially include only developers. It can be QA leads, business analysts, all of them are a part of development team. There is something called as product backlog. which is ever emerging, right? When you say ever emerging, prioritization and reprioritization of product backlog happens very frequently, meaning it can happen while sprint is going on also. But as soon as you are done with delivering one fragment or one feature here, that's when you'll go pick up the next valuable feature, right? So all these prioritizations happen based on business value. We spoke about check deposit feature from the bank, right? So if some regulatory things, compliances come up, that also takes precedence. Okay, a typical example was I myself had got a chance to work on a project where, and this was back in 2020, exactly when COVID pandemic has stuck somewhere around February, March time. We were working on a very critical project, and I was one of the lead business analyst and a release manager. Uh, I was working on a couple of important projects, and then this pandemic has come, and people were out of jobs, right? Like, how many of you have experienced this? Especially many businesses have shut down, right? So I was working with one of the top three banks in the world, Royal Bank of Canada. So few projects were uh, have taken a backseat. In corporate terms, they call it putting it to back burner, right? So few projects were put on the back burner when there was a regulatory rule that came up that anyone who doesn't pay the EMI, usually, right, for the home loans or different sorts of EMI, there is a trigger that goes to the credit bureau, right? That the EMI is missed. It goes to the collection agency after two EMIs is missed or three EMIs is missed, right? So what government has asked to do is, eh, uh, for temporary period of time, do not impact people's credit scores, right? This was a regulatory guideline because the economy was like they had to respond to the changes that's happening in the economy. You cannot keep spoiling someone's credit score because of today's situation, right? So the bank had to comply with with the new regulatory guideline, and everything else, the projects that were being worked upon, right. So the projects that are being worked upon took precedence, like it took a back seat, and this project has come into play, right? This is one typical example for why and how a regulatory preference has to be given, because they gave a timeline of, I think, 30 days, right? Within 30 days, the automatic trigger which goes to the credit bureau has to stop, that too temporarily, right? That project took precedent because it's not easy. When banking systems are extremely complex, uh, every bank or financial institution tries to build their own in-house IT team to preserve the sanctity of the data they preserve, because they have customer information, they have how much money do they carry. All these are sensitive information. How many of you know Facebook was sued when there was a data leak? Do you remember? In a couple of years back, data leak. Yeah. So data is the new fuel of the world, right? Anything that revolves around data are the so I'm seeing a couple of questions coming on. Gives more moratorium period. Yeah, moratorium period. That's right, for loan EMI for a few period of time. Moratorium is given when building is under construction, right? When occupancy is still not done, that's moratorium time is when interest is only paid. You are not paying towards the principal, right? So Cambridge yeah. So that's something that has happened. These are examples which you may want to use in your interviews. Okay, so please take a note of these examples. You can say when you are trying to project your work, what would be an example of a regulatory guideline or a project, right? So in your own field, you should identify what are the regulations. If someone is working in construction field, they can take some rules from, say, RERA, If it is India, it is RERA. So you can check some guidelines in the past and how did it impact real life. Okay, these are the homeworks that you have to do on a real time. It cannot be a one-time endeavor before after the course is done. It's tough to revisit all these topics one by one, right? So write one word about this: product backlog, sprint backlog, backlog reprioritization, right? Prioritization, reprioritization, right? Scrum master, product owner, the development team, right? Whatever we have discussed so far, just put a word and try to give your own examples in your own field so that you can justify when you appear for the interview. Okay. And going to the next topic, still here we have discussed yesterday, and all these are different Scrum teams, as I mentioned, right? This is the one Scrum team that we are sitting. It is more or less like a family. I drew an analogy yesterday. And if, for example, you're building a car, right? You have to be you have to build the engine, you have to build the seat. So one person is working on building the interiors, one person on the steering wheel, one person on the four wheels of the engine. So all these guys have to talk to each other, right? Why do they have to talk to each other? For example, I'm building a engine of this size, okay, and the car's wheel size is this big. Imagine the car's wheel is this big. Okay, can this fit? The car would look something like this. Is this even called a car or bulldozer? So if there is no correlation between teams, right, you have to talk to each other. So these, right, so these, every team would be building on each of the fragments. When they talk to each other, that event is called a Scrum of Scrums. Okay, Scrum of Scrums. And there is something called as less, LESS. It's called large scale Scrum. Large scale Scrum. Okay, and there is something called as SAFe also. SAFe is again a extended methodology to Scrum methodology. Okay, I have just revised whatever we discussed yesterday, and I tried completing. Uh, I'll launch a quick pulse check before we, because when I asked to volunteer yesterday, I had volunteers, but today I didn't find one. So I was just feeling that you wanted a refresher. I went into details. Software development lifecycle. Okay, perfect. So in a typical software world, yesterday I happened to discuss there is a project charter document, scope is developed, right? So this is a typical uh, flow chart of software development lifecycle. There is a project scope that is defined. Take example of the check deposit in a bank, right? What is the scope? Uh, it can be delivered in phases, so you'll have to be very clear of minute details also. What would be the pixel size of each of the picture that you are clicking? On which cloud platform are we trying to store all those for how many months? So these are specific details, right? All of that has to be a part of the project scope. And there is an ideation. So guys, where did you see this word ideation? Which life cycle did we come across this word? Is it in project development life cycle? Is it in product development life cycle? Product life cycle, correct, Rana, correct, Babita. Right. So in a product development, so like I mentioned, you will interchangeably see these words, but be clear, is it product that we're talking about or project? Okay, so ideation is essentially done in a product development life cycle, but when you're identifying the project scope, you come up with a bunch of ideas, you do the initial prelim feasibility study. Remember, we do a kind of feasibility study, then we'll see whether our systems support the requirements or not. Business requirements, it all starts with a business need or a opportunity or a problem, right? So these are the business requirements as a part of project scope. Plan and define epics. Okay. If this is the first time you're hearing the word epic, I'll explain that for you. In case you are, uh, the project that I mentioned just now, if you're trying to deposit a check, or probably I'll give you a very simplified example. The board that you have seen, for example, a big piece of bread, not piece, the whole bread, right? As is, as a family of four, you bought that bread. Okay. You four are supposed to consume that bread completely, and you divide it into parts that you can consume, right? Four parts. It need not be equal. Whatever a piece a piece of requirement is called Jira and Epic. Yeah, that's right, Lena. So I'm trying to explain it in layman's terms so that you can understand, right? So a whole loaf of bread has to be consumed, and you're cutting it into four equal parts because you're a team of four. All right. Now you're further cutting that down into slices. Okay, you will not carry that whole loaf of bread on your plate and try to take a bite, right? You will cut it into slices. You will add, if you want, you'll add butter or jam or however you wanna garnish it before you consume, right? Finally, you will take one bite of the bread, right? You cannot put all of the bread in one shot, right? You will take only one piece, one bite of the bread. Why do you take that? So that you are hungry, your hunger is getting fulfilled, and there is energy that gets released in the bloodstream. Am I right? What is the intent of eating a bread? Is it for fun? Any food, right? It is for nutrition, right? End of the day. Now the whole loaf of bread is the scope of the project. Okay, it is something similar to scope of the project. The four different chunks that comes to your plate is something called as a feature. Okay, or sorry, the four loaf of the big chunks are called as epics. Okay, each one is called as an epic. One slice of bread is called as a feature. Okay, you got what I'm trying to say. The project scope. Okay, work to be done. Then there is an epic, which are bigger chunks of bread, and then there is one slice, which is a feature. Okay, on that feature, you can do anything. Like take, for example, features on the phone, right? Suppose a camera is one of the features. You can flip the camera. You can take a selfie. Those are use cases, right? You can zoom in, zoom out, 1x, 2x, 3x, right? You can do 0.5x. You can change into studio light. There are different. How many of you use this feature on your phone, guys? Have you used this camera feature, right? Why do we call it a feature? Because that specific part can be used. Okay. And then there are further, when you take a bite, that each bite is called as a user story. Okay. Reason why we call it a user story is because there is a use case around consuming that bread, right? So user story has a specific template, right? Zoom feature of camera. So user story has a template. As uh, a hungry person, I take a bite of bread so that my hunger is fulfilled. Okay. As a who, what do we do? So that what happens? This is the standard template of a user story. Okay. Got it? As a hungry person, I take a bite of bread so that my hunger is fulfilled. Similarly, in the same example that I mentioned in the banking, the check deposit thing, as as a bank's customer, I want to deposit the check from the mobile app so that I get funds credited to my account virtually or remotely, right? So that's how, from a user's standpoint, a user story is written. Everyone good with this example? I because many people were from absolute freshers background, I tried give. Okay, Denzel. So uh, a piece of work to be done, right? One big piece of work to be done. You break that work down into different fragments, right? End of the day, at one point in time, you can do only one task. How much ever it can be a Herculean task, right? It can be very big. However, at one point, you can work only on one, right? Take the same constructing a building or building a car. You cannot do all of the work at one shot, right? Day by day, you pick one task and you can start working on it. And that particular task that you're working should be from a user standpoint, there should be some kind of a benefit to the end user. Okay. For instance, you're building a wheel of a car, or in the breads example that I gave, why would you consume food? Not for fun, right? You want to get energy to survive. Food is essentially for survival, right? Right, Denzel? So the big scope statement, there is a big scope statement. Consume this loaf of bread, right? So that's the work to be done. You have to finish eating that whole bread, right? You are a family of four. You are trying to cut the bread into different loaves, bigger chunks. Okay, each of it is called as an epic. You will take that onto your plate. You will further slice it down into slices, and that part is called as a feature. Okay, in real life world, a feature looks like building, for example, camera is a feature. Under that feature, you're building studio light, or portrait. There is a video recording. There is zoom in, zoom out. All those are different features under one big epic. Exactly, slow motion, panoramic. All those are different features, right? And even that particular feature you cannot build at one shot. It takes a lot of effort by multiple teams, right? So end of the day, when you actually start working on one thing, you can do one thing at once, right? So that specific thing that you're working on, which is you cannot break that further down anymore. That user story is the least possible way. If you're trying to cut a piece of anything, chocolate or whatever, you should go to that extent where if you break it further down, if you try to slice it further down, there is no meaning or usability to it. You got what I'm trying to say? So user story is broken down to an extent where you cannot, um, if you further break it down, there is no use case to it. Okay, whole of this is called as work breakdown structure. Got it? Work breakdown structure. There is work to be done. You are trying to, cut it down into further smaller chunks. Okay, with that, I'll try to skip to the next topic. If you have any questions, we'll try to address. Under user stories, we have multiple tasks for each story. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, user story will have multiple tasks for each story, which is work breakdown structure, right? We'll try to further break it down. Okay, so that's what is called as plan and define epics. Going to the next one. So design is a kind of epic and feature is task like for prototyping. So design is kind of epic. Uh, and, we'll not confuse ourselves by taking the word design, because design is a altogether different way requirements design. We'll talk about those. Okay, I'll not say anything at this point. And feature is task like prototyping. Yes and no, actually. So we'll talk more when we progress. Okay, hold on to that question. Design, prototyping, right? So prototyping is, suppose you, how many of you have watched Trojan War or any war kind of movies? Armies usually try to bring in small types of portraits of the whole army and try to come up with a strategy to attack the enemy's army, right? So before you actually build the original uh, uh, the real product, you try to build a small portrait of how it looks like, because it takes time, effort, and money to build that, right? So before that, your thought, the thought in your head might not be the same as the other person's thought. We might think that we are on the same page, but we might not be, right? So the easiest thing to do is to prototype is experiment module, but work like exact module. That's right. So basically, you will try to build a uh, small. Suppose you're building a car of Hot Wheels, with Hot Wheels. There are smaller Hot Wheels cars. That is called as a prototype. Okay, and taking that as a prototype, you will try to build a actual original car. Okay, we'll talk. There are different types of. I'm drawing. On the Zeit board, I was trying to draw some Scrum teams and all that. That is one way of showing a prototype. Right, it's a tech demonstrator having a scope of improvement. That's right. So basically, it will not function. Okay, you cannot do anything with the small Hot Wheels car, but you're showing that as a model so that people are aligned. You will say that we are building something 100x of this small thing. Okay, in real life world also, you're trying to build a prototype to demonstrate. It is easy to demonstrate, right? So yeah, that's right. Now, real estate sector also has mock-ups, flows, wireframes. These are different kinds of depictions, right? So the Zeit board that I've shown you about the Scrum team, that is a kind of mock-up, right? So for example, you're building a software, a portal. You all might have for sure used a banking platform where there is a home, there is a login. Once you put your credentials, you'll be taken to the home page. On to your left, you will see a few icons. Onto the right, on the top ribbon, you'll see some icons. There is a user persona profile. Your name would pop up, welcome so and so, and then there is a logout button there. There are accounts, deposits, loans. There are different tabs. How many of you have seen these on your bank account, right? So right. So before actually building these things, you are actually taking help of a few softwares, or the whiteboard that I've shown you. Similarly, there is a software called Balsamic. There are different softwares today. AI is like everywhere, right? So it has become all the more easy. You give some inputs and it will create a very quick model for you guys, right? So you will take the help of the softwares. You will actually draw that interface. You'll put those icons there. Okay. Just to show that, this is what I intend to build. And there are drop downs at sometimes, right? What's your income level? If there is a question on the banking platform, your income is 0 to whatever, 100 to 200, 200 to 300. So there are different drop downs. You will actually put all those drop downs, and all those are a part of these mockups and wireframes. Okay, that's a part of design. Basically, the backend is different and the design is different. You got the difference between these two? Requirements. Suppose you're building this platform, okay, one banking application platform. The front end is what you see is design, user interface, right? Backend, yeah, it works really well. You're connecting to mainframe and whatever you're doing, but end of the day, this front end design and back end design also, there is a design or an architecture that goes even behind the screens, right? All of that is a part of design. Okay, so that's why prototyping is important. Correct. Design is not, yeah. So, like I mentioned, it's just not the front end. It includes the back end articulation and array of databases and whatever it is connected. Coming to non-IT example, construction field, there is a blueprint. How many of you have seen a blueprint document? It's put up on a paper, right? If it is a 3D model, okay. For example, there is a sewer pumps that are going underneath the buildings. Okay, You can build a 3D model saying if there is a table on the surface, there are buildings, but underneath there are sewer pumps and water pumps that are going underneath. Towards western side of the world, I was working on one insurance product where uh, the sewer pumps were breaking on the driveway. Okay, probably Daniel, you might be able to relate to this. If you park the car on the driveway for longer durations at the same spot, what happens is the soil goes down by an inch or two, and there are sewer pumps underneath, right? On the driveway, because once your home lot starts, sewer pump enters from there, and the pipes can have cracks, right? So to fix that, there is insurance. Okay, that specific product that I was working on, I'm just giving an example so that you can relate to what you're building. So take examples right now. You can write down in your own field what sort of examples relate to design and what requirements do you need to capture in the backend. Business analyst life revolves mostly around requirement gathering. Okay, requirements, requirements, requirements. Okay, what sort of requirements will discuss in detail. Right. Okay, development. When you actually develop the product, there is a build, there is a code review. Right, so you're actually building the product, and someone who reviews the developer itself preliminary fundamentally they do the review. The next phase is testing phase. Remember the example that I mentioned about Obamacare. Uh, One thing that was lacking there was testing, right? It was not done iteratively. 4 to 5 years they were working on Obamacare, big bang launch, and it failed. Reason is poor testing. Okay. In testing, it is very important. You build a fragment of code, you flip it to the QA so that they test. Lena is a QA here. Any other QA exposure you have here in the class? Very nice, Samya. Okay, so you would be able to relate to these things, right? So staging, there is an environment where you can test the code. There is an internal QA testing, there is an alpha testing, right? There is a beta testing, there is a finally before you go to the prod, there is user acceptance testing. Okay, we'll see what phases of testing are there in when we actually discuss a bit more about the topics. Okay, deployment or production is one and the same. Push the code to the users. Okay, in I think a couple of years back, when we wake up in the morning, we see a lot of, especially the Android users used to see this ABC app has been updated, this banking app has been updated, right? So we used to get messages. Now we are not getting messages because all those have become agile, and as we are using, they're pushing code in the background. Okay, in agile world, there is continuous deployment, continuous integration, and continuous deployment, CI/CD pipeline. Okay, in waterfallish approach, typically when you pick a project, for example, it's 1 year, you try to define specified release dates. Okay, if 1 year is the length of the project, once in every quarter you plan a release. Okay, 3 months you work on that fragment, you release that, and then you monitor if there are any complaints that are coming from the call center. For example, there can be native languages, or in the US probably there is English and German, or English and Spanish, right? In Canada, they had English and French, right? So there can be, so most of the complaints were around this French character has broken, right? You are supposed to fix it right away. There is a prod support team. After the production is done, there is a production support team who takes those requests, fixes those based on priority, right? Certain things are high priority. For example, when I remember one specific bank in late 90s, Singapore or Indonesia, I forgot exact country, but everything they've done right. one thing they forgot to mention is, do not suppose someone is walking into an ATM, you try to withdraw cash. Only if you have balance in your bank account, you're supposed to get cash, right? Agreed? Only how much ever balance you have. For instance, you have $100, you're supposed to get $100. If you're having whatever balance you're putting in, they missed to mention that any, suppose math has under zero also, right? Negative, minus 100, minus 200. So they missed to give a command where people who do not have enough balance, uh, no money should be dispensed. Disbursed is used for loans, dispensed, right? They missed to give this command. People who did not have balance went to the ATM. They actually ended up withdrawing cash even if they don't have in the bank account, and it went into negative, minus 10,000, minus 20,000, right? Just one small mistake. Card was programmed, POS, point of sale, everything was done. It's a huge project. Imagine those kind of costly blunders. And before you actually push it, you have to actually check in pre-prod environment. Okay, pre-production environment. So this was the introduction slide of CBAP, and then this was I brought this up about the learning objectives. So business analysis significance, I discussed this on day one. I flipped to the other side because I wanted to give a real life scenario from here on. Regional bank was experiencing a high churn rate. So the solution is basically the strategic role as a of business analysis. I'll read out the scenario once again. There is a regional bank which was experiencing a high churn rate. Okay. Over the past year, 20% of the new customers closed their accounts within 6 months' time, right? The bank lagged insight and customer service feedback was too generic to drive the change. The need of the hour was business analysis. Do you understand the exact situation that happened here? When you say churn rate, basically retention. Okay, out of 100 customers that the bank has, 20 customers are closing their bank accounts. Only 80 people are remaining, right? If this trend continues, the next year, out of that 80, another 20% might fade off, right? So 16 more are gone. You'll be left with only 64, right? So it is a concerning situation. So they have to take an action where they have to do something about it, right? So what is the role of a business analyst here? They tried taking feedback, but it was too generic to drive the change. Okay. So strategic role of business analysis. Business analysts analyze the data from surveys, transactions, and support tickets. Okay, they these are each of it is a technique that we'll be discussing. What is a survey? What is a brainstorming session? What is an interview? What is a review? All these are very different. Yes, you are speaking to the same audiences. You're talking to the same stakeholders, customers, end users. You might be talking to banking agents or brokers, right? So every interaction has a different name to it and a different structure to it. That's what you'll be learning. What is the exact difference between a review and a interview, right? How is a handout different from talking to a person, right? So handout is one way. You just give it, it's a push communication. What is the difference between attribute scale and an open-ended questionnaire? Attribute scale means it's a closed-ended thing. You give questions and you ask a yes or a no, right? End of the day, you get a consensus on a pie chart. How many people have answered yes? How many people have answered no? This is what you can see on the pictorial depiction. But when you go to open-ended questions, I'll give you a question. What do you think about the session? You get a feedback at the end of the session, right? Feedback. Some people, we do get ratings for each of the fragments, trainer rating, learning success manager rating. All of those are a platform rating. There are different ratings. Those are attribute scales where you can rank them based on five, right? One, two, three, four, five. You can pick one number. It's a closed-ended questionnaire. Open-ended questionnaire where is there any other feedback? Then you write all your concerns. The trainer is not good. He is too close to the screen. We can just see his face. Whatever you want, you can write, right? I saw some feedbacks and they are actually funny. So I'm just bringing it up here. Uh, I got some feedbacks which said more examples. Okay, I'm trying to give more examples because I need to hold everyone's hand when I work while being mindful about everyone's time, right? So I can't go beyond a point also, right? That's a kind of feedback. Second, they discovered poor mobile experience and slow support as key churn causes. Okay, so this is one of the discovered poor mobile experience. Okay, they collaborated with IT to define requirements for enhancing the mobile application because this is a uh, non-functional requirement. See, for example, I discussed about scope, schedule, cost, quality, all the facets of a project. How many of you remember this? Do you remember what are the facets, different facets of a project? Top three facets: scope, schedule, cost. What is the fourth important facet? What is the fourth important facet? Quality. Okay. If a person to construct a building in 1 year's time with 1 million budget, right? A four-floored building. Imagine you have assigned a task to a contractor. Okay. 1 year time, 1 mil budget, four-storied building. Okay. End of 1 year, you come back and see there is a four-storied building. Okay. But in 5 years, there are cracks in the building. What does that building lack? The longevity of the building is supposed to be, say, 50 years. The building cracks down in 10 years or 15 years. What does it lack? Quality. That's the reason people say don't cut corners. The fourth important corner, if scope, schedule, cost are three vertices of a triangle, imagine there is a fourth vertex. It's like a square. Okay. Scope, schedule, cost. The fourth corner is quality. Most important corner. Because you can deliver the same scope in the same time in the same budget, but there is no quality. Especially it happens with all the most of the government projects who construct bridges, dams on the rivers, right? So there are cracks. Sometimes the bridges collapse because there are cutthroat competition for bids for government projects. From the government side, there is no representative who monitors the work, right? Or there is poor monitoring. So the longevity decreases because if 1 million is what it costs, you have to win the bidding war. You say I can get the work delivered in 900K or 800K or 700K. When you do that, right, you have to cut down on quality, right? Your procurement costs go down. You should go down, or your profit has to go down, right? Whoever is giving you the bid thing assumes that you are cutting down on your profit. However, you will find your ways as as human being. Probably you're trying to get your first project. So I'll not go into details, but fourth corner is quality, right? So when this is a non-functional requirement. If for example you're trying to open a online application or a mobile application and it is taking a while to load, that means they did not spend much on the response time, system response time, right? Some applications open right away, under 1 second. Some applications, especially when you're dealing with low quality apps, right? So it takes a while, 10 seconds or 20 seconds for a page to refresh, right? So those are all called as non-functional requirements. It's not functional directly, but non-functional, right? So this is a typical example of that. With the chat, support, and real-time alerts, they define support workflow requirements to implement automated ticket escalation and improve resolution efficiency. Okay, so they have raised automated ticket escalation as soon as someone encounters this. Sometimes You need not fix the problem, but if you hear that the customer is satisfied, especially in India, I've seen this. They just want to be heard. Even at home, there might be many complaints, right? So if you just hear, that's good enough. Half, 90% of the problem is solved. And when you actually work on it, you're great, right? The last thing, they acted as a bridge between business stakeholders and other teams to ensure alignment, right? So all the stakeholders around you have to be aligned of the changes that you're bringing in, right? Impact on the business, customer churn dropped within 2 quarters, which means there is additional retention of customers. Satisfaction scores improved significantly. Got it? Quality has no metric. Scope, I can say that specific, like the four-storied building example. You have to build those 4 floors is 4 floors, right? If you're running out of, suppose in 1 million, after 1 year, you construct only 3 floors. That means you're half done, meaning you did not complete the work. 80% of the work is done, 20% is not done. You can evidently see that, right? Sometimes you ask for extra budget, right? Sometimes you might ask for more time. It depends on the criticality of the project, right? If in suppose you plan a big launch with some ministers, so the launch date cannot be a moving target. On 1st of Jan, there is a launch of a premises. You are supposed to complete that by hook or crook on time, right? Without compromising on quality. What do? You have to hire resources, more resources, right? You have to do things parallelly. If someone is constructing kitchen, someone has to work on the washroom. Previously, there was only one team for both the sewer things. What does it attract? You will end up spending more, right? Instead of 1 million, you'll end up spending 200K more, right? Or you have to cross the deadline. As simple as that. Or if 1 million is fixed, 1 year is fixed, instead of 4 floors, you'll have only 3 floors, right? All right, with that, I'll go to the next slide. Role of a business analyst. Okay, now we finally came to the original definition of business analyst. Business analysts gather and analyze information from tools, processes, stakeholders to identify business needs. The activities that they perform include understanding enterprise problems and goals. I'll go one by one. Business analysts gather, analyze information from tools, processes, and stakeholders. What decode each word by word. Yes, okay. Business analyst is not doing inventions; they're doing discoveries. Right? We spoke about this. They are trying to discover. So while you discover, you're trying to gather, right, and analyze whatever you have gathered. You have to analyze information from tools. Okay, various you'll be using different tools as in different environments. Processes, there are set processes, there are regulated driven processes, there are internal company driven processes, right? Or you yourself are streamlining a process, or you're setting a process, right? And stakeholders, who are you dealing with? You're dealing with variety of stakeholders around you, within your own team, your own peers, cross functional teams. There might be external stakeholders. You might be responsible for a big bang launch. You're working with big digital marketing agencies, right? While before you start the ideation itself, you will start communications with those external stakeholders. Especially with movies, this is happening. Before even a concept, once the concept is ready, the star cast is logged in. They want to create some kind of a curiosity, right? Anyways, it comes when it comes. But this guy is making a film with this actor or actress, right? In the back end, post-production work is done. First phase of schedule is wrapped up. Why do we need all that information? You're trying to create some kind of a curiosity, which the marketing team is doing. Buzz, exactly. So they want people to have the updates and follow the updates, right? So that's a different way of selling a product, right? Stakeholders to identify business needs. Why do you do all this? You're trying to identify different business needs. The activities that they perform include understanding enterprise problems and goals. As a company, even an individual, right? Even at your individual level, which creature on this planet has no problem? Every creature has a problem, right? An ant also has its own problem. Whether we crib about it all the time or you live with it is your choice. If you want peace or happiness is a choice, right? So even at an enterprise level, there are problems. Having a problem is actually good because when you solve that problem, you are recognized, right? So you can take away market share. Talking from an enterprise standpoint, when you address a problem, you may be the first entrant to address that problem, and you can expand your market share. What is your goal? And every enterprise has a specific goal. Some people want to grow aggressively in certain specific space, healthcare space, right? If they are trying to focus on a specific goal, if the problem does not align with the goal, you will not work on it. So it has to essentially align with those goals, right? Similarly, analyzing needs and solutions. Okay, very good. You have analyzed all the needs, but without actually solving for it, it's not a neighboring next door person who just hears the problems and does not give the solution, right? So you have to come up with a solution, implementable solution. If something is out of the blue, bring sand from Mars, that cannot happen, right? It's not even implementable, right? Or integrate chat GPT into banking applications. You have to be mindful about what implications it causes. I'll give you an example. I was working on a project where the bank was trying to outsource its cloud application needs to a particular vendor. Okay, suppose AWS, okay, Amazon Web Services. It's a 5-year project. All of the data is being uploaded to a cloud platform. 2 years down the line, they realized Amazon itself is entering financial services space. They're not getting in as a bank, but they might launch credit cards because all these biggies, what they do once they have money in the pocket, they have to rotate that money. What will you keep having that money in your pocket? Money makes money, right? So you will try to get into lending space, right? That's the easiest to do. You will not build another product, and many people at the Tata in India, they are not into this. Couple of them now, there is a Neo credit card or something like that, but you will try to rotate that money, right? So why was I saying this? Analyzing needs and solutions. So the solution is basically you're trying to uh, create a platform where, so the solution has to be implementable. That's what I was trying to say. Devising strategies. So this is a strategy, right? So if you're trying to make best use of your money, is it wise to enter a new market, or is it wise to come up with okay, the example, sorry guys, I missed on completing the example. AWS, right? This bank has withdrawn from uploading or taking services of AWS. Reason being, Amazon announced that we are getting into financial services space. Now, Amazon wouldn't want doesn't want to access the specific data as per confidentiality agreements or whatever. You cannot pick, for example, Rishabh has a bank account with ABC Bank, Lena has a bank account with the same bank. They would not take, okay, so and so person aged 25, whatever, they cannot take the specific customer information, but they know the insights, right? How many people have bank accounts? Out of them, how many are calling on a Monday morning? How many people are employed professionals? How many calls are we getting in the call center on a weekday, mid of weekday, right? All these are insights, and those insights would be helpful like this bank, if it is outsourcing their services to Amazon Web Services, they would know, right? End of the week, how many calls are they getting, how much data is being uploaded, right? Probably they'll not use the exact information of Reshup or Lena, but they'll use those insights for improvising their own products, which this bank does not want. ABC Bank does not want to do that. They withdrew, they scrapped off the whole project, which was done for almost 2.5. They have crossed the midway. They've withdrawn everything, cancelled all the agreements. They went to Microsoft Azure. Okay, this is one internal example that I can cite from my personal experience. Nowhere in the news it will come up because it's an internal bank, internal thing, right? Why would they come up and make a statement? I'm making an agreement with AWS or Azure. Only when you're an employee, you will know these things internally, right? It did cost millions of dollars, but data is that powerful weapon where you cannot let go everything. Okay, devising strategies is, these are the strategies that I'm talking about. Facilitating stakeholder collaboration. Of course, your role as a business analyst, Scrum Master usually, so that's the reason many people wear two hats. You're acting as a business analyst, you're also acting as a Scrum Master, where you are not essentially taking decisions. There is a development team, there is a business team, right? You are a middleman. You are translating business needs to technical stakeholders. You are translating technical needs to business stakeholders. You are a middleman. Okay, you are supposed to create a platform where they talk to each other. You are not supposed to take decisions. Sometimes there can be leakage of information. I'll tell you all the technical stuff. Probably you're dropping off some critical information. In that case, you are make creating a platform where they talk to each other, right? And then we are also responsible to drive change. Change is not easy, right? So we'll talk about a whole knowledge area is based on change management strategy. So there is a current state, there is a future state, and expected future state needs certain components to change, right? Yeah. So Babita has a question. Doesn't BA assist POs or business owners in taking decision? Of course, business analyst is a right hand to product owners because business analyst mainly focuses on the scope. Facilitation is one of the subsidiary skills. They are more aligned to product owner's role than a scrum master's role, ideally, because whatever you're doing has to be of business value, right? So product owner usually relies on the business analyst to drive this change. Many people transition from being a BA to product owner. Some people who want this facilitation and other side of things, they become scrum masters or they wear dual hats. Okay, so we are basically trying to devise strategies. So we spoke till driving change. The next slide is competencies of a business analyst. What does a business analyst need as a part of his job? These are prescribed by BABOK, not essentially that everything falls under only these. There can be unspoken things. We spoke about informal lines of communication. How important is it? Right? So everything that's, you cannot say everything, you cannot write everything, right? You have to use your common sense when you are playing these roles, not just this role, anywhere, right? So business knowledge, you as a business analyst should have a sound business knowledge. When you say business knowledge, the domain specific knowledge is what they're referring to. Okay, not the other systems knowledge or data knowledge or all the other things. Communication skills, of course, a BA is supposed to have great communication skills. Reason being, you have to pictorially or theoretically or verbally. I'll talk more about this. Tools and technologies. There are different tools. Today, when like 25, 30 years back, there was a whiteboard where we all went to school and, everything was explained. It's easy to write something, it's easy to draw something, right? Even if, say, 10 people, the whole class is divided into groups, 10 different groups, right? Each group, what task is being assigned, you can play around when there's a whiteboard. right? Today, when we are working virtually, there is no possibility to have a whiteboard and have a shared understanding, right? Which is where the tools came into picture. You might have heard this software called Jira and Confluence. These are products of Atlassian, right? So couple of us who are already working as in the IT world, you might be familiar with these. These are nothing but softwares which are similar to a whiteboard, but do not uh, get carried away with the technical jargons. It is nothing but a board, okay, where everyone has a visibility of what you are doing individually. You also, as a contributor to the team, you will see what tasks are assigned to whom, right? We spoke about work breakdown structure. Remember, there is a project scope statement, then there are epics, there are features, there is a user story. Under user story, there are tasks, right? All of these is displayed in a articulated fashion on a Jira board. That's one of the tools that we use. Visio is a pictorial depiction of the architectural flow of diagram. Anything which is which has to do with the pictures can be depicted. Reporting can be used on Visio, Power BI. Okay, there are different new tools also. Snowflake is one tool. It integrates both reporting as well as backend cloud, storing it to cloud. Some people might feel overwhelmed listening to these. We'll talk if you have any further questions, we'll talk as we progress more. Okay, I'm giving an example. I'm taking names here. Interaction skills. Of course, you have to interact with different variety of stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. So you have to be really good with that. Behavioral characteristics, right? Uh, when you say behavioral, it's just not your personal etiquettes, right? So you have to maintain a liaison, even if there is no project going on. There are a few times where you have to socialize with cross-functional teams, updating of what you're doing. Sometimes there can be no project. 3 months you are just jobless. Suddenly, when you go back after 3 months, it's tough to build the rapport again, right? You have to maintain a liaison, right? So, and then analytical thinking and problem solving skills. This is also really important because you can't talk to just people all day and not analyze what happened. End of the day, that's the reason I asked you before you walk out of the session, take 1 minute, close your eyes, breathe in, just try to rewind what have you learned today. Okay, is it aligning with the original intent why you signed up for the course? It has to, every step that you're walking should be towards the direction that you want to reach. If you want to reach towards east, every step has to lead there, right? That's a visual analytical thinking that you do. If you're walking towards west, that means you're not walking in the right direction. You have to withdraw yourself, come back to neutral, and then take new steps towards the direction, intended direction that you want to walk, right? So these are a few competencies of a business analyst. How to become a certified business analyst? There is a BABOK guide, like I mentioned. Um, there are different certifications: CCBA, CBAP, ECBA. These are examinations offered by IABA, which is International Institute of Business Analysis. It's an NGO, non-profit organization started in 2003. The other day I said 2005, but it was started in 2003. Okay, Introduction to BABOK. This is a paid guide. Once you become a IABA member, you can download a free copy of the BABOK. Till then, there might be pirated versions available online, but IABA wouldn't recommend to do that. Okay. BABOK is a globally recognized standard guide that outlines the core. What's the difference between these three certifications? So it's a level difference in. So there is an eligibility criteria down the line, Divya. It's based on the seniority. Okay, CBAP is for extremely experienced professionals, someone with 7,500 hours of proven work experience, right? So CCBA, CBAP, ECBA, the three different certifications. One is a entry level certification. Second is intermediate. Third is advanced. there are slides where whatever is the requirement to appear for the exam, we have it in the further slides. That's why I just named these, and then we can talk a bit more when that slide comes up here. Okay. So this BABOK outlines globally recognized standard guide that outlines the core knowledge areas, tasks, techniques, competencies required for effective business analysis. Okay, it serves as uh, Shweta, what did you say? When you say work experience, is it in business analysis? Yeah, so basically, if you are into operations, that's a different thing. But any other project-based environment that you're working, uh, counts under business analysis, not generic work experience. It has to be in business analysis. Okay, at least for the sake of application, that's what you're supposed to. Anything can be projected in the way they want. Many people often get confused when they actually see these knowledge areas. I will get to the knowledge areas in the next slide, but a certain percentage of time across your 7500 hours is required to be spent on, say, the first knowledge area. Okay, if you might have worked on it, but probably you do not realize that that's the piece of work you've done. So you have to articulate your application form when you're actually doing this. Okay, is there a new version of BABOK coming out? As of now, nothing. It's version 3 that's in place. And yeah, so here it's listed in the footnote. Can you see that? The BABOK guide is published by International. So BABOK version 3 is in place. There is always a next further versions that would be working versions. As of now, there is nothing. So you're good with version 3. Okay. And even if they're releasing, they would give a prior heads up 6 months before, because you're taking training as per BABOK version 3, and exam would be administered in both the versions. The question paper would be framed based on version 3 as well as version 4. If you have submitted your hours based on version 3, you will sit for that. This happened with PMP. It did not so far happen with BABOK, but that's how it is dealt with. Okay, moving on, key terminologies in BABOK, right? So we discussed about enterprise a couple of slides back. It is a system of one or more organizations and solutions they use to pursue a shared set of common goals. Okay, enterprise is a system, okay, something similar to this, of one or more organizations. Okay, for the example that I gave about a bank, ABC Bank has wealth management, capital management, regular retail banking, insurance, digital arm of it, right? All these are different uh, organizations under one big enterprise. How many of you know Tata, right? Tata has right from cars, it's into steel, it's into retail, right? They have water, Tata Copper, like different brands. If you take example of uh, some Canadian company, for example, there is a company called Intact Insurance. Okay, Intact Insurance has a it takes only standard risk variants. They have different sister concerns called Novex Insurance. That's a group insurance platform. They have something called as Bel Air Direct that's sold only through online channels. And then there is one company for taking substandard risk only. When you say substandard risk, everyone with claims or convictions or some substandard, it's unfair for standard users. For example, you are a very good driver, you do not have any accident history, your premium is being judged upon someone who stays next door, who is a high risk profile, right? Insurance premiums, one of the factors is the area that you live in, right? So it's unfair to judge you based on someone else's driving patterns, right? So you cannot sell the same product for that person. That pool is different, right? So substandard pool. Reason why I told you all this is these are the different nature of companies, and all of this comes under one enterprise. Okay, they and solutions they used to pursue shared set of common goals, but intent of all these companies is the same. Suppose with the bank example that I gave, banking is the common goal. With the insurance, providing risk solutions or insurance solutions is a common goal. Okay, these solutions, also referred to as organizational capabilities, can be processes, tools, or information. Okay, one of the examples is listed down. You can read for yourself, and I'll not read word by word, but you can just quickly skim through another example that's cited here before we move to the next slide. See, it's simple. EduTech company, suppose they are imparting education to school-going students. They are teaching Python or different full stack, all these courses, right? Probably they haven't yet tapped people who are looking for employment, right? So they launch a new product targeting that segment, but the intent of the edutech remains the same. It's the same Python program that they're teaching of this. It's the same full stack development that they're teaching, but the intended audience is different. So they have to uh, design the program in such a way that probably they're already working somewhere. You have to push it to the start of the day or end of the day, like we are doing right now. Right? If you are free 9 to 6, we can schedule this class during 9 to 6, but that curriculum has to be different. Right? So next one is organization. Organization is a part of enterprise, right? It's an autonomous group of people under the management of a single individual or board that works towards common goals or objectives. Organizations have different boundaries and operate continuously, unlike temporary project teams. Reason why they said temporary project teams is because project is a temporary endeavor, right? One organization, as I mentioned, banking, retail banking is one organization. Capital markets is another organization. Wealth management is another organization. Insurance is another organization. Within this enterprise, the organization refers to specific team or a unit. Okay, right? It's a simple requirement. In a real life world also, uh, it might sound very simple, but there are specifics to it, and all those specifics are requirements, right? Requirement is nothing but a usable representation of a need. I'm used to it, right? Without that, there is no point wasting efforts. It focuses on understanding the kind of value that could be delivered if a requirement is fulfilled, right? When the requirement is complete, it has to drive some value. The nature of representation may be a document, but it can vary depending on the circumstances. It need not essentially be a document. There are different jargons like business requirement document. There is a document called BRD where you capture all the requirements. You will also add some screenshots of how you want the application from, like I mentioned, mockups and wireframes in the previous slides. There are some softwares called Balsamic or Visio. You will draw some pictures to represent what you're trying to say, right? It need not be just a document. It can be a requirement can be shown in different forms also, right? There are some videos that are being shot prototypes. This is the need. If there is a prototype, you can. Some companies are actually using it, right? So 3D modeling. It need not essentially be a document. That's the end intent of this. Okay, moving on, design. So the other facet of requirement is design. When you're gathering requirements, when you're putting, suppose you're building a human being. Okay, there is a head, there are limbs, there are legs, hands, legs. Both hands and legs are called as limbs. But when you say design, hands have to go on the trunk, right? Under the face. That's the design. Where to put what? In a software world, which fragment receives the data first? From that fragment, where does it flow? Right? This is all backend in the front. So can you see this picture? They have put a beautiful picture here. This man who is sitting here is interacting. This is the user interface, right? Can you see that screen where there are some dashboards? This is all user interface. This is a part of design. In the back end, there are other systems which also needs a design, right? So this is all about design. The nature of representation may be a document. So this is a good depiction, pictorial depiction. After design, we have plan. So we discussed about initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, control, and closing. There should be a plan for the set of events and the dependencies among the events. Can you, like, for example, if you are going to the office right after this meeting, you have to freshen up, right? Or you have to have your breakfast. So you have to plan and sequence the events, right? When you're building systems also, there are dependencies, right? So you have to be mindful of if one specific team gives data, only then you can start working on the data. Without the team giving, how can you work? You'll not have work, right? So there are, and your work can be an input for some other teams. Got it? So, for example, while building a car, you are a business analyst building a software for a car, right? The tire pressure is depicted on the dashboard display. Unless you fix the tires, how will you see the tire pressure? So that's a dependency, right? So you have to have the expected sequence of events, the schedule, okay, the result or expected outcomes, right? The materials and resources needed and the stakeholders who are involved. Okay, if, the same example that I cited, who is fixing the wheels? Okay, are all the four wheels being fixed? Is it only tire pressure of the four wheels or behind? Is it during summers or winters? All these things matter, right? So you are putting it as a plan. You are not executing any of this. Plan is on a paper. It's a structured approach. You are setting some deadlines, and you will try, when you are executing, you'll try to stick to this plan. Okay. Risk. So what could be the potential risks when you do this? So there is a difference between uh, issue and a risk, right? What high level, how can you list down the what is an issue, what is a risk? Can you please drop a quick chat response? How do you define uh, if you have an issue with, say, the course, that is different. Issue is undesired outcome, correct? Risk, how do you demarcate a risk from? Risk is a potential issue, issue has already happened, right? Yeah, that is a very precise, Babita. So risk is something that you feel that something might come your way, and you have to make a strategy to uh, face it, right? There is a team called Business Continuity Plan Team, BCP. Okay, suppose I was an employee of State Bank of India many years back. They had two servers. One server was in Mumbai, one server was in Chennai. I was a probationary officer where I was working on rolling out a loan product to all the customers across the bank. Uh, the reason why they have put one server in Mumbai and one server in Chennai is because catastrophically, both the places will not have earthquake or tsunami at one point in time. So if Mumbai has a catastrophe, Chennai is safe. If Chennai has one, Mumbai is safe. So they strategically saw the catastrophic sequences. They thought there is a potential risk there, and they have devised a strategy. Both are one and the same, right? They had it's exactly the same server replica, but they have put it under different places, right? Risk is a potential future event. That's right. Issue is a current event that has occurred. Yeah, uh, that's right, Soumya. Right. So risk is this. Now there is something called as business analysis core concept model. Out of so if someone is attempting CBAP exam, it has 120 questions. Okay, out of 120 questions, most of it is based on case studies. Okay, so it would be real life questions where Joe is a senior business analyst guiding Sam, who is a junior business analyst who joined the team, working in a beverage company where they're making healthcare, protein shakes or whatever. Yeah, so even ECBA. So all these exams are, Mayur, all these exams are designed in a scenario-based situation. So if you know Bloom's taxonomy, okay, there is something called as Bloom's taxonomy of learning. Okay, you can Google it. The entry level of learning anything is acquiring knowledge. Okay, the first step is you are provided information and you are gaining knowledge, meaning you are getting a know-how of things. Okay, right now I'm throwing some information at you. You are trying to have a knowledge of what this business analysis is about, right? Second level is comprehension. Okay, one level above knowledge is comprehension. The reason why I'm asking you to close your eyes and recap of whatever you have done is you have to comprehend and pursue what you have learned in your own relatable language. Okay, how do you comprehend things? A particular event happens, all of us comprehends in different ways, right? So comprehension is really important. Third level is application. Once you comprehend things, right? In our childhood, probably there was a essay in English, right? A one pager would be given, and you are asked. It's called comprehension. It's a 5 mark thing or 10 mark thing. You're supposed to summarize the same thing. You're supposed to summarize. That's called how are you comprehending things, right? The third level is application. CBAP checks your CBAP or ECBA. All these exams are designed in a way to check your application level skills. With knowledge, what do you do? For example, I have knowledge in BABOK. I've read 500 pages or 550 pages. I've marked it up. Right? How will I use it in real life world? Right? Knowledge is only so much. You have to comprehend things. You have to be able to apply those things in your real life. Only then it has some meaning to it. Right? So, uh, back to the topic, business analysis core concept model. It's a conceptual framework where many questions you can expect. It's very simple. Basically, try to, out of the 120 questions, it touches on most of the knowledge areas, but there are a very few direct questions, very few, like 5 or 6 or 7. BACCM is one of the concepts where you get direct questions, okay, based on knowledge. Okay, it might ask communicate clearly with what sort of terminology, generic terminology, there are options are like generic, common, uncommon, all those kind of options, right? So I'm just giving you a wide example, but we'll deal with the business core concept model in the next slide. These are the BACCM architecture. Okay, these are the core concepts. Okay. The any question that's coming from here is relatively easy to answer, so you can try memorizing as is. There is a need, there is a change. Okay, needs, changes, solutions, context, value, stakeholders. These are the 6 facets of BACCM. Okay, what is a need? A problem or an opportunity is addressed as a need. Everything related to business, guys. Again, okay, and to address this opportunity, there is a you today you stand somewhere which is a current state. Tomorrow you have to reach somewhere which is a future state, right? In 1 year you want to reach that stage, right? What should come in? There should be a change that should come in, an act of transformation in responding to that need. Need meaning it can be a problem or opportunity, right? So that's precisely what change means. Now solution. How do you bring in that change? Right? A specific way of satisfying one or more needs in a context. Everything is interrelated. If you see, there is a word need here. Need is one of the facets and it's mentioned here. Under solution, they're talking about context. Okay. How do you reach from this current state to future state? Right? What is the solution? That's a context. Context is the circumstances that influence, are influenced by, and provide understanding of the change. It is again talking about the change, the circumstances that influence. Take example as uh, signing up for this course and sitting for CBAP exam. Okay, you see that there is a potential scope for growth in your career. That's a opportunity. Okay, change, an act of transformation in response to the need. Every day you'll not get up at the same time, probably. You might be doing some physical exercise, or you might be sleeping, you might be doing something. What needs to change is you have to block this 2 hours time to arrive at this, to work towards it. That's the kind of changes that you bring into your lifestyle. Solution, you have to sign up for this course, you have to take help of a trainer or different books, so that you arrive at that preparation for the better preparedness for the exam. A specific way of satisfying one or more needs in a context. What is the whole context? Probably you're expecting a hierarchical growth or monetary hike, or you want to be satisfied with, some people, they are beyond this money and all these titles. They are just content with whatever they have. Especially I've seen this with people with 20-25 years of experience pursue this certification. They are not chasing anything, but they want to learn, right? What are those like, everyone is trying to learn AI. There is a big FOMO that's running across the globe right now. AI will take over jobs or whatever, right? So many people want to learn AI. We have like, yeah, so I do teach some bit of AI also. Context is the circumstances that are influenced by and provide understanding of the change. If you're doing what you have been doing in the past, probably it's irrelevant now, right? So you need to be cognizant of the context. Value, the worth, importance, and usefulness of something to a stakeholder within a context. How are you benefiting the business or end stakeholder? That's the kind of value that you bring in. We spoke about value when we discussed product backlog and sprint backlog, prioritization, reprioritization. There should be a business value while you're driving things. Okay, stakeholders, a group or individual with a relationship to the change, the need, and the solution. The Scrum team that we discussed about, right? Those are all internal stakeholders, right? Within the team, you're all internal stakeholders. E- External to the team, there are other Scrum teams also. Those are all external stakeholders. This is in an agile world. In non-IT world also, you will deal with different stakeholders. If you're working in a bank, or if you're working in a construction company, there is someone who does the plumbing, there is someone who does electricals, right? Someone who does marketing. They make sure that, yeah, plumbing, for example, you're trying to fix an AC slot towards front side of the building. What happens then? There is water dripping from the front side of the building, right? Would it look aesthetically good? Right, so it is really important to know which stakeholder. This is called as an experience, right? When you're building a building for the first time, you will not realize, oh, I'm putting a vent to the AC. Wherever it is in the room, you will see, and randomly you might end up putting a AC slot, or a slot for air conditioner, right? When you actually launch the building and interior design comes, and that's when he says, you can you change the architecture of the room? Then you cannot do that. It's too late in the day, right? Or if you want to change, it costs something. It costs more time, it costs more money, right? So these are the different facets of BACCM core concepts. Okay, functions of the core concepts. We discussed, we tried covering most of this in, in whatever we have discussed so far. What kind of changes are we doing? What are the needs we're trying to satisfy? What solutions are we creating or changing? Okay, who are the stakeholders involved? What do stakeholders, like the example that I just gave, uh, should you involve interior designing team in the very start? You might think interior designing would come after the building is done. No. What do stakeholders consider to be of value, right? Today packaging is very important than the actual product itself. Many people, it sells, right? Product might be really good, but you have to be very presentable. You are a product yourself. You're trying to be a business analyst or grow in your career, right? So you have to show that value, right? So in your words, and the way you present, in the way you behave, right? So that's the value you try to bring in. What are the contexts that we and the solution are in? Context is also really important. In times of AI revolution, you are supposed to pitch yourself as an AI business analyst. right? If you say that, in Jira, I was writing user stories, whatever resume existed 5 years back, if you put the same resume today, you might not get calls because there are a lot of AI plugins inside those softwares. Jira has a plugin where if you put the Epic, it breaks down into features. It also breaks down further into user stories. All that a business analyst is supposed to do is verify whether it is logically a right user story to break it down or not. Previously, there were 10 business, why there are job losses today is because of this. If 10 business analysts are the same bread example for those who come from non-IT background, you're cutting it into four pieces. For you take it into onto your plate, you further cut it down into slices, and then you take a bite, you put some butter or jam or whatever you want to garnish it with, avocado toast, whatever, and then you take a bite. That's a user story, right? We discussed this. If AI has to happen, it is you give a command to the AI, a prompt saying, break this bread into a granular level where I take a bite. You also define break it down into epics, four equal fragments or whatever, and then break it into features and then into user stories and then create tasks also. So instead of 10 business analysts, you just need two or three business analysts to verify whether logically AI has done the right job or not. Correct? Are you guys with me? Why would you think AI would replace jobs? Right? Things are getting automated. If you go back and say that I will write user stories, I would typically take, if in a real life interview, they'll ask you how many days would you take to create user stories. Usually, I was taking 1 week to 10 years back when I was first doing user stories. Give me 5 working days, I'll come up with, say, 20 user stories. I have to define acceptance criteria. I have to define definition of done. I have to define definition of ready. All those are being done manually. Logically, I'm applying my mind, talking to stakeholders, defining those user stories. Today, AI is doing that job. All that you're supposed to do is review each of the user story. If it is right, right. If it is wrong, you're supposed to correct that, tweak that small value. That's all. Okay. Next one, business analysis, knowledge areas. We will be extensively dealing with knowledge areas, and each of the knowledge area would be a 2 hour session at least, or probably more than that. If we are not able to cover all the tasks, it might extend. This is the major demarcation of the whole of the BABOK. Okay, BABOK is the body of knowledge, business analysis body of knowledge. First, knowledge, there are 6 knowledge areas as indicated. Business analysis, planning and monitoring, right, is the first knowledge area. Elicitation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, solution evaluation. These are the 6 knowledge areas which we would be extensively discussing about. Each knowledge area has different tasks to it. We'll be deep diving into each of the tasks as well. Okay. So a quick glance at what business analysis, planning and monitoring is. It explains the tasks that help plan and coordinate the work between business analysts and stakeholders. The results from these tasks are often used as important input or guidance for tasks in other areas. Okay, Bu- business analysis, planning and monitoring. So remember the planning that I mentioned about the project. You as a business analyst are concerned only and only about the scope of the project. Scope. You're not worried about timeline. You're worried, meaning it's PM's job to control you, whether you are taking the right amount of time or lesser time or more time. Okay. And especially in an agile world, it is all time boxed, right? In 2 weeks, whatever you're doing is what you're doing, right? So the focus or emphasis on deviation of time has gone down. Deviation of money also has gone down to a reasonable extent when it comes to business and analyst job, right? So here you are planning and monitoring. To it explains the tasks that help plan and coordinate. So this knowledge area deals with these things, how you work with different stakeholders. when and how do you plan your stuff, and how do you monitor those tasks, right? The next one is elicitation and collaboration. Elicitation is a fancy word that is used for uh, gathering. Okay, it outlines the tasks required to prepare for elicitation, meaning you are gathering requirements. You're going to each of the individuals and gathering their requirements. That itself is called as elicitation. Carry it out and review the results. All right, Bharat, have a good day. Results. It also explains how to share business analysis information and keep working closely with stakeholders throughout the process. Okay, it outlines the tasks required to prepare for elicitation. You have to prepare yourself before facing any stakeholders. Carry it out and review the results. Okay, it also explains how to share business analysis information, like whatever you're doing, it has to be shared right across the stakeholders, and keep working closely with all the stakeholders throughout the process. So this anything related to gathering requirements and collaborations is listed down under elicitation and collaboration. Okay, the next one is requirements lifecycle management. So everything has a life cycle. We talked about project management life cycle. We spoke about product development life cycle. We spoke about software development life cycle. Similarly, the life of a BA revolves around requirements, right? Scope of the project and scope needs requirements, right? So that also has a life cycle, and all those tasks are listed down under this. Okay, from time to time, whether some requirements are probably useful in the future, you will store it at a different place in a repository, right? It describes the tasks needed to manage and keep track of requirements and design information from time to time, from the time they are first created until they are no longer used, right? Because it's more or less like a product life cycle. Even in product, there is an ideation, there is a launch, and there is a withdrawal. Similarly, even when you're gathering requirements, is it useful only for this project, or in the future is it useful, right? And you will give a unique name to each of the requirements. All these things you will give a unique. It's like people itself. Feature 1 2 3 4 5, epic 1 1 2 3, right? Even user story will have a unique name, US 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? These tasks will help you ensure that information stays accurate, relevant, and well organized throughout its life cycle, because you have put in a lot of effort to gather. When you signed up for this course, probably you have shopped around, right? Who are the education providers? The moment you say business analysis, probably you might have got an ad on YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram. Simplilearn might have reached out in different ways the moment you spoke about it, right? Agreed, guys? Are you with me? We'll try to wind it up in the next couple of minutes, right? So that's how they're trying to reach out to you, right? Or you have gone to Google, you have done extensive research, who is the best provider, who is giving a quality service. All these things are requirements. You are gathering all the names and phone numbers. Tomorrow, you might need those. Suppose you might feel the need for more mock exams. There are 7 mock exams given along with this curriculum. In case you need more practice, what if you have to buy some more, right? That's a requirement which you'll not trash. Will you do that whole research again? Doesn't make sense, right? So you'll preserve that information so that it can be useful in the future, right? So that's about requirement life cycle. The fourth knowledge area is strategy analysis. Okay, strategy, like I said, there is a current state, there is a future state, there are a few things that needs to change. You need to define the change strategy, and there are certain risks during this process, right? So you are supposed to devise a strategy how we are going from point A to B. Okay, expected future state, right? From current state to expected future state. It describes the tasks to be performed for collaboration within the stakeholders to identify the real need and enable the organization to address that need. Okay, it also explains the tasks to align the resulting strategy for the change with higher and lower level strategies to address that need. So strategy can be in different ways. There is a high level strategy, monitoring and then do elicitation. All these are parallelly happening activities. Okay, and all these are interfabricated with each other. Planning, when you plan, you also execute, right? And when you execute, uh, elicitation collaboration comes into play, right? So requirements lifecycle management is a generic, what all are involved when you gather requirements. How are you storing those requirements? How are you giving a name to those requirements? Is it functional requirements or non-functional requirements? What is the ID from your Jira standpoint? Jira is the software that we use. We also discussed about the softwares, some of the tools that a software world uses. Every requirement will have an ID. Every epic also will have an ID, unique ID. Like we call people with names. Um, all of these also have names. Project, suppose, project has a specific name. Similarly, features also have some names or numbers to it. Okay, epics also have those numbers. Requirements also have those numbers. All of those are gathered together and stored in a particular format. All of that is discussed in requirement lifecycle manner. So first, business analysis, planning and monitoring. You got a pulse of what we do. We need to jot down a plan of who are the important stakeholders, right? Why should you approach them? What do you expect from them? What are the right questions to ask? When you speak to them, do you actually need an assistant to assist you in terms of taking minutes? So those that specific person is called a scribe. Okay, if you are not able to manage writing, jotting down the meeting summary, as well as, so now there is Copilot across the companies. Many companies have adapted this. As and when you walk into the meeting, you start the presentation, and then Copilot is actually, when you look at this recording also, I'm sure you have access to LMS portal. If you revisit the recordings of the last 3 days, you get to see the transcript of these notes, right? So uh, things have become much easier. Back in those days, even last year, a scribe is needed to write down all the notes and then identify the action points separately, send those to the owners of every requirement will have an owner, right? Every user story has an owner. You'll have to manually send it, follow up before you walk into the other next meeting. You're supposed to take updates, then circle back for the meetings, right? So all of this planning is done, and you are supposed to do some sort of a monitoring. There are 5 tasks listed under this. We'll get into details. Okay, elicitation and collaboration is one such thing where it's the name sounds fancy. You have to remember these words as is down the line: elicitation and collaboration. How what are the ways you interact with different stakeholders, and how are you planning this, right? So all of that collaboration related activities are listed down in this. Requirement lifecycle management has a few tasks under it. We'll get there. I think yesterday we covered till here. It describes the tasks needed to manage and keep a track of requirements. So remember this statement: requirements are based on need, design is based on, solution is based on design. Okay, needs uh, are needs and requirements go hand in hand, right? All the requirements are based on needs. You go to each of the stakeholders and gather the requirements. What is the basis of all of this is a business need. Okay, yeah, when you walk into IT stakeholders, they might say we need a cloud system to execute this plan. Okay, so that directly you might not relate this to a business need, but it is an IT need, which is a sub requirement, right? So you're supposed to identify what sort of requirement is that. Design and solution go hand in hand. Okay, when you try to there is a problem, there is a need, or there is a problem, you come up with a solution by uh, giving the solution. To give the solution, you're supposed to come up with a design, right? Front end, how the system is going to look like, back end, how the system is going to look like. This is all system thinking. Exactly, right, Amit. Yeah, need and requirements go hand in hand, design and solution go hand in hand. They also, this specific knowledge area also supports updates, changes, proper usage. So we'll see what tasks are listed there. Strategy analysis, I think we discussed this also. Current state, where do you stand? Future state, expected future state. What are the changes that are needed today to reach there? Okay, what is the change strategy? And then what are the risks involved when you do this change, right? Example was when you pick this topic up, when you choose to sign up for this course, there is a current state where you have been doing something from morning 7 to 9 in IST time. You are setting aside a few other things to attend to this session, right? Those are the changes that are needed. Is there anything critical that's dropping off, right? Those are the risks that you might encounter. Similarly, at an enterprise level, if you're changing architecture of a few systems, you need to be mindful of a lot of things. Okay, a system architectural diagram looks like there is a mainframe system, and before you even reach to that central system, there are some security protocols. Not everyone, suppose many of the portals have logins, right? When you log in, if you can access the centralized a centralized repository, like where all the sensitive information is being stored. For instance, you all might be using bank accounts, right? When you log in, just like you, many hackers would also try to get access to the bank systems, bank or any for that matter. Even Facebook has tons of information about people, right? Based on that information, they push ads to you, right? So login should not give access to the centralized data repository, where how much money you have in your bank accounts, what kind of transactions do you do regularly, all that is sensitive information. Even for that matter, your personal identification information, PII, which is like name, age, gender, all these things are also sensitive information. With that, they can they can make use of that information for anything, right? So all these are implicit risks you might have to, even when if someone is from healthcare fraternity. I've seen one or two guys are from healthcare fraternity. When doctors do a surgery, or I'll not go to surgery level, but simple example, if someone pinches you, as a reflex, you try to withdraw your hand, right? Your brain is not giving you a command. Your spinal cord is actually giving that command, right? So the reflexes are all flowing from spinal cord, right? So security protocols are like spinal cord. Login information is somewhere related to spinal cord. It doesn't give access to the brain. Okay, got the difference? Got the simile of, I tried putting it in simpler terms. Nilesh says to hack the login, access the thousands of thread. Exactly. So hackers are constantly trying to crack the system, get access to the system, because data is the new fuel of the world, right? So moving on, the next knowledge area is requirement analysis and design definition. Uh, I think most of the questions were uh, in CBAP. There is a certain percentage of questions which comes from each of the knowledge areas here, but I personally felt this one being a little more complex. Requirement analysis and design definition. All the tasks have a lot of techniques which needs like UML, Unified Modeling Language diagrams, entity relationship diagrams, right? So in the real life exam, out of 120 questions, there are 40 questions straight up which are based on case studies. Okay, it is designed in a way to drain your brain. Ideally, 3 hours, 3.5 hours time is given, and 120 questions, right? So you would be wondering, like initially, even I was wondering, 120 questions, why would I need 3.5 hours, right? It's a lot of time, almost 220, 210 minutes. 210 minutes for 120 questions is a lot, is what I thought. Strategically, they throw in very tough questions at the very start. Okay, 40 first, 40, at least to me, I don't know if the pattern has changed now. Whoever are recent CBAP takers, you can take feedback from them. There are a lot of portals for that. But first 40 questions were like, it drained my brain completely off. By the time I reached 41st question and I saw just three-liner there, I actually felt I've climbed up a mountain cliff, and now I'm relaxing. It squeezed, like it is more strategic. So the first 40 questions are based on case studies where there is a big case written on one screen. You cannot even see the whole question. You have to scroll it down, uh, because there is a whole case that is listed down there. ABC company is into supply chain management. They have variety of product lines. They manufacture different kind of beverages, health centric beverages. They have energy booster beverages. They have different product lines. Uh, Suppose there is a person, Joe is a senior business analyst who is overseeing these operations, and he felt that there can be a process improvement, or there is a problem that's cited. The problem can be when the trucks are coming to load the finished products or unload some raw materials, there is a wait time. The other trucks are waiting while these trucks are being unloaded, right? So now, say Sandra is a new business analyst who joined the team, and Joe has given some directives on who are the important stakeholders to be met, what sort of tools and techniques. So the question would be, what would be the first tool and technique that Sandra uses, you to get this process going? Something in these lines. The options are also whole of one pager, right? There is a diagram which shows Sandra is supposed to walk to the access the centralized repository, read through the documents, right? Yeah, so read through the documents, and uh, you know then reach out to the important stakeholders. See, all the solution architects, all these guys, they have hourly rate, a huge hourly rate, and you can't get their time so easily, right? People who are at senior management level, or if you're trying to grab some time, you really need to go with a specific agenda, and their time is very limited, right? All these things you have to plan. So I'm just giving you a glimpse of how real life exam environment looks like. Nothing to worry about it. On each case study, there are mostly there were four questions. Okay, four questions on each case study. Each of the option itself is like a whole page, right? Some simpler case studies had three questions. The same case study, there are three different questions. Like same the going back to the same example, Sandra, which tools and techniques. Now, Sandra has another person assisting her. What would be the first step that she would take to give a download of things? There are four options. All the four options are right in a way. Okay. She might have to do all the four of those, but what would be the first thing? Or probably the question is, what would be the second thing, right? So you need to design the solution in a way where it, intended use stays intact. Sudha, what do you expect me to, can you please tell me which specific topic? Not able to understand, confused. Sorry, which part, Amit? Which specific part? Can you please put one word of which part your exam related options? Is there any set pattern, or every time it changes? Uh, there is no. every time it doesn't change. There is no passing score that's propagated. Okay, typically they say 70%. Okay, it's percentile based, right? Like there is no scorecard given. I'm not even supposed to say this 70%, but in all the Simplilearn exams, if you can cross 80%, all the seven simulation tests that you see on your LMS portal, along with that, if you want to practice, buy practice tests outside, or there are a lot of free resources, you are free to take all those. Be as ready as you can, because clearing the exam is a different ball game from gaining knowledge, right? I'm trying to explain the theory so that you can act as a good business analyst. The class consists of a lot of freshers under 5 years of experience. 80 to 90% of the class is under 5 years of experience, right? When you're trying to crack into a corporate, last three sessions I was trying to focus on how real life corporate world looks like, right? What is Agile? What is the methodology? How many roles are there in a Scrum team? All of those, just to get a context of what I'm talking about. This one is purely from an examination standpoint, where I spoke about Bloom's taxonomy yesterday. What I'm throwing to you is just knowledge, right? I cannot get into your brain and tweak the way you comprehend things. I cannot even make you apply things, right? It is your responsibility to memorize all these things word to word, right? I'm trying to explain the logic. Based on logic, you're supposed to memorize, right? Second, you're supposed to comprehend in the right way. Application, of course, when you practice from examination standpoint, take as many simulation tests as possible. You will start thinking like BABOK, right? BABOK is your Bible when you give this exam. Okay, is there any set pattern, or every time it changes, Shweta? The type of questions remains the same. All the case study based questions. I know people who have taken in the recent past, more or less, it remains the same. Yeah. Anyone confused, don't worry, it's just an overview. Exactly, Mayur. Yeah. So I'm just giving you an overview. I'm not even showing I will try to find out if there is any sample questionnaire. I'll try to bring it up tomorrow. I'm just throwing it in so that you know what are we talking. Right now, I'm talking from an examination standpoint. Okay. Amit, this knowledge requirement analysis and design definition. Okay. Like basically, you have gathered all the requirements, right, in different ways. You are supposed to analyze those requirements, whether which are, like I mentioned, functional requirements, non-functional requirements. You would segregate all those, where to store these requirements, who to give access to all those things. Along with that, you'll also start designing definition based on the desired solution. Okay. So we'll talk about what are the specific tasks under each of the requirement analysis and design definition. This is again a very high overview of things. English, we studied BACM, BABOK, all of them exactly. What is work role of a business analyst on exactly what do you do software? Um, business and okay, I'll take this question at 7:30 now. I'll just take a quick pulse. Is it overwhelming? I just wanna know, because I was trying to give you an overview. Intent is not to scare you or anything. Uh, Nothing is easy, right? Uh, okay, there are tangible products or there are intangible products. Intangible products are called as services, right? A travel company sells tours and travel packages. Yesterday, iPhone was launched, day before yesterday, right? 17. People here in India, they're coming up with a pitch where they're bundling things. Go to Hong Kong and try to buy an iPhone there. If it is 1.6 lakh in India, you travel there, you buy Hong Kong, the whole trip is 1.7 lakh, right? What are they essentially doing here? They're trying to, they have a product, because people will wait for some relative or a friend to come from the US and get them the phone at a cheaper cost. They're trying to prompt their mind to buy, bundling different products. So going back, product is a tangible thing or intangible thing. Who designs the product is a product developer. right? In a software world, product developer or product manager. Once the product is developed, product needs to be managed, right? Business analyst takes care of scope of the product. Before you build that product, uh, in an IT world, it's a software product. So what are the requirements that are needed in that specific product? Okay, all the other things like how much time to be taken, how much money, all those things will be taken care by the project manager. Okay, business analyst, IT business analyst specifically works on the scope of the product, building that product. Okay, I tried covering this in the last slides, but one person says I'm not great. More examples. I haven't discussed anything at all. This is an overview. Probably you'll feel more confident down the line. Okay. So the last one. So I'm understanding the business analysis of product in deep insights. Business analyst comes in different shapes and forms, right? Uh, so broadly, there are different titles. It need not be essentially business analyst itself. Product owner, product manager, um, data analyst, systems analyst, process analyst, right? All these titles are uh, business analyst role itself. Okay, data, information, reporting. Okay, data, information, reporting. To convert the data into information, right, you need data models. Data engineers come into play there. To convert information to reports, you need a few visualization tools, right? That is relatively easier than creating models. Okay, I'll take the help of a whiteboard to explain this probably. You can, there is a mall, or for example, there is a McDonald's within a mall, and it's open 24 by 7. There are drive-through sort of a setup if you're towards North America. There are drive-throughs also where there are quick serves, right? So the owner of McDonald's wants to increase their business, right? This is the business case. Okay. Now, how do they do that? They employ a business analyst. Okay. For example, I would ask you guys, if you are given this task, how would you execute this? Quick, under 30 seconds, if you can drop some quick, because without knowing anything also, using common sense, you can deal with this, right? You need not know what BABOK says or CBAP says. What do you think would be the logical thing to do? These guys, IABA or CBAP, they have given a structure to this, as simple as that. All of us already know what to do. If you are a business owner, end of the day, if, for example, uh, you are a part of a family, nobody teaches you how to behave. If someone is married, or does anyone come and teach you how to handle a marital? There is no, there is no official, something, things are not officially taught to you, but you are managing, right? Similarly, do not feel overwhelmed. There is a structure given to this, irrespective of whether you're sitting for the exam, or you may not be able to remember all the 550 pages of BABOK, but use your common sense in your real life, right? Then take the help of all these tools and techniques that would actually help you. But purely from an examination standpoint, BABOK is your Bible. Do not use your common sense there. You should strictly stick to whatever BABOK says. Okay, so going to the comments, by getting more orders or selling. So yeah, so what they do is checking customer experience and feedback, bundling less saleable products, right? Decrease. Exactly. Rishabh, all these are absolutely bang on answers. Collaborate with marketing team to increase marketing ads, tactics like combos. Perfect. So initially, you are gathering data, right? For example, from 12 a.m. Or you start the day at say 8 a.m. in the morning. You break it down into three different fragments, right? 8 to 4, 4 to another 8 hour stretch till 12 in the night, 12 to 8. How many people are flowing walking into the store, into the driveway, online orders, right? You will try to segregate this information. So initially, you will be given access to all of the data, right? The data would look very clumsy. There are, say, 10,000 different entries. Customer one paying through whatever credit card, they ordered three products, coffee, bagel, sandwich, right? Someone who came through driveway ordered some vanilla ice cream with chocolate fudge or whatever, right? The price is $5.99. What are you going to do with the data? Can you comprehend anything with that sort of crude data? Can you comprehend anything out of this? Absolutely. So you cannot you cannot make insights out of looking at that specific 10,000 rows, right? Or the intent that I'm trying to say, Urushi, out of that 10,000 crude data, you have to cleanse it to make it look like in a format where you can use that information. So converting that crude data into an information format where I was giving this example, right? So you will break a day into three parts, right? So broadly, you will try to put eight. Midnight 12 to 8 and 8 to evening 4 and 4 to midnight 12, which segment has a maximum footfall, right? Out of that segment also, you will segregate hour by hour. This 1 hour, how many people are walking into the store, how many people are going through the driveway. If it's an odd hour, or if you're naturally going to office, you'll try to grab a quick bite, getting down from the car, walking into the store. All of this might not suit you. At the same time, in the night, if you're in your night where you are not comfortable walking into a store, those are the people who are using the driveway a lot, right? So to the driveway traffic is also a lot, right? Looking at the car lineup, people might not even join the line. So for those guys, the solution is they have assigned some parking lots. This was actually a project, guys, by the way. They have assigned 10 parking lots where cars come park there before they even park there. Parking lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 10. A customer service representative will, you have to order it beforehand, like 5-10 minutes beforehand. They will come and deliver the order to you. How easy is that? You just take it and you drive back, right? So that was the solution that they have designed. They have to do this. So going back, information would look like these three. Out of every 1 hour, how many people are walking into the store? What age groups are do they belong to? Are they kids, like kids walking with parents, or teenagers? After at 2:30 the school gets over, right? Their parents might be coming home at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. All those kids will come occupy all of the chairs there. If you walk in during that 2-3 hour window, you will see all the school going kids, especially the teenagers, right? So when the store is full, there is no scope for other people to walk in, right? So these are the kind of insights that you will draw. Reports would look like, it can be a one pager where a certain set of people, like people aged from uh, 10 to 15, from between 8 to 9, there are 13 people, or 13% of people belong to this category, right? Based on income, also based on the ticket size, also you'll not have the income details, but based on the ticket size, right? So if someone is making a bill of under $10, someone making a purchase of 10 to 20, 20 to 25, you will then focus on bundling products. Like someone rightly said, for example, someone is buying a bagel, there is a maximum probability that they want a coffee also, right? So you'll try to give an offer 20% off on coffee for everyone who sells bagel. Or how many of you have seen something called as happy hours? Usually it is put up in brewery, resto bars and all of those, right? So yes, pubs. Usually humans tend to get naughty thoughts once sun is down, right? So after 7, anyways, there is occupancy. Before 7, they try to have some occupancy to the stores, right? So they announce that, in the daytime, there are seldom people who walk into the stores, so they try to say that, afternoon 12 to evening 7, or afternoon 3 to evening 7 is happy hours, right? So they identified that there are lesser footfalls during that time, so they're trying to increase the number of footfalls so that the store is occupied across the time that they're open, right? So reporting looks like this specific 4-hour window is free, right? Which is why uh, you come up with some strategies and ideas. You recommend some solutions which are implementable. You do a feasibility study, and then you implement it. And then finally, the revenue increases. Everyone is clear with this example. What is the data? What is information? What is reporting? Data is crude data. You apply data models to it. So initially, you out of those 10,000 fields, you can use a simple Excel, which is a tool. Again, Excel is a tool. PowerPoint is a tool. All these are tools. There is nothing fancy about these, right? So you'll use this, put filters on age group, the ticket size that they purchased, the nature of item, right? You'll put a filter. But when you deal with complex data models, datas, the system itself will identify what is the nature of the datum, and put it at the right spot. Okay, so you as a data engineer are building data models which convert data into information, right? And now that is also getting automated, where AI engineers are coming into play. They try to read the psychology. Okay, they've picked up coffee. What would be the next stop for them? Is it a fuel station? Let's recommend a fuel station advertisement for these guys. So something of that sort, right? Information. With that information also, you might not you get insights. Okay, these many people have walked in, but there should be actionable insights, right? For a senior management, uh, what would they do with these many people have walked into the store between morning 8 to 9 a.m. What are they going to do with that? Right? You should also say that we can make optimal utilization of resources by pushing other products during this time. That's how a report looks like, and it is all about pie charts, bar charts, and all of that. And for converting information to reporting, there are visualization tools like Visio, Power BI, all those come into play at this point in time. Okay, those are relatively easier when compared to converting data to information. Okay, how to do the data extraction? When you say extraction, what sort of extraction are you talking about, Lena? So access in this specific example, basically, you are given access, but in a company standpoint, you will be given access to the databases, right? You will use SQL. SQL is you can use it as a definition language or querying language, right? Or manipulation language, data manipulation language, data querying language, data definition language. So you will do simple querying. You need not write commands to, or probably some BAs also create commands when you are doing data migration projects. Especially in 2020, many people were dissolving their office spaces, right? There is no point having a huge floor and paying 10 lakh rent a month, or $10,000 a month. They dissolved the office spaces. They had a server room which is a part of the office. All that data is being uploaded to the cloud, right? AWS or Azure. Many data migration projects have happened. Or the bank that I worked with, online banking was designed in 1993 or 95 to begin with. Then towards 2005, there is mobile banking that was started, and these two platforms were built independent of each other. They didn't know they'll talk to down the line they have to talk to each other, right? Down the line, online banking is there, mobile banking is there. Then there is message SMS banking, something of that sort. You can put a request, and someone in the back end does that job for you, right? Now, when one change has to be pushed, this bank is spending time and money and efforts on each of the systems separately for the same change. The check deposit example, for example, you are dropping the check through mobile deposit, right? The balance has to reflect just not in mobile banking application, but it has to reflect in online banking as well as other portals. Like if there is a teller bank teller portal, even there it has to reflect. So the same change is being pushed on multiple platforms at once, right? So and you're spending a lot of time and effort. So that's where data migration projects came into play, right? So you are trying to, there are smaller clouds, right? Online banking has a smaller cloud, mobile banking has a smaller cloud, ventures has a smaller cloud. You are merging all these things and migrating it to a bigger cloud, right? But to do that, you have to create tables, right? Data extract, this is a part of extraction. You create tables however you see in the cloud here. For example, there is ABC customer walking into the store who is 30-year-old buying bagels, the same McDonald's example, right? There is an online banking, sorry, online, take example as bank, you'll have a variety of things. All the account information is stored on one database. All the client personal information is being stored on one database. All the loan product information is stored. Credit card information is stored. There are different databases. These databases have to talk to each other, right? When you put up a query, suppose you have to issue a credit card, you have to be cognizant about what is the lending appetite of that person, right? If someone has exhausted their lending appetite as a part of the home loan or car loan, he or she is not eligible to claim more credit, right? So all the systems have to essentially talk to each other, right? So many data migration projects have happened. That's what is the end point. Data extraction happens at that point. Lena, because you have asked that question, I have given the specific example. Nilesh, data management is very crucial for financial companies nowadays. Exactly. Data is the new fuel. Three types of things, three types of jobs that would stay for the next 15, 20 years. You're safe. How to store the data, right? Uh, is all about cloud computing, AWS, Azure, all the cloud related certifications, right? Cloud engineer, or for that matter, cloud related business analyst, right? How to protect that data is all about cyber security. And thirdly, how to make meaning out of the data. Very good, you have stored at a good place, you are protecting the data. What are you going to do with the data? Unless you are drawing insights. Right now, all the NLP models, AI, ML, they're trying to do some cognitive, bring in some um, AI data models to automatically interpret what the data is and predictive analytics, predict what the customer would be buying at a later point in time, right? Based on that, you will be designing some products. You have reached that phase, right? So, which is why all this information is needed. Going back, I'll try to. So, you got a difference. What sort of tools that we use? Data to information, you will need a lot of programming languages. Basically, SQL is the basic programming language. People should have a know-how of Python also, because here you'll be dealing with databases. All the data flows into databases. Down the line, I'll give you some real life examples on how data is stored when we deep dive. But all of this is for your real life examples. When you walk into a interview, you can cite these examples. Okay, so knowledge areas, going back to knowledge areas, solution evaluation, right? So solution, we are doing all of this for arriving at a solution, right? It explains the tasks needed to evaluate how well a solution is performing and how much value it delivers to the business, right? And these okay, these tasks also help identify improvements or actions that can be taken to ensure the solution provides its full potential value. There is something called as potential value. uh, if you are underplaying, right, are you giving your full potential value? If your brain capacity, for example, many people often say in 10th standard I scored, in 10th grade I was a star, I was performing very well. Today I'm like, I'm doing a mediocre job, right? Last year my performance was really good, I was star of the quarter. This year my numbers are low. If your potential is so much, you are only supposed to improve or stay at the same place. right? If you're underplaying, yeah, there are human beings are dealing with a lot of circumstances. It's okay to breathe in, take some time, but know your potential and try to get that value out of it. Same way, any solution that we design, there is an expected potential value. You need to check the system in a way, is it delivering the expected potential value or not? Okay. Solution is usable for long term and action at every point of view. Correct. Yeah. That's right in English. All right. With that, we are looking at the business BABOK knowledge areas and relationships. So this looks like a black magic rangoli, but we'll when we go into deep dive, we'll know all these are interfabricated as I mentioned, right? So how are these interlinked with each other? We'll discuss in the further slides. Okay, business analysis techniques. There are 50 different techniques. Okay, they have prepared a grid of 25 each. We will be talking about each of the technique in great detail. And you as a business analyst can use one or many of these techniques. You should know when you're doing a specific task. For example, you're doing current state, define current state under strategy analysis. There is a first task called define current state, right? That's one of the tasks. When you're defining current state, what sort of techniques do you have to use? What sort of tools that you have to use? Who are the stakeholders you'll have to involve for getting the right state of affair today in the company? Uh, It can be systems, it can be hierarchy, right? There is a director, there is a a vice president under them. So you have these slides, Babita. You like if you go to LMS portal, there are downloads, right? There are ebook downloads. This is a direct depiction of all those downloads. If if someone has not actually downloaded, please go back. There are three things that you see. One, self-recorded videos. Two, instructor-led access, where you have used a link to join. Below all that, you will see some certificate being unlocked, and then you will also see ebooks, additional resources. Yeah, so you will see exact same slides there, and those slides would be your best friends for the next few days before you sit for the exam. Okay, yeah. So these are the broad techniques. So CBAP certification, founded in 2003. I happen to, mention this a couple of times. Uh, there is this BABOK guide which identifies, it tried to standardize the business analysis processes and give us a glimpse of, what are the knowledge areas and tasks that are often used in real life world. Identify the skills necessary to be effective in the role through the business analysis core competency model and self-assessment tool. Recognizes business analysis professionals through this certification. See, I'm sure you all might be working on different, even fresh college grads, you might be working on some internship projects. All of you have some bit of knowledge, but when you expose yourself to the job market, if four alphabets can define the knowledge that you bring into the table, like you can mention CBAP next to your name, your resume carries a lot more weightage when compared to other resumes, because you're the person whoever is reviewing the profiles would know that if someone has cleared this, they can expect certain level of minimum guarantee of knowledge, right? Theoretical knowledge. Again, there is nothing practical about this. Minimum guarantee, right? So which is why certifications are important, especially in Western world, and when you're trying for promotions within the company, these certifications help you a lot, even for new job seekers, right? Membership. um, so there is a membership fees for joining. The IAB is a non-profit, but they use this membership amounts to maintain the portal, maintain that repository, right? So initially there is a career growth and support. Then there is a networking and community. They're trying to, so IABA has chapters. There is a Hyderabad chapter, there is a Bangalore chapter, there is a, Delhi chapter, there is a Mumbai chapter. Similarly, there is a Toronto chapter, New York, New Jersey, Texas, Dallas. Malaysia chapter, Singapore. So across the globe, there are chapters of IABA where you can walk in, you can socialize with similar like-minded people. There'll be a mix of people, right? People who are in their first 5 years of a career or 10 years of career. You have a lot to take, right? People in their once they cross 20, 25 years of experience, they have a lot to give, right? And they also come there expecting that someone who is 23 or 25 would be more hands-on with the technologically driven things. They would be more hands-on with the AI insights, right? What is Canva, how to make dashboards or reports much easier than before, right? So even they are actively learning. People in their with 20, 25 years of experience, they want to learn technology. And you as a new business analyst are learning real life insights, real corporate world insights, right? What are the different tricky situations that you are not reinventing the wheel, right? All of us have walked through, whoever are walking before you have walked through certain situations. There is a tough stakeholder. How do you deal with them? You are clueless. ChatGPT might not give you the right answer. You have to talk to people. There is a situation like this at my workplace. You need not put across the exact because there is a confidentiality of data also. You cannot let everything you cannot discuss everything which happens inside the company, but you will tweak the questions in a way where they are seniors, probably they are giving the even experts, right? Within the company, was there a situation like this in the past? So all these things, business analysis resources also, all the BABOK guide is free of cost. There are other resources also. That those are the benefits of membership. Okay, IABA is unable to provide services in few countries. There are so refer to IABA's website. You will know the pricing. There are certifications around data. There are certifications around cybersecurity. But three core certifications that are listed here uh, are recommended for someone who is trying to get their foot into business analysis. Okay, there are hybrid certifications where cybersecurity is taught as well as business analysis is taught in a couple of them. They are not as popular as these ones. Industry renowned certifications are ECBA, like the top one being CBAP. CCBA, ECBA also, I see a lot of freshers take up this certification. But if there is any sort of work experience, we can do some kind of a modulation of your work experience to make it fit into this work experience. Certified business and applications do go for audit at times, so you need to be very careful while filing the application. Okay, you might take help of Simplilearn backend support team when you draft the application. Some people get over enthusiastic where they directly, without informing, they just directly file as per whatever they have originally done. Sometimes you need to make some changes to show as they want to see, right? So just take help when if you are not very clear with that. We do need CBAP now. Yeah, right, Nilesh. So if you are preparing for the exam, of course, yes. So work experience for CBAP, right? You need at least 7,500 of hours. If you break it down 8 hours a day or 9 hours a day, I think it is 5 years. Okay. In the last 10 years, if you are having at least 7,500 hours of experience, you're good to give the exam. Knowledge areas, you should have a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas for a total of at least 3,600 of required 7,500, which is like they made it sound a little complicated. We discussed about 6 knowledge areas, right? Business analysis, planning and monitoring, elicitation, collaboration, requirements, lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirement analysis, and design definition, solution evaluation. These are the 6 knowledge areas, right? Out of those, you're essentially supposed to work at least 900 hours on 4 of 6, which means, for example, if you have not worked on uh, evaluating solution evaluation, that's okay. Okay, if you have not worked on elicitation collaboration every day, you keep interacting with different stakeholders. So elicitation is your good. Elicitation collaboration is the better. Even business analysis planning and monitoring is also all of us do that sort of a bare minimum planning, and we do monitor our work, and that's also good, right? Strategy also, you stand at a place, you try to drive a change to a future state. That also is usually done, right? Requirement analysis and design definition is something which is more technical, so not everyone might have had hands-on experience. So you'll have to tweak your experience to fit into this model before you appear for the exam, to have minimum of 35 professional development hours. So all this training that you're taking qualifies for that. Simplilearn awards you a certificate which is mandatory to be uploaded when you apply for the exam on the IABA portal. Okay, how should we cover 75 hours of experience? There are few things which I cannot talk about, but there are fixes for that. So yeah, so you should make sure that the application is designed in a way where it doesn't get picked for audit, right? So take help of the backend support team when you fill in. Take an Excel sheet, put your legitimate experience, ignore it completely, then put what is desired by IABA. If there is anywhere there is a mapping of things, every knowledge area has different. I'll show you a snapshot of. I have prepared some cheat sheets for you guys. You have to make those cheat sheets for yourself. Every knowledge area has tasks under it. Every task has variety of things. There is an overview. There is a overview. There is a guideline. There are tools and techniques. Tools separate. There are techniques separately. There are stakeholders who are involved as a part of the task. There are elements, right? All these are different words. Initially, you might get confused. How is an element different from a tool, or how is a what sort of stakeholders? Only these seven stakeholders are needed, or are there other new stakeholders that are needed? There are domain subject matter experts, right? So you will see when we actually deal with these tasks. I think most likely I'll try to start with with the knowledge areas as soon as I can. Preparing for the CPAP exam, I have indicated this already. 120 questions, 10 minutes, 3.5 hours. Okay, all of that is case study based questions. There is no negative marking. There is no set percentage of how much do you have to score to clear the exam, but ideally 70 to 75 is what I've typically we see. It also depends on timing also. In the last cohort, if someone has scored very high, it can go to 80%. If someone is it so they are building a database, right? If say 100,000 people have taken the exam so far, they are revisiting the passing score. Initially, when they started, they didn't have a data model to give a percentile. When they started with cybersecurity exam, they have offered it for free in 2020, right? So they were seeing out of 100 exam takers, how many people could score more than 70%, or how many people could score more than 60%. Then they see, okay, this is the sweet spot. Let's put this as the pass percentage, and they don't announce that this is the percentage. Okay. So the logical steps: apply and pay for the certification. Do not do that right now because you're taking training, which is mandatory to these 35 PDUs are mandatory. Once you're done, then you can articulate your work experience as per the needs, and then you can apply, pay, pay the exam fees. I would say your application paying the exam fee, from then on you'll have 1 year to take the exam. So whenever you're, sometimes it's wise idea to log the exam date and then travel with those timelines, because if you keep looking, okay, we have 1 year, let me do it towards end of December or next May, that will never come, right? Fix a date, log the date, and then get going, right? So that's one strategy. Schedule you should not even have too less a time also to. So I have broken down, when I've taken the exam first, I've broken down my prep strategy into three different ways. First phase, like every phase had 15 days. I had some time during when I was preparing. So 45 days prep strategy. I've broken down into 15 days each. First phase, I was taking this training, right? Where training is done by then. I was preparing notes for myself. I was going through each of the slides, like Simplilearn slides are there. I was making notes, one pager each for each of the knowledge area, crystallizing, like then I'm not making any effort to memorize anything. Okay. Logically, I'm trying to understand the concepts and absorbing the theoretical aspect. Second 15 days, I'm trying to actually apply those to real life questions, right? And at the same time, parallelly trying to memorize whatever I've studied, right? Third phase, I started practicing the simulation exams. Take the same simulation exam once again. You will not by heart the questions, right? So it might look familiar, but you'll not remember the exact answer, right? So no harm taking the exam twice. Also, 45 days is too less a time. 3 months is a good time if you can break the first phase in 1 month. But very often, what happens is if you once become a member, you will have a free BABOK guide. Online, there are portals where you can download it for free also. Those are pirated versions. IABA does not personally recommend that, but whatever suits you guys. And simple and habits are useful for better understanding of CBAP. That's right. So imagine a pencil being sharpened at both the ends. Okay, when you start very small. Okay, uh, and as you elaborate, the pencil what it elaborates, right? There is a tampered end, and then you elaborate. The simply learn slides are a crystallized, filtered form of of whatever the BABOK says. Okay, they have really put in a lot of efforts to bring it to that shape. You might see 1,000 odd slides there, but each slide has just very few lines, right? And there are pictorial depictions. So when you are, I'll be bringing up those slides, but make notes for yourself. And that will be the bare minimum that you can do. And after that, to revisit any topic, you can refer to the BABOK. It's really impractical to read the whole of 550 pages of BABOK. By the time you go to page 100, you'll not even remember what was mentioned on page 10, right? And there are citations. Suppose when you are reading requirement analysis and design definition, some task under RADD, you will find some citations to elicitation collaboration, right? So you'll have to go back and forth. So do not confuse yourself. Do not try reading the BABOK. Many people set this target. I want to read 10 pages today. So by the time you finish 10 pages each, 500, 550 pages, you will take 2 months just to complete that reading, 60 days of effort. Um, it practically did not work well for me because you will forget what you have studied on day 7 or day 10. You will not be able to relate. So Simplilearn material is very good. I'll show you a snapshot of after the slides are complete. I'll show you something where you can be preparing something of that sort for yourself. Okay. Application fee. So there are three types of fees. One is the membership fee. Second is application fee. The third is exam fee. All these three are different. There are initially across the globe, there was one band of fee. Later on, they have segregated. There are three zones. Um, US, Canada, all of these fall under zone one. There are a few countries which fall under zone two, Malaysia, Indonesia, all those countries. Then there is zone three. India falls under zone three. The pricing is comparatively much lesser if you're taking the test from India. Okay, $95 or something like that. So yeah, exam rewrite fee. I think this is you have to pay the exam fees in US dollars itself. So you might need a credit card which supports that. How to become members and are there? Yeah, membership. There is a membership fee, Nishant. Okay, 150 US dollars or something like that. See, there is a fees to become a member also. This is for CCBA. So what amount we need to pay? I'm displaying it here. So initially there is an IABA handbook, or your slides have this. Okay, just do a quick conversion of into INR. Right now, USD is somewhere around 80 to 85, somewhere around that. So do a conversion. Your bank might add a foreign exchange transaction fee. So if you are having a global credit card or MasterCard, very good. Otherwise, there is a transaction fee. So all those fees, if Lena, it's different for everyone, but in USD, this is the fee. Right, this is the application fee. Membership fee is also, I think, around $150 itself. Okay, examination handbook has this. Can refer. Uh, Maybe I'll post a link of examination handbook here. You can quickly refer to that. Okay, CBAP certification. We count in members and not. So once you clear CBAP, see, these are designed in a way to encourage you guys to take membership because um membership, suppose you become a member for $150 and then pay the application fee another $150, and to sit for the exam it is say $250 for a member. For a non-member it is say $400, right? So taking membership 150 plus, as a member if you apply say $250, right? In total you are paying 400, right? If you are sitting for the exam as a non-member, that's also possible. You have to end up paying 400 again, right? So why would you not become a member? They try to encourage you to take membership so that this is repeat money, right? Every year this membership comes in. To maintain the credential, to maintain the CBAP credential, you have to have those continued development units. Like now you are getting 35 PDUs to sit for the exam. Every once in 3 years, you're supposed to have 30 PDUs to continue maintaining the designation. By then hopefully you'll all get into jobs which you deserve, and I hope your company pays for the certifications, or they sponsor this. I'm just giving you a idea of how in a real life corporate they do. Not everyone pays from their pocket. Probably if you are in the same fraternity, your company might end up paying. Or the 30 continued development units, it is a few of them are self-claimed. If you are suppose teaching, I can claim these hours as teaching hours and I can get the CDUs. You are propagating business analysis, either you are learning or you are teaching, right? And most of it is self declaratory. Okay, to maintain the credential it is relatively easier. You just need to know how to do it. So you will make friends when you go to different chapters. As a CBAP certified professional, you can call yourself, then you will figure out your own way. Okay, what is partner program members? Where is partner program? Okay. So why would people not take membership and sit for the exam as a non-member? There are some conflicts of interest. For example, someone is a PMI member, they're not supposed to, if they're a director on a panel, they cannot be a member of any other professional organization of similar fraternity, something of that sort. Right. So those are the people who opt for being a non-member and sit for the exam. Okay. Partners, IABA has collaborated with different partners, like Simplilearn is one of the partner, right? So sometimes I think exam voucher is given along with the certification, so they get a discounted price. So those are the partners. So they are called as endorsed education providers, EEP. Okay, endorsed education providers. So those are the partners that they're referring to. I don't know what is applicable to you in English, so I cannot quite comment on that. But I missed the Daniel days. I missed the first two classes, which implies that I can't get up to 35 videos. Does that mean it is not possible for me? Not really, Daniel. So um, Simplilearn gives you the certificate if you appear for 90%, if you complete 90% of the self-learning portal, You need not even attend these classes. You have access to self-learning portal, right? Um, these classes, I think 80% attendance is mandatory. If you miss a class beyond 80%, if it is less than 80%, then you have to sign up for another batch to complete your 80% and then unlock the certification. Okay. So what are the next ones? Certification fee, key takeaways. Business analysis drives change by defining needs and recommending solutions. Okay, this is very, very generic. Mayur, you can watch the recording. He can watch recording and come. Yeah, you can watch the recording also, Daniel. BABOK guide outlines standards, techniques, and knowledge areas. We know this. BACCM model connects 6 core concepts. We have studied this. Requirements are categorized into business, stakeholder, solution, and transaction types. I don't know when did we bring this up, but they have directly put it under summary. There are business requirements, there are stakeholder requirements, there are solution requirements, and there are transition requirements. Okay, I don't know how did we miss this, but there are 4 different types of requirements. Business requirements are requirements where uh, typically take the example of the check from a mobile application example. What are the business requirements? When you're dropping a check, for example, it belongs to the same bank or it belongs to a different bank, right? And when you are in branch banking, they say that the branches are being uh, over traffic some. Banks are being cluttered because many people come for check deposits, right? So we want to reduce the traffic, right? So that's a business requirement. Stakeholder requirement to permit this change. Okay, who are all the essential stakeholders? There is an IT spock who has to cooperate to get this change pushed. There is a legal spock who has to get approval from RBI, right? You can't, till now RBI has given some guidelines, right? Now regulator, one of the important stakeholders, you have to submit an application saying, you know what, the banks are being cluttered because of check drop thing. So we are planning to introduce this. Can you permit this? So that is a stakeholder requirement. Solution requirement. When you are defining the solution, you're right. Right now, there is an existing system. When you come up with the solution, you need to tweak a few things. So those are solution driven changes, right? Then there are transition requirements. For example, you are living in a house and you're trying to do some changes to it. You're adding a washroom or you're redefining the interiors. Temporarily, you have to live somewhere else. You can't keep doing work and put the bed there, right? You can't live in the same household. For which, for a couple of months, probably you'll rent another house which is close by, another floor or somewhere outside. You'll get this work done and you will shift back, right? So renting that other house is transition requirement. Okay, in the software world also there are requirements like that. CBAP certification validates advanced business analysis skills through experience-based assessment. Like I mentioned, it's all scenario-based questions, right? So you'll be preparing in those lines. So this is one sheet which I was talking about. One, you are anyways understanding the concept. Secondly, you are supposed to memorize or mug up all the concepts of BABOK, which is a essential thing as a part of knowledge, right? Knowledge gathering. Then you try to comprehend things and apply. There are 5 different tasks under business analysis, planning, and monitoring. Okay, those 5 tasks are listed here. Plan business analysis approach being the first task. Second is plan stakeholder engagement. Third, you're planning business analysis governance. Okay. Then there is plan business analysis information management. Then there is identify business analysis performance improvements. Okay. Logical, if you see, when you're planning and monitoring, of course, you need to plan the approach, right? Take sitting for CBAP exam itself as an example. Okay, you will plan an approach. Sir, can you please share? Share the sheet. Denzel, I would request all of you to prepare this. I'll place the sheet as a sample sheet. Okay. I would, when I come to this topic, I would want all of you to prepare the sheet for yourself. That's a homework because it's easy for me to give away all the sheets. I have all the sheets with me. But the strategy is you have to write with your own hands. This is everything that is covered under that specific task. Okay, overview and purpose of that specific task. There are elements, there are guidelines and tools. The guidance is different from guideline again. There is a guidance section under each of the tasks, right? So every word you have to remember as is. So do not take stress when you write the sheet, right? Logically, whether something is making sense, you will draft these words. Your reference of this is your Simplilearn slides itself. Okay, 1,000 odd slides, right? It's very simple. One slide has just a very few information. Probably only this part is mentioned there. Elements, one slide, all of this is mentioned there. Okay, there are different techniques. What sort of techniques would you use when you are planning an approach, business analyst approach? Then there are stakeholders. Okay, domain subject matter expert, project manager, sponsor, regulator, all these guys are the stakeholders, right? And then what are inputs and outputs? You need not essentially follow the same order, right? Overview and purpose elements. When I started, I missed out on putting inputs and outputs here, right? After overview and purpose, I wanted to have what are the inputs and outputs. So you can tweak the order if you want, however it is comfortable to you. But if you make a grid of this sort, the idea of doing this is, okay, I'll try to open a Zite board. What you guys are supposed to do is, this is knowledge area 1, you do this on day 1. Okay, the second day you prepare another sheet. This is knowledge area 2, this is 2. Okay, 3. Okay, you're supposed to stick all these things to the wall. Okay, try to stick these sheets to the wall. The reason why I personally felt this approach has helped is because 550 pages, it's very tough for you to remember. But I have shown you what this is, right? Like, for example, I'll close all of this. When you are, suppose, talking about, uh, some business analysis performance assessment here. It is one of the guidelines and tools that is listed under business analysis governance, right? Or business policies. There might be citations when you are dealing with requirements lifecycle management about business policies. How would you know? How would you remember what you studied on page 10 versus page 235, right? So when you actually prepare this sort of a board, page 1 is stuck here. Then the second day or you finish one chat, that's also okay. Do not try to memorize when you write again, because there is a temptation and you will not finish completing that sheet, which is why I'm saying this again. Then there is another sheet, knowledge area 2, knowledge area 3. Now, when you walk this wall, initially once all of the sheets are ready, when you walk this wall, you will take typically 2 hours or so, right? You will stop, stand at this place, read through everything. You will read through each one of this, right? How long does it take? It would take some time. It may take half an hour or so to complete the complete reading all of this, right? When you are writing with your own hands, you know what is the overview of business analysis approach. Still, you are reading each of it. Here, you are supposed to select a methodology, create or select a methodology. What is a methodology? We spoke about it. Waterfallish methodology or agile methodology or adaptive or iterative. Those are the kind of methodologies that you are supposed to um, arrive at, right? So that's the purpose of this. Identify business analysis deliverables. Always think of the end point first, right? You have to start walking in those lines. Define activities and tasks. So now you are carrying out this approach. What would be the tasks that you have to conduct? Tomorrow, what are the tasks? Day after tomorrow, what are the tasks? Right? You may have to arrange a scribe to take down the minutes. You may have to ask for solution architects time. They are highly paid and you will not get their time at all, and your team has to absorb those costs also. If you borrow them for half an hour, they charge you like a bomb, right? You have to be prepared for all that. You have to put a request to request for budgets for all of those. So all those are tasks that you have to do, right? So each and every word has profound meaning, which is why it will take a while to stand at a place, absorb all these things, predictive and adaptive, like all this. We will be doing some exams also, right? So going back to this board, expectation is for you guys to create knowledge sheets like this. Okay, I'll open another sheet. This is the second sheet. Can you guys see elicitation collaboration here? Right? Yeah. So this is all about elicitation collaboration. There is, yeah, you can drop in 2 minutes. No worries, Risha. So task is prepare for elicitation, these are the different tasks under elicitation collaboration. You prepare for elicitation. Before you even go for it, you can't go with blank mind, right? You prepare for it. Conduct elicitation. You are actually doing the elicitation. Then confirm elicitation results. What you heard might be different from when you say the same thing back again. There is a hell lot of difference, right? So you have to make sure that, okay, this is what I have heard. You have to recite that same thing back. Many times people, if they can't convince you, they confuse you, right? Telling so many things. So you have to confirm on the mail or verbally or whichever mode the results that you get back from illustration. Then you have to communicate business analysis information. Once you gather all the information, you have to cascade that information to the top level, bottom level, and peers also. Before people leave, would you mind taking a quick moment to drop some feedback? There is a link that was posted by the Learning Success Manager a couple of minutes back. Just rate. Specific comments may not be needed, but rating helps. Okay. Manage stakeholder collaboration. Have a got a meeting. Email, I don't think, but that's okay, Bhavita. You can get going. Okay, 9 will try to stop. So this is the next sessions onwards. We'll try to focus on these. Okay, I have cheat sheets for all of these, but I wouldn't give it to you. Okay, this is for the third, what is it called? Third knowledge area. Okay, this is the fourth knowledge area, strategy analysis and design definition. Fifth knowledge area, requirement analysis and design definition. There are 6 tasks. This is the one which carries 30% weightage. Okay, sixth is solution evaluation. Okay, we'll be discussing extensively about each of the knowledge areas as we progress in the classes. Okay, intent is for you to create this, walk the wall, and then there are additional sheets also for techniques. For example, all the techniques, 50 techniques, I tried putting it under one page. I'm a conjuse. Um, Conjuse means miser for those who do not understand. So, anyways, I personally find one pagers help, which is why I've dumped everything under one page. You might take 2 pages overly for whatever. My intent is to stick to the wall and read through those for better memorization, right? And then whatever you see here is a reference to Simplilearn slides, slide number 280, or under BABOK, which section was it listed under, right? So I just gave a quick reference so that in case I want to see what this acceptance and evaluation criteria is, I can quickly refer to that. Okay, just to confirm, SH column is stakeholder, Sheetal, stakeholder. Okay, session. So if you have BABOK guide, you might have got a chance to see it's a 500 plus pager, and the copy that I have is version 3. One of my mentors from Toronto, they contributed to this. Their names are written here. Harold, Bruce. Okay, so most of it is segregated under 6 knowledge areas, these two being the introduction topics, introduction and key concepts. Apart from that, planning and monitoring, elicitation, collaboration, requirements, lifecycle management, strategic analysis, RADD, solution evaluation. Right now, I would request you all to write these 6 knowledge areas once. It can be on a notepad virtually or on your physical notepad, because every day will start with this. You need to memorize all the 30 tasks here. That's the first step, right? So start writing. If you want, I can write with you guys. Business analysis, planning and monitoring. Under that, there are 5 tasks. Okay, I'll logically explain why is that these tasks are mentioned under this knowledge area. Business analysis. So when you plan and monitor, you need to devise an approach, right? So you'll have to plan that approach. Yesterday, I've shown what methodology to be followed. It can be iterative, adaptive, agile, waterfall, or whatever. So all those things are planned in approach phase. Are you writing down? Can you please confirm if you can, preferably a notepad and a pen? Okay, awesome. The the way I wanted that to look like is, okay, before the exam starts, okay, I'm preparing you all from two perspectives. One, I would want you all to clear the exam. Where is the BABOK guide shared? LMS, I personally do not know this. So, okay, so I would request you all to, be prepared for a brain dump of this sort before you begin the exam. Okay, so every day when we start the session, join 2 minutes before. So it might take initially 10 minutes to write all the 30. Down the line, you should bring it down significantly to under 1 minute. Okay, Amit has posted a link here. If anyone would want to download, because ideally you'll have to uh, become a member of IABA and then download. Okay, so that's already posted here. I am not officially supposed to do that, so just download it, guys, if you want. Okay, this is the sort of brain dump before you start with the exam, right? Plan, business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, governance, business analysis information management, identify performance improvements. It need not be, the whole word need not appear, but you should be able to understand. The reason behind this is you need to compartmentalize. All these are tasks. These are knowledge areas, BAPM, ENCL, station collaboration. All these are tasks listed underneath the knowledge areas, right? So when you look at this, look at any question, you should be able to make out which task are they talking about, so that you can go to that relevant. Uh, for instance, someone is talking about governance. Okay, there is a question around governance, right? And they're talking about some inputs and outputs. So you know where to go, right? Governance, here you see, I think I skipped mentioning about inputs and outputs in the first. Here, can you see inputs and outputs? So if someone if there is a question that pops up about governance, input is business analysis approach. The other input is stakeholder engagement approach, and output is governance approach. Okay, so when you're doing plan, business analysis, governance, of course the output would be governance approach, right? So these are common sense factors. You need not uh, strain your brain too much there. But what goes as inputs here? Business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, right? Can you see these two here? The first task here and the second task here. These two go as inputs for the third task, as simple as that. Okay, so when you see the pictorial depiction of, when you put across the brain dump, you are more prepared to answer those questions, so that when you're answering those questions, suddenly your mind might go blank. Oh, there is you are put to strain when you're answering those questions. So suddenly you might forget what comes after stakeholder engagement. Oh, that I'm not able to remember at this point in time. You might go blank, right? To avoid all that chaos, to avoid wasting time there in the real life exam, a brain dump helps. Okay, good with me so far? Can you give a quick yes? All right. No reason to feel overwhelmed. Take your time, breathe in. It is what it is. We're trying to make it as easy as we can, because anything can be. It's not a Herculean task. Many people have cleared this in the past, right? So we'll go back to our lesson. Okay, so I was showing this BABOK guide for a reason. So these 6 knowledge areas are listed, and then there are underlying competencies. These are also important. What are the we have discussed on slide on in the class second class. What are the key competencies of a business analyst? Then there are 50 techniques. Okay, 50 techniques. We'll discuss technique by technique. Okay, and all of these are used at multiple places across knowledge areas. So these are not different from knowledge areas. These are intrinsic within the knowledge areas. For instance, you see the first one, plan business analysis approach. The techniques that you see here, okay, brainstorming, business cases, document analysis, estimation, financial analysis, functional decomposition, interviews, item tracking. So I'll not read through. You can, I've written shorthand of a few things. Functional decomposition. This is functional. This is management. Okay. So intent of me placing the sheet before you is to take a note of this grid so that you can read through the slides. Are you able to follow what I'm trying to say? Because there are some slides that are given by Simplilearn. I would want you to. Okay, awesome. The way you have to prepare this is, okay, I'm just trying to open up the slides. Just give me one quick sec, please. These are instructor slides for me, the PPT that you see. I will try to bring up this. Is this the same guide that you received under ebook downloads? At least did you all download this ebook? This is the first fundamental step I would request you all to do, because these slides are very, very, very simplified. A lot of effort has been put in by the backend experts to come up with this kind of articulation. A few things were borrowed from BABOK as is, right? This diagram, this schema has been as it is taken from BABOK. Uh, these are things which are written in a very, very simplified format, right? So when you're preparing the, for instance, I started with where is it? These are all knowledge areas, right? So after the knowledge areas, there are requirements that are classified. There are different documents that they are listed, not confined just to these three, but there are other documents also, right? When you go to each of the knowledge areas, I'll just show you how knowledge areas look like. 5 business analysis perspectives. Okay. Introduction to business analysis, planning and monitoring. I'll quickly skim through the slides here. Take a look at it, how it looks like. Business analysis, planning and monitoring, overview. Okay. Overview is supposed to go here. Okay. Create or select methodology, identify purpose also. I didn't want to put more tabs to this, more columns to this. So I've clubbed these two. First statement is, you can write OW also and a purpose here, just so that you know what is it about. Is the knowledge area that BAPM is the knowledge area that defines tasks associated with organizing and coordinating the efforts of business analysts and stakeholders. Okay, some words are keywords. You might remember them as is for the purpose of the exam. Organizing and coordinating are the keywords here. Okay, all the tasks listed under this are for organizing and coordinating efforts of business analysis. So anyways, efforts are being put by business analyst with the stakeholders around him or her. right? So organizing and coordinating outputs produced within this knowledge area are used by other knowledge areas. Of course, we on the cheat sheet I've shown how governance takes the first and second tasks as the inputs inputs for the governance task, right? Therefore, business BAPM is often seen as the first step in the framework. So this one is chronologically the first step that has to be taken. Remember, the six knowledge areas need not be essentially in the same chronological order as what I mentioned, except for the first one. BAPM is the first in the lot, because before you actually execute anything, you are supposed to plan things, right? So this is not a moving target. Okay, first step should be BAPM, business analysis, planning and monitoring, right? Purpose. So when you look at purpose here, primary goals to define the approach of business analysis activities, right? Approach is the keyword. To identify and involve the right stakeholders, to establish governance mechanisms for decision making, to plan how requirements and related information will to evaluate and improve. So this is a generic purpose of whole of the knowledge area, but there are five tasks underneath each of the knowledge area, right? So I'll try to show where are we? Okay, so this is the first step for purpose of planning a business analysis approach. Okay, so this is the first task underneath the first knowledge area. Okay, business analysis approach should align to the overall goals of the change, right? So there is a goal for which changes are being done, and which is why you see that here coordinate the business analysis tasks with the activities and deliverables of those. So here you're supposed to write first business analysis, plan business analysis approach. Here, please write down overview and purpose, and then you can list down each of the define activities and tasks, identify business analysis deliverables, select a methodology. These three things you would see here. Coordinate business with the activities and deliverables. So this, you should be able to be wise enough to highlight what are the keywords there so that you put it on your cheat sheets. This is, see, all of us have to write our own success formula. It's not served on a plate, right? There can be help, there can be support, but all of us have devised a formula for ourselves. This is also one such thing. Whatever makes you remember what we are discussing, put that word there so that you remember the whole concept just by merely looking at it. Amit asked which knowledge area to start may depends on the project type. Uh, so planning is a immovable target, only this specific thing, because before you actually execute things, yeah, it's a yes and a no. Yes, because uh, elicitation collaboration, it's an ongoing activity. Requirement life cycle. When you define a life cycle, it doesn't matter. Like it's not an activity that you do. They're trying to articulate things, right? So these are the okay. Clear so far? Am I? Is it making sense? I'm trying to help you prepare the cheat sheet as we go. Okay, so purpose is this: coordinate business analysis tasks with the activities and deliverables of the overall change. Include tasks to manage any risks that could reduce the quality of business and include tasks to manage risks. Right, risk is the keyword. Leverage approaches and select techniques and tools that have historically worked well. Okay, leverage. So we are not reinventing the wheel, right? Ours is not the first company that we, probably before us, there are a lot of business analysts who worked in the enterprise, right? So are you getting any pings also? I'm sharing my screen, but I don't know if you can, there are a few messages that I'm getting here. Are you seeing those pop-ups? Okay, so there are a few other business notifications that are coming up. You can still see my screen, right? Purpose of business analysis. Okay, thanks, Daniel. Thanks for confirming. Okay, perfect. So this is the most crucial step, because if you are making this cheat sheets for yourself, you are slowly by the day preparing yourself for the exam. overnight nothing happens, right? There should be a structure to your preparation. In case this model doesn't work, you devise your own strategy, because 500 pages, by reading whole of the BABOK, you might feel overwhelmed, right? So, this is purpose of business. I have written hardly 2 or 3 words out of all of these. Pick your keywords, and when you answer the simulation test, you will see a pattern in out of these five, which one is the most important one. So I would say take one mock exam just to get a feel of what they ask. You need not know anything. As a layman, you need not know anything about business analysis, but logically try to answer those questions. Even if you score zero, that's okay. You will know what the questions are, right? So based on that, start looking at these things. From an examination standpoint, what is the most important thing when you plan when the purpose of a business analysis approach is being spoken about? Out of these four, what is the most important task? What is the second most important task? On what basis the questions are being posed there, right? Aligned to overall goals of the change. I'll go back, but this is how the whole sheet has been prepared. Types of business analysis approach: predictive, adaptive, hybrid. So I've written select, create, or select methodology. By writing just this keyword, I know what methodology is, right? We spoke about methodologies extensively in the first session and the second session, right? So you know what predictive approach is. It's a plan driven approach. Basically waterfall is part of predictive. Adaptive is second, where you know what adapting means, right? So when a particular such situation a scenario is encountered, you're trying to change yourself to fit into that kind of a circumstance, right? And then there is hybrid. 99% of the companies operate under hybrid, even though they call agile. Big corporates, Amazon does pure agile. There are very few companies, Royal Bank of Canada. So there are very big, they can afford to do that, because the reason why, can you all give me a reason why pure agile may fail when it is actually implemented in companies? Why is it that people prefer hybrid kind of a operational model in teams? Quick, uh, quick responses, guys. 30 seconds. We'll go to the next topic. When we spoke about agile methodology, we spoke about Scrum, we spoke about the teams, right? There are different Scrum teams. We spoke about product backlog, sprint backlog, who are part and parcel of the Scrum team, product owner, um, Scrum master, and then the development team. Did we speak about budgets anywhere? Did we speak about monies anywhere? In the whole context, we spoke about time. We spoke about time where, uh, you know, we said everything is time boxed. A sprint is something that is time boxed. So there is a reasonable mention about, yeah, four facets, top four facets of the project. There is a reasonable mention. Four facets of the project is waterfallish approach. When I discussed about Agile or Scrum, essentially they're talking only about the scope. There is a product backlog, there is a sprint backlog, and then the roles, all these things are there. I spoke about sprints, which ranges from 1 to 4 weeks, and 2 weeks is the most often used sprint window, right? Budget, there is no mention about costing at all. But anyone who does business, why would they do? Any business is for profit, right? Otherwise, they're called as non-profit organization, or a charity organization. So whoever is the producer meaning whoever is putting in monies, there is an often a temptation from them to see what is the traction of work that's building up there, right? There is a sponsor. In case, take example of any IT project that's happening, or construction that's happening. For example, you own a site. Okay, you or your father owns a site. There is a popular concept that's running in India called joint development, where there is a 30 by 40 feet site, and you're planning to construct a building there, a 4 floor building, and it takes say 1 year time, right? would you give it to the contractor and leave it for 1 year and just wait for the 1 year to get over and see a building, nice building? Or would you monitor that work once in a while? Would you go there once in 15 days or a month just to see whether the foundation stone is laid down? Ideally, contractor has to be proactive to call you to show, is this the way you wanted the project to be? Is this the way? Is this the place where you wanted the underground sewer to go, water source to come, right? But would they be so responsible enough of calling us proactively? And once the contract is given, our hair is in their hands, right? However, they say you'll have to act as per, like, unless you have a command over things or passively influencing them, right? So you are supposed to monitor or no, or you'll wait for 1 year, right? So this is what exactly happens when a project happens, right? Take example as a construction project. You will not wait till 1 year to see the building, or you cannot even expect the vendor to proactively walk up to you to say that, you know what, today they are not a fifth standard kid to come and show you the homework, right? They will try to elope and escape work, try to deliver it with lesser quality as possible so that they can save more. Everyone is worried about their own pocket, right? Same thing in a software world also. If given a chance, why would you work for 8 9 hours a day? You might play around for 4 hours or 5 hours and then just deliver whatever is needed. We are all psychologically driven like that because of the unfortunate competition that's going on. Very few people work with integrity. However, we'll have to investigate the work that's being done, right? Especially the project sponsors, the business sponsors or the IT sponsors usually have a temptation to see the traction of work and passively influence what's happening there. We spoke about something. If there is a remnant in sprint one, if a particular piece of task is not completed in sprint one, default it's not directly passed to sprint two. We will go back to the backlog, revisit whether the priority still stays the same. Probably there are more priority things, right? Than whatever is remaining. So you will pick those first. You will put that back into the product backlog again. How many of you remember this? When something is left over, some work we could not do in the 2 week sprint, you will not default put it back up or put it back, put it to the sprint two, the very next sprint, right? Or you will not stretch the sprint also. 2 weeks is 2 weeks. There is no way you can stretch it, right? So now you got the reason. There is a when things are not being completed. For example, you promise that in 5 sprints I'll deliver a piece of task, right? And then there are a lot of system wouldn't respond however you want to respond, however you want that to respond, right? There might be bugs that are coming in. You are continuously deploying and continuously integrating things, meaning you're writing code, pushing it to prod. In an agile world, in a especially DevOps is a resultant of that. You develop, operations is what you're directly pushing it to the Git or whatever you're using, Jenkins. There are different um tools that are used to integrate the code. If there are 10 different teams working on 10 different projects, all these 10 projects are going for release at the same point in time. What I spoke about synergism and antagonism, right? Same way, one code might interact with the other code, right? Individually, you have tested and tried. Each of the project code is working very fine. It is good to go for the prod. But when you put all these codes at one shot, right, a big grand release, it might interfere with other code and pull the code down, and there is an unwanted effect that you might see encounter in the after the prod is done, when it is actually the code is pushed to the customer, right, to the application. Are you able to relate with me, guys, or do you want me to show a pictorial depiction? Okay, awesome. It's simple. Sometimes visualization, you will have to visualize things. Okay, slowly you have to stretch your mental appetite, right? 10 different projects, 10 different development teams worked on the project. All of them are pushing it one shot. Not essentially that all the codes will work as intended. It doesn't add up to 10 sun. So those are the unexpected things that you might come across, right? That is why hybrid model comes into play. Sometimes the director asks, like, there is a we plan for a code freeze in December. Usually, Jan to December is the financial year that runs in North America, and most of the project based environment outsourced, especially the GCC companies, operate in the same calendar. In India, it is April to March. Appraisal season is different, but Jan to December is the most often followed software yearly cycle, right? December, usually there are Christmas holidays, and usually it's a vacation month. Towards mid of December, usually they do not plan any releases. It's called code freeze. Okay, December 9th or December 15th, that varies from company to company. For 15 days or good 20 days, no release happens. You will let the system be as is, right? Because people are not available, right? Out of 100 people, if there are 10 Scrum teams, there are 100 people working. If 30 people are not available, what if some component cracks, right? So for multiple reasons, there is a concept called code freeze. Large enterprises follow this, right? So there is a deadline, right? December, say December 15th, we are going for a code freeze. And there is a certain release that is supposed to happen. Suppose you are giving some incentives on credit card purchases, right? Christmas is coming, and when will people have the most spending appetite? When there is a festival ahead, or when there is a vacation, when you so those are the contexts where people spend a lot. Summers, usually people walk out, there is a lot of spending that happens. Winter months are very lean. February, March are the most leanest months because December, Christmas is done. Jan, you come back, it's all family time, it's all winters. People go into hibernation. There is very less commerce that's running in the market. So it's very tough for you guys, bank to uh, rotate the money. People do not have a place to spend, right? So anyways, going back, the reason why the sponsors are all the more interested is if you deliver this project in January, after all the offers are over, the change that you're trying to push, the feature that you're trying to push as a part of the change is to facilitate people to get some incentives, some credit points on every spending, right? Is there a purpose if you are getting, if you are delaying this? You will have to wait till the next year, right? And why would you waste 1 year time of spending resources time for next year? If someone is working in November this year, and you are availing those offers next year, December, this 1 year, whatever you're paying to the development team, for example, you spent 1 million, 10 people are there, everyone is getting 100,000 each. Every resource is being paid, say 100,000, 10 resources per month. Sorry, 10 resources are working on the project. Are you with me, guys? 1 million is being spent on this project. If there is no business value, right? If people are not making those purchases, there is a temptation from the business owner, right? It's very natural. When you're putting in money, you want that output to be done ASAP. So they'll try to, if there is a uh, project trends, red, amber, green, there is a project trend that this might fall into amber, not even red zone. They'll try to do some fixes. That's called the backup plans, right? If in case 10 people are not able to deliver that work, probably we'll add more people to the team because we it's not a moving target. Christmas offers is not a moving target, right? So this is why a hybrid model is usually implemented. In a real life, I know someone working in Amazon and Apple in the US counterpart. Every 4 minutes, there is one deployment happening in a pure agile kind of an environment. So we spoke about waterfallish approach where there is a something called as a release calendar, right? There is a code that's being worked upon by all the developers. Every project, as soon as you start, you will have to plan a release also. It's similar to a movie, right? How many of you follow these movies when they start pre-prod work, they'll announce the release date also. One, to create the buzz. Second, you already have announced, so you will try to stick to the plan, right? Yeah. So this is a two-way strategy. It will push yourself also, right? So similarly, in a software world also, so Amazon delivers it once in 4 minutes, but that cannot happen with all the companies, because in early 2000s probably they came up with some platform. They have added mobile banking 10 years down the line. So you have to push the code into different platform. So Moneris is one most often used mobile application platform. They borrow Moneris to implement those mobile application changes. Okay, so the same change, the same credit card offers change has to be pushed to different platforms. So it's a different effort to merge all these things. It will take time. There are efforts in the back end to merge all these teams, but today you cannot withdraw yourself from online banking, you cannot withdraw from mobile banking. So there are two parallel teams that are working. One in waterfallish approach, where there is a any change, the specific change, giving reward points to credit card spendings. This specific change has to be pushed into online banking. It has to be pushed to mobile banking. If there are any other, if there is a agent or a customer service representative portal, it has to be pushed to that also, right? Good so far, guys. So I'll go back to this is why hybrid model comes into play. Predictive. All right, so I'll go back to the reason why I spoke about all this is I wanted to see when you look at this specific word, you should remember the whole conversation that we spoke about so far. Okay, you should put one word there, one or three words there, so that everything that we spoke now, or whatever is your thought running in your head, it can be any random thought, right? Uh, very early in my life, I happened to go to some memory training classes. It was just a half-day workshop or something. I was preparing for some competitive exam, and it was very hard for me to remember things, right? Naturally. Uh, Logically understanding is different, memorizing things is different. I was not very good with by hearting things. So there are very few simple hacks, tips and tricks where you can memorize things. Yeah, it might sound very silly. For example, I was not able to remember people's names. So suppose my face is round. It's not oval. The trainer says try to remember a fruit or a football or whatever. If my name Vineet is associated with any of it, so Vineet is playing football, or try to link those two words mentally. You need not tell it outside, because you'll sound like a joker if you say that Vineet is a football, right? In your head, whatever is the most funny thing, think of it, remember it that way. It's easier. People, whoever are coming across very reserved or having a straight face, in their head, you cannot peep into their head and see how are they remembering things, right? Okay, I'm just put cracking a joke. So it actually happened. There is a second way of memorizing things. Every day, probably you're traveling from your home to work. You come across 10 different landmarks. Okay, if my office was in downtown, I'll give you example of Toronto. I start in a place called Scarborough. There are intersections there. I'll give an example of India also. So every road, these are like long latitudes and longitudes. It's very organized, right? So latitudes and longitudes, the vertical lines and the horizontal lines. So every junction is called with the intersection's name. A road is called Ellesmere, and there is another road called Warden. Ellesmere and Warden is the intersection. Okay, the name of that intersection, right? Or in an Indian context, when you have all the more landmarks here, the moment you step down from the home, probably you'll see a juice shop, ABC juice vendor. Then the second you go furthermore, you see a Gandhi statue, right? Further ahead, you will see a coaching institute, Simplilearn Coaching Center. Okay, these are things which you'll not forget at all. In your head, try to mentally mind map which are the landmarks, right? Till you reach workplace. Probably there is a breakfast point, Rameshram Cafe, somewhere seventh, right? So you'll make these data points and try to relate. If you're trying to memorize these 15 here, brainstorming is linked to the first data point, that is home. Okay, when you're leaving home, you need not brainstorm, or you have to brainstorm a lot because world is not a good place. So some small story linked in your own head. Okay, at home you're all safe, nobody's trying to use brains against you. But the moment you step out of home, you have to use your brain, because you never know who is going to attack you to take your time, money, or credibility. Right? So this is one small story that you tell yourself to remember this. Second, if you are looking at a juice shop, he is doing really well. Early in the morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock, people are surrounded, right? So you'll take this is one of the business cases that you might want to consider in future. Any mental linking, guys. Are you with me? This is a out of the box thing that I'm sharing with you guys to remember stuff. Okay, this makes things much simpler and easy. To do this, you have to mentally first think of, it can be a favorite stars movies also. A sequel Marvel series. What are the or what is the chronological sequence of movie releases? Right? Any favorite star that you have? From the last 10 years, what are all the movies that came out from that specific star? Right? The first movie is linked to this, the second movie is linked to this, the third movie is linked to this. The movie will have a female lead or an antagonist. You can relate this to that antagonist role. You will try to give there can be some mental linkages where you might get confused with your own story, but try to form the story first to begin with, and then you can uh, memorize stuff. Makes sense. I'll not go further deep, but this is a very early thing that I have learned for myself. When I'm trying to remember uh, content with this magnitude, it worked well for me in a short duration of time, right? Yes, if I'm writing this sheet every other day for 3 months, I will default my hand itself. I need not use my brain. My hand itself writes down all of these, right? But why would I waste 3 months if I can, remember this in 15 days? Okay, there are two people who are of an opinion who are not, from a rating standpoint, I see three people not being very comfortable with this model. Uh, okay. Okay, going back, I'll try to this memory approach. So whatever works, sometimes acronyms work, right? So for example, there are stakeholders here. Okay, you can simply put the first word as DPSR. Okay, there is a D, or you can re-articulate. It's not in the same sequence, right? So you can re-articulate these first alphabets also. DSPR. Okay, DSP can be and I'll not take the name of the Scotch bottle, but there is a, so you can give any wild names to this and try to memorize things. Can you please take and explain with business example like software products? Yeah, yeah, Amit, yeah, for sure. This is from there is no, so far I have not discussed any of these. This is a pure prep strategy so that when I'm throwing content at you, you articulate your stuff to fit in these grids. Okay, now I'll go back to wherever we started. Okay, and we'll definitely talk about more examples. Okay, can you see here? I went to the beginning of the slide again. Quick recap. Business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. Remember these four words definedly. requirements are based on needs, and solution and design are interlinked with each other, right? So this we discussed yesterday. There is a core concept model that we discussed yesterday. Requirements are classified into four types. We spoke about this also: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, and transition requirements, right? Under solution requirements, there are functional and non-functional. Functional is something where in a software product, directly there is a feature that impacts, right? So that's a functional requirement. Non-functional is the system response time, for example. That is one of the examples of non-functional. Some applications respond right away, some applications take a while. So the response system's response time is one of the non-functional requirements. Lena works as a QA. She might give more examples. Amit, are you real-time working somewhere? I see that you're coming up with great examples. Are you a business analyst or a QA so far? This is a business analysis framework roadmap. We spoke about this as well. Understand, it's a structured approach used by business analysts to understand, analyze, and solve business problems. So you're trying to understand the stakeholders. Once you understand them, you try to analyze them. You also solve you are trying to put across a solution to solve those business problems or needs, right? So, and it's like a roadmap where you understand the current state of business, identify the needs or the problems or opportunity, design the right solutions, ensure that the solution is delivered with its value. We have been extensively discussing about this. Six knowledge areas, we spoke about these. From today on, before you step into the class, take 2 minutes time, write down all the knowledge areas first 2 days. Then you can start writing the tasks also. 30 tasks which are listed under these six knowledge areas. You can start jotting down all of those. Okay, business analysis, planning and monitoring overview. This is a knowledge area that defines tasks associated with organizing and coordinating. Right, we discussed this as well. Purpose of BAPM: to define the approach of what's the prime purpose of planning and monitoring is. You're trying to define the approach of business analysis activities, approach for business analysis activities, right? How are you planning to um schedule calls, right, with all the stakeholders? Is it interview or is it review? You will use different techniques. We'll be discussing the techniques as we progress into this first task, right? You pulling in the right stakeholder, some other person who is not responsible to give a sign off. You go to them and take a sign off, but towards the end you realize they are a wrong stakeholder that will significantly impact your work, right? So these are things which you should be mindful about. To establish governance mechanisms for decision making and change control, right? So one, there is an external regulator. Second, there are internal company policies, right? So you have to stick to those two governance mechanisms for any kind of decision making and change controls. Okay. To plan how requirements and related information will be managed. Very good. You gathered all the requirements, you analyzed all the requirements, you sorted it, you traced it, you are placing it on folders, right? But how best to use? Out of 10 things that you accumulate, you might not end up using all the 10. Sometimes it's foolish to use everything that you have. Whatever are needed, you'll use only those things, right? And you have to store it at the right place so that tomorrow when you yourself or your other team members are working on similar requirements, you need not reinvent the wheel. You'll go to that repository, pull those requirements and put that to use, checking the context of that day. After 2 years, probably the business context is different, so they have to do a quick pulse check of relevance, and then you put it to use, right? To evaluate and improve business analysis performance continuously. Okay, all this has to be a perpetual endeavor. It's not a one-time activity, right? BAPM, planning and monitoring, has to keep happening, right? And then there is core concept model in business. We discussed about need, change, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. All the six knowledge areas have a different role under this core concept model. Okay. This is a BACCM core concept model, right? So, something of this sort, I'll show you how it looks like. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see the explaining business analysis core concept model worksheet? Okay, so every knowledge area that I spoke about has a different tangent to each of the core concepts that we'll be discussing, right? So there are 6 core concepts. This I think is a part of BABOK. I've taken a print and I've listed down how are they different, because it's a bit confusing to remember, because needs and changes, this is you can remember these 6 words, but under BAPM, business analysis planning and monitoring, how are needs to be identified? Any problem or an opportunity is linked to the core concept, which is a need. Okay, changes, the act of transformation in response to a need is a change that is needed. Now look at elicitation collaboration. For example, the same needs and changes will look at, right? Elicit, confirm, and communicate needs. That's a part of the need. Because you're dealing with elicitation collaboration, here your need is to elicit, meaning gather, confirm, and communicate the needs. How is a change defined under elicitation and collaboration? Identify change characteristics, stakeholder concerns, determine extent of elicitation collaboration requirements. Okay, here BACCM model, change means identify change characteristics. There are a few traits that change carries, right? So you have to be mindful about those things. Stakeholder concerns, determine the extent of elicitation collaboration requirements. Okay, so these are different in a way. Here, act of transformation is a part of change, right? When you are business and planning and monitoring, act of transformation. Here it is different. Here, look at change in requirement lifecycle man. Evaluate requirements and designs. That's a part of change. So if you make a sheet of this sort down the line when you are discussing BAPM, it would help you to, in an eagle's eye view, how to demarcate which area defines need differently, change differently, solutions differently, all of those. Okay, there would be questions around this also. Okay, going back to our core concept model, understanding BAPM with an analogy, proper planning prevents poor performance is the key objective for this phase. Imagine being handed a project but not knowing what problem you're trying to solve, who is being affected, who decides what, how to structure your work, right? If you're being handed over a project without these things, how will someone work on this? You need some clarity, right? It is always you walk from chaos to clarity, right? So you as a business analyst will try to bring in more clarity to the project. If there is a high level scope statement, you'll try to ask as many questions as you can around that specific scope statement, so that change becomes more tangible, the need becomes more tangible. Okay, okay, so BABOK, where was this? Yeah, so this sheet is a free download from the BABOK guide. I refer to each of the components and put it up here, which is why this is one thing that I've stuck to the wall, to go through each of the how is a need different in each of the knowledge areas, right? We'll talk. We are still here. I just showed how you can prepare to remember these things. Because imagine I'm trying to give you an eagle's eye view. If this sounds confusing, read through the BABOK. You will see how even can I'll not say those words, but you might feel overwhelmed. Okay, I'm trying to simplify these things for a pictorial depiction so that you know where you're getting into. We'll get back to the topic structure of business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. The inputs here, there are tasks listed down here, and then there are outputs. This is at a knowledge area level. Once you get into task level also, there are different inputs and outputs. Okay, this is at a knowledge area level. What are the inputs? See, close your eyes, think logically. If you're preparing yourself for a planning, okay, you're a business analyst, you're given a project, uh, you have no clue about the project. What would be the first things that you want to know, right? You need to understand what is the need to do all this. What is the purpose of doing all this, correct? Right? So it all starts with a business need. What is IT? What is legal? All these teams are helping functions to a business need. Someone is a product manager who is actually building a product. All the associated teams are, it's like a wheel, right? Product is the central spoke, and there are different spokes associated with around the product, and all the associated support functions would help deliver the business need. IT is one of them, right? IT is the channel. Okay, if you fall ill, a drug is administered in different ways. You might take a tablet, which is an oral administration. You might take an IV in within your veins, vascular. You take it inside the vein. Intramuscular, there is another way of administration. There are different ways of administering. Similarly, these there are different ways of administering these things. Okay, someone coming from healthcare background may be able to relate to this better. You also should know the objective or a goal for doing all these things. End of the day, you should always think of exit strategy. How does an exit look like? It's very easy to enter something, but plan well for a exit. Like you, when you step out, there are key performance in indicators, right? So you should know what are the prime objectives of the performance once the whole output is done and delivered, right? Those are the inputs. What are the tasks? These five are the tasks that are listed under the BAPM knowledge area. Outputs. So when you carry out planning business analysis approach, of course, what are you supposed to get? When you're planning something, you get that as the output, right? Business analysis approach. You have a defined, crystal clear business analysis approach, right? That's an output of this specific task. Plan stakeholder engagement. Here, you have an output as stakeholder engagement approach. Business analysis governance approach. How do you want to approach governance as a whole, right? Are you referring to the external regulatory guidelines? In an insurance world, there are a lot of IRDA. In India, there is a regulator called IADA. Uh, in US, every state has a different regulator. There are central federal rules, Federal Bank of America. So that releases a certain set of guidelines. There are amendments, there are addendums, and there are annexures that are released. You need to keep abreast with all those changes that are being introduced in the market, right? So what is that source of your information? There might be one spock who monitors all these things, crystallizes into 3 4 bullet points, and releases to all the stakeholders so that they are aware of what's happening. Some people don't even read the mail. In a corporate world, some people don't even read the mail. So you might want to invite all of them for a train the trainer sessions. All the managers are invited for a train the trainer sessions. Just not about sensitizing the regulatory guidelines. Many a times it happens when a new change is being introduced into a system, right? You cannot go train 1,000 people at one shot, right? Your own manager knows how your working style is, what are your working hours. Based on that comfort, they will define their own training style. So you are supposed to train the managers first, the high level people, in a right way, so that they go cascade that information to community at large. Okay, these are regulatory external guidelines. Internal company guidelines also, there are a lot of repositories, right? uh, Inside the company, there are teams like EPMO, Enterprise Project Management Office. When a project starts, they set a guideline internally among us themselves that whenever there is a proposal to bring in a change into a system, you have to essentially make a business case, right? The business case is built. Why is this? It's like more or less like a justification note. You will write extensively. Whoever is the originator of the change, the business stakeholder, suppose a banking, imagine a bank teller is facing an issue when they're trying to understand, what the customer is trying to say, because these guys keep getting transferred every now and then. Once in every 2 3 years, a bank's customer is moving, a bank's teller or a field officer or a manager is getting transferred to different places. There are different languages in each of the places. So they're not able to understand. The problem statement is, uh, I'm not able to understand what customers are saying. So probably we need a chatbot where it can translate whatever they say to our benefit. This is a business problem. Okay. So to this problem, you're supposed to see if there are any bylaws where you might have to level up in 3 months, 6 months. You have to learn the local language. There are clauses like this, right? So internally, chatbots, for to introduce this chatbot, you have to put a full justification note to begin with, right? And then you need to find sponsors to sponsor this project. How much benefit does it cause? If you're not able to communicate your business needs, um, right, to any of the suppose a customer walks in, you are a accountant or a field officer or a manager in a bank, you're not able to understand clearly what the business requirements are. It is a problem. If instead of 100,000, if you disburse say 150,000, or if you get the numbers wrong, it is a problem. If communication is very important, and today a lot of companies are trying to add chatbots to their platforms. There are kiosk desks where they directly take the request. Once they take the request, the most important vital step is to confirm those results back to them. Is this what you said? That's a very important step many people would skip. The reason why I'm saying all this is governance approach has internal guidelines also. EPMO, Enterprise Project Management Office. There is a Center of Excellence team, right, who tries to streamline these processes. Every project that comes in has to essentially take a project intake form, as if when you walk into a passport office, when you have to fill in applications. Similarly, even if it is within the company, you have to fill a project intake form. What is the business need? Who is the IT sponsor? Who is the business sponsor? When is the intended release date? What benefits are you expecting when you release this project? How many developers are needed on this project? How many testers are needed? How many business analysts are needed? At what phase of the project are they needed? Right? Who is the project manager? At what phases a solution architect is supposed to give a blueprint of the changes? At what point the end user has to be involved? Right? Prototypes, you will create a small prototype or a demo of the original product itself, and you will show it to the bank manager, right, whoever has originated the problem. Like how the business need comes is just not one bank manager, right? All the bank managers might be facing the same problem. The regional manager will gather all these problems and bring it up to the central corporate team, saying all the bank managers are facing this specific challenge. So we need a system where there is a chatbot which understands the customer language, and it confirms the results back. And once it is confirmed, we'll process the request. That's a problem statement, right? To do this, you will need different resources, right? So that's how a governance is planned. Okay, comfortable so far, 825. So there is a business information management approach. This is an output for business analysis, output to this specific task. Identify business analysis performance improvements, right? Business analysis performance assessment. So basically, you're coming up with, when you say assessment, usually there is a questionnaire sort of a thing, right? So when you are trying to identify business analysis performance improvements, meaning the way you are doing things, right? You are carrying out business analysis, very good, but there are some annoying people who directly barge into you without even asking your permission. They'll directly call you. They'll directly walk up to your desk. You are in a meeting. They don't even bother whether you are in a meeting or doing something critical. If you are in between playing with numbers, suddenly someone keeps and disrupts. You don't know what you want to do that person, right? Like whole the chain of thought is all broken, right? Basic etiquettes might be missing. So you will try to you yourself might be annoying to some stakeholders. You'll have to make sure that you are not annoying enough. You'll also make sure that the stakeholder is not has to reciprocate in the way you want to reciprocate, because they have to be completely with you. So you will devise some strategies, right? So for this, you need to understand, you need to come up with a performance assessment. How are you performing or carrying out the business analysis? Are you, for example, some developer is storing requirements without an ID. A lot of people do the work, but they fail to report the status. 90% of the times, a project manager's job or a project manager's job or scrum master's job is making people sensitize about, they'll do the work, right? But they'll not update it to the team, or they'll not even give an ID to it. Long back, I think in fifth grade or sixth grade, there was a story where there is a emperor who leads the kingdom for for a good period of time. Then there is a strong army who attacks this empire, and it would be at the verge of failing. And the son is trained. The son of the emperor is a king or a prince who is trained in different arts, and they take the army as a one last shot to win over the enemy's army. Okay, they have to cross waters. Back in those days, water was the main source of transportation. This actually happened, okay, 300 years back or 400 years back. When they go to they ideally they should not win. Like these are 100 people and the other army is very strong, something of that sort. They win the war, okay, but before leaving to the enemy's army, the king, who is an aged old king, informs the son to change the flag of the yacht. You know the yachts, they used to go in ships or yachts to the to the other shore. Put a colored flag. Okay, put a you are going with a flag. When you come back, put a green colored flag. Okay, so that I know that you have won. And these guys on the other side of the shore are desperately waiting for these guys to return. Right? They fought for 2 months or so. They won there. They won the battle surprisingly well, and they're coming up with all the happiness that we have done it, we achieved whatever, my father will be very proud or whatever. The emperor is waiting, sitting at the shore. Very bleakly they got a sight of a white color flag flying instead of a green. He couldn't take the defeat of, he thought, the emperor thought the sun is no more. Okay, he couldn't live anymore, he killed himself and he died. Okay, this was the actually done story. So, what can you understand out of this? What's the moral of the story? Any information that you're doing has to be cascaded to the right people. Do not forget to inform the right stakeholders. We spoke about RACI matrix. Someone has brought RACI into the picture. BABOK doesn't define RACI, but there are responsible stakeholders, there are accountable stakeholders, there are consulted people to be consulted, there are people to be informed. Okay, when you give a real life example, probably many people are in the first 5 years of your career, so you can take your own family and relatives or friends into this grid. Who are you responsible to? Who are you accountable to? Put each of them in different circles. You are the central spoke of the circle. The first circle, people who you are responsible to, right? Second is people who are accountable to. Third is people who you consult. Okay, you are just consulting, you are not responsible to them. And then there is a fourth circle, which is just for your information. Got it? Good so far? Okay. So business analysis performance assessment. The next one is input and output diagram, right? We so it's the same thing. Whatever is discussed here is put across here. So yeah, what are the inputs for business analysis? Needs and performance objectives. This diagram is borrowed directly from BABOK as is. Okay, these two are no different. The previous diagram and this one. You need to pay a certain amount of money to use any content from BABOK also. All these are rules that are in place, so you cannot. There are copyright issues, so please do not carry it to anyone. All the versions that are shared here, BABOK versions, it's if anyone sees that there is a copyright infringement against whoever has shared. Okay, so the reason I'm sharing this is I'm supposed to share as a endorsed education provider defined by IABA. This is the first task out of the lot. Planning business analysis approach. This is the first core task of BAPM knowledge area. Before identifying and writing requirements, before you actually do this, plan how will you approach the work. Choose the methodology, define the detail, level of detail, assign roles, and set up progress reporting. Right. So whatever I have listed down here, mostly see, identify business analysis deliverables, define activities or tasks. You can add pointers here also as per your comfort. I would strongly recommend you to prepare a sheet like this. Take A3 size sheet or A4 if you're comfortable. You can make it horizontal if, instead of this, if you do this, 5 tasks would come in a row, right? Business analysis, planning and monitoring, and you can start writing those things. If you feel A4 is too small an affair, because you are supposed to stick it to the wall and walk through that wall every day. Every time you get a chance in the morning, afternoon, evening, before you go to sleep. One, you are trying to understand the concept. Second, you have to memorize to sit for the exam. Okay, this is the easiest way to memorize every day if you look at those concepts. Plan business analysis approach. This diagram is again imported from BABOK. They are explaining these things here. Purpose should the business analysis approach should align to the overall goals of the change. Of course, you have to stick to the goal or the objective. Coordinate the business analysis tasks with the activities and deliverables of the overall change. Right. So there should be a integration or sync between the activities that you do. Right. One point you're going and asking, you know what, I need to build a fragment, I need 2 weeks of your time. You're walking up to a solution architect. You say that, or in a construction world, you hire an architect. You say that I need 2 weeks of your time to finalize the plan. Okay. At the same time, there might be a parallel activity where you're calling the interior designer, right? And that person is also needed during the first 2 weeks itself, right? If you make a call out to that person, you need to sync these two activities. Who will you spend time with? Will you pay attention to this person, or will you talk to them together? So there should be a coordination between the tasks that you do. If your intent is, sometimes you should not face business stakeholders to the technical stakeholders. Sometimes you should not create a common platform to these guys, because it will be absolute chaos. You should act as a middleman where you need to know how much information to cascade to whom. Okay. Include tasks to manage any risks that could reduce the quality of business analysis deliverables or impede task efficiencies. Okay. You have to make a plan to handle the risks, the quality of business analysis also. Leverage approaches. Leverage approaches. Okay, how to approach? Like I said, what are the different communication channels with any stakeholder? As important as you're doing the work yourself, right? Yeah. Informal lines of communication is when you meet them over a coffee or a chat. You will see like, hey, how is your evening going? How is your day going so far? I'll try to arrange for a meeting. Is it done like offline, just between you and me? Is that it gaining good traction? These are the smart things that a business analyst or a project manager is supposed to do to get the traction of work, because it cannot be a surprise to you yourself, right? Informal lines of communication play big time in completing the task. And for your own internal growth also, you'll try to maintain a stakeholder liaison. Okay, you'll try to build a bond with each of the stakeholders, whoever you're working with. All right. Yeah. Thanks for putting it across, Daniel and Samir. Types of business analyst approach. We stopped by this slide. We spoke about predictive approach, adaptive, and hybrid. Predictive approach is a plan-driven approach where suppose they have given a real life example. A tax department is upgrading its income tax filing and processing system. Okay, there's a they're trying to upgrade their systems. The new system must meet rigid regulatory audit and compliance requirements. They are not a moving target. If it is what it is, right? If they give a guideline, you have to abide by it, whether it makes sense to you or not. Even in the exam, if you use your logic, the answer could be different, but as per BABOK, your answer should be as per BABOK, as simple as that. One more thing before I forget, whole of BABOK does not have numbers at all. In if you are preparing for PMP exam, there are a lot of numbered calculations based on variances, deviations. Like if you are dealing with schedules and costs, um, there are schedule variances formulae, there are budget variances formulae, cost price minus selling price, so by 100, all those formulas are put to use, right? In BABOK, there are no major formulae, but in the real life exam, I have seen that there are a lot of numbers that you have to deal with. Okay, all the case studies have numbers, right? For example, there is a supply chain related case study that's given to you, uh, right? So a particular process is taking time, more time. You're trying to bring that time significantly. They'll give some timings. The first load is dropped at 8:57 a.m. and the second load is being dropped at 10:05 a.m. Right? So what is the time lapse between these two? And you're trying to significantly reduce the time that's being taken, right? So questions like this, you have to be good with numbers also. Just do not get carried away with the dump of ink that is indicated here. Try to understand the concept. When you practice the lessons, Simplilearn lessons, you should try to score more than close to 90% before you appear for the exam. That's the reason every exam you can attempt thrice, right? And honestly speaking, uh, Simplilearn questions complexity level is, I personally found it lesser. Very few questions are of the exam standard out of the questions that are listed there. They are trying to introduce to you very slowly, right? There are a lot of direct knowledge based questions. If they come and ask you what are the tasks under business analyst, planning and monitoring, it's very simple, right? So those are the questions you'll encounter in the few questions that you'll encounter in the mock exams. But in the real life exam, those kind of questions hardly two or three, not more than that. Okay, so you have to prepare yourself well. Coming back to this specific case study, uh, including predefine the new system must meet regulatory guidelines, business analysis planning, why the predictive approach works here. Scope is fixed upfront, right? Because rigid, right? It's not a moving target, and approved by legal and finance authorities. The business analysis team creates detailed documents, business requirement document, functional requirement specification, traceability matrix. What traceability? So you can these are very important documents, guys. Business requirement document is a document where the BA is the whole and sole owner of the business requirement document. You will write the justification to begin with, the need of the project. Down the line, you will also paste some screenshots of wireframes or mockups that you create. The system should look like this, or this is the expected drop down, all those things. And you will flip it to you are an IT business analyst. Suppose you are flipping it to business, you have to get it proofread. Whether it is right or wrong, any tweaks are needed there. You have to send it to different departments, take a go ahead, right? So all those things are a part of BRD. Functional requirement, this is more a technical document where the systems architectures are mentioned here. Remember, we spoke about four different kinds of requirements: business requirements, transition, solution, all those. Functional requirements are a part of solution requirements. Okay, functional and non-functional requirements, right? So those functional requirements are a part of functional requirement specification, where there is a big architectural diagram in a software company. You're trying to draw how this change is pushed into that company's architectural pattern. Okay, traceability matrix, right? You cannot, like, if you are working on so many things, you should have an ID and a place where you are storing all this information, right? So you should know where to find what, as the name indicates, right? So you should draw a grid of things where what component can be traced. It's called requirements traceability matrix. You are gathering all these requirements, but you're also supposed to um, put it at the right place, give a matrix or a grid. So this is a typical example of a matrix, right? This is a grid. Anything related to stakeholders under stakeholder engagement is found here. Who are all the stakeholders that are involved, right? So I'm giving a shape to the shape and form, right? So similarly, you are giving a grid wise, you are making a matrix of things. Reviews and sign offs are formally scheduled at each phase, because so there is something called as cover your ass or something like that. So this is a popular informal jargon that's used in most of the corporates, where while doing all these activities, you are doing in very good spirit, right? But verbally, some people might give a sign off, hey, go ahead with it. I'll deal with it when that's okay, I'll put it on. Even in a boardroom meeting, people might agree verbally, but you are officially supposed to take sign offs on the email, on the physical papers, because the person the persons people might change. Today the legal chief legal officer is different. Tomorrow the same, they might leave the job, or anything can happen, or they might not remember, or deliberately they're saying no. They agreed, but they're tomorrow they're coming and saying so. You have to save yourself from all these things. Okay, you are formally supposed to schedule at each of the phases, because end of the day they should not point out saying this is not the product that I expected. Okay, you have to take sign-offs from one technical stakeholders to the business stakeholders also, because the need started from business stakeholders. You're supposed to take sign-off at each of the phases. Everyone wants more for less, isn't it? Most of the time this happens. They ask for a bare minimum product. When they come to you, they say, we just need a very small application where we can incentivize people with some reward points, and or maybe there is a concept called air miles, travel miles. When you're spending, air miles is a different company. You are trying to give some incentives which can be used for travel tickets, or when they fly once a year or twice a year, right? So when they come up, they put it across as if it's a very small requirement, but down the line they get greedy, or probably they say, okay, this is not what I expected. What is small for them might not be actually small, it might be big. Oh, can't you do even this much? I didn't expect this at all. It's a shady performance. Oh, this app looks very nascent. All these are comments that you will hear towards end when you're actually delivering the product. So to save yourself from all these things, you should take sign off at each of the phases, so that you are safe. First phase, tick, done. No concerns, no questions, no concerns. Good. Then you go to the next phase. Okay. Why predictive approach works in this specific cases? Requirements are very well known because they are rigid and unlikely to change. They'll not change. It's a push communication. Anything coming from the regulator is a push communication. Compliance is critical. Formal documentation is non-negotiable. There is so one of the things that Agile propagates is lesser documentation or zero documentation, right? So, but when it comes to compliance or regulatory related things, they still operate in a documented format, because people were wasting time in extensive documentation. In a waterfallish approach, there were tons of documents. People sit out of 8 hour day, they do work for 2 3 hours. Rest of the day, they are drafting documents, saving it to the repository. right? Or they get into meetings, right? So in a face-to-face collaboration in Agile, there is lesser documentation. However, when it comes to regulatory things, it is non-negotiable thing. Okay, deliverables are aligned with the waterfallish method. Deliverables are essentially aligned with the waterfallish method. Okay, look at the footnote as well. Use predictive. They are giving some guidelines when to use the predictive approach. When your stakeholders demand traceability, formal sign-offs, and compliance with legal and audit frameworks. Okay, adaptive. You know what the word means, right? It is change driven. Suppose you switch cities. You are placed in, for example, New York or Pune or Bangalore or Hyderabad. You're changing a place. There might be change of climate, there might be change of food, there might be difference in the water that you take, there might be incessant, significant hair fall. So your body has to adapt to that change, right? Similarly, this is a change driven approach where when a particular change is trying to be introduced into a software product or any specific project that you take up, you are welcoming change, right? Because change is good. A small example is listed down here. A wellness startup is developing a mobile application that helps users track fitness, meditation, and sleep. Their goal is to quickly get to the market with a minimal viable product and then evolve features based on user feedback. Makes sense. Today, most of the products are following this concept itself because the moment you launch an MVP, the business is rolling because you're getting in money by selling that product and then you keep improvising yourself. Most of the business owners who are successful say this. The difference between a successful entrepreneur and a non-successful entrepreneur is, uh, you know, you start things, self-belief, and you will not stop yourself. The first courageous move to enter the business, like you just push yourself there and you are already there. You will figure out a way how to sail through. You don't know swimming, you jump into the swimming pool, you will automatically try to figure things out how to save yourself. That's the approach that they usually follow. Okay, there are popular statements like you will not get absolute clarity about everything. When you started this pursuing this course also, you don't have full clarity of what is CBAP exam, like how many questions, how much time, on all those things. As you go, you'll figure out things, right? Okay, so with this is all about adaptive approach. This specific example, you will see the BA team and product owner work in 2-week agile sprints. We spoke about this, right? Requirements emerge during the project from direct user feedback, usability testing, market trends, right? So directly you are taking feedback from the end user. Okay, end user is a specific role that is defined as a part of BABOK. Okay, usability testing. Once you give a prototype or a demo, they try and test. You send a link and you'll ask them to actually work on it and see whether it is crashing or working and all that. Then there is a competition benchmarking also. Right? Why is there a need for an adaptive? We discussed about the Nokia phones example, right? They don't exist in the market today because they didn't consider taking feedback. They didn't do competition benchmarking. We spoke about the 5G and 6G example, and it was just day before yesterday. Apple has come up with a new launch also, right? If Samsung is coming up with some other features, of course, would it consider the recent launch or no? Any other phone for that matter. You have to be in the market, right? So design or any other extra features, you have to be open to adapt all those. The BA team writes user stories and epics in Jira. We spoke about this also where there was a formal breaking work breakdown structure of the project scope statement to epics, features, user stories, and then further tasks, right? Now AI plugins are being implemented in Jira. Most of the companies are doing it where directly you will write the end goal. You will see whether it is a regulator driven change. You will upload all the relevant documents. It will automatically break it down and you are supposed to proofread those stories. That's where we stand today. Many companies are already adapting it. Okay. Stakeholders review prototypes, not long documents. See, if I give you 100-page document versus I actually give you, suppose I'm building a car, I build an MVP, I give the car itself. I'll ask the business, whoever has raised the business need to sit in the car and try and test. Would that be more helpful, or giving a 100 pager that, this car will have a steering wheel like this, you'll have a relaxation mode? Of course, a prototype would help, right? So it is better to build prototypes and demos than the lengthier documents, right? Extensive documentation. Why adaptive approach works is innovate. It's innovation and flexibility to welcome change, right? It is welcoming change. Features are expected to change rapidly, right? But for good, they are changing, but for good and being relevant and consistent in the market. Stakeholders are engaged continuously rather than at formal milestones. Previously, remember, in a waterfallish approach, there is a release calendar planned for the whole year, monthly releases. Then there is a big bang release once in every quarter, right? Those are formal releases. Everyone look up to that date. All the teams, they all look up to that specific date. But here in an agile world, there is continuous integration, continuous deployment. As I mentioned, Amazon or biggies like Apple, they deploy once in every 2-3 minutes. There is code getting generated, being developed. They are pushing it in the system after checking. In sensitive environments like banking, they take one step back. They can't mess up with suppose an e-commerce platform crashes, right? At the max, the company is losing. Amazon, there is a difference between Amazon crashing and, any other bank, suppose State Bank of India or Royal Bank of Canada, their website crashing. Your payments would stop. You cannot do commerce in a day to day. If you are hungry by lunchtime, you have to pay for it. If you are not able to pay, your life has come to stagnancy, right? So you cannot play around with sensitive things like banking. In the work environments that I worked, to be safe, they'll not, once they push it to prod, there are two different, like I gave a simile of brain. Imagine a system as a human body. There is a one brain in a human body, right? In a banking environment, they try to maintain two brains. They try to push changes to one brain. They observe for the next 15 days how this brain is functioning. And then there is one switch. Okay, they are called cells, P cell and Q cell, right? Once the change is perfectly fine, they check, they release this to the internal employees only. All the internal employees are using it. No complaints. They just switch on, switch off. They flip the traffic, all of the banking traffic. There are millions of people using the banking services. There are, numerous number of transactions happening every day, right? So they will flip the traffic from P cell to Q cell. You got a real life picture of how architectural diagram looks like. In a banking, it is a little more different. Okay, so that's one of the examples. Use adaptive in agile environments, or when speed, flexibility, and user feedback are prioritized over documentation. This is not a method to be used in under waterfallish. It's an agile driven approach. Hybrid approach is a mix of these two. Right, a major hospital group is integrating a new telehealth video consultation system into their existing infrastructure. The backend, electronic health record billing insurance systems, must comply with HIPAA regulations. Okay, these are regulations that are enlisted in the US specifically, while the front end patient facing mobile user interface must be responsive to evolving patient experiences, right? Use hybrid when a project spans both stable and dynamic areas, or when compliance and innovation need to coexist. Here there is a compliance. Healthcare is very sensitive, especially the patient data. If someone is diagnosed with, say, some critical ailment, the patient does not want to disclose it to their own family to save their, for whatever reason, right? If a head of a family is known for a life threatening disease, probably there are quarrels for money, right? Estate, many things can happen for whatever numerous reasons. Those are sensitive, which should not be disclosed, right? Any video consultation, all of this have to be extremely confidential. You can't use Zoom for Like regular meetings, you can't Zoom interface. There should be a specific video interaction platform to be built exclusively for this and store all those files only for your reference. You cannot pass it on to people. In North America, usually the prescription is not given to the patient also, because they might end up buying those medicines and take it in dosage that is not recommended. In India, it is different. You hand over the prescription and you walk into any medical store of your choice. But over there, the prescription is directly sent to the pharmacy, whichever is your choice, right? And the medicines are disbursed as per they take some time. They disburse as per the compliance only. Prescription is never given to your hand. Okay, so those are some compliance related things. There are dynamic related things also, right? How is the UX? How big is the screen? How small is the screen? How is the pixel size of it? All of those. Okay.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.